waiting for the buzz. Oh, yeah.
Now, you keep talking that shit about my fucking kid, and you annoying me and aggravating me, and I'm trying to enjoy my life.
Rolex on your wrist, a plain giant.
Standing at the bus stop, sucking on a lollipop. Once she gets pumping, it's hard to make the hottie stop. Hottie stop, stop, stop.
You ready? All right now. This could be a crazy ride. I'm warning you now. The following video is broadcasting live, and thank you for being my studio audience. Thank you for hitting thumbs up and subscribing to my channel for more black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy. What up and welcome back. I'm Jane, the plainest Jane, and I provide syrup in the form of black news and celebrity updates. We are back at it again. We are back at it again to continue the conversation surrounding the whole imaginary bus driver debacle, because ultimately what it boils down to is she wasn't speaking about a person who actually exists. This is an imaginary person that a lot of people have taken stray bullets for and created stray bullets for and taken offense for. And now you got bus driver support groups, and I'm just wondering why. Listen, you know things are always sticky in Hollywood and in real life. So, baby, buckle in, hit thumbs up on the video. I appreciate all of you all for being here. Things are going to be sticky on the bus tonight, just like they were last night. I may hurt some feelings. And what I did, I'm very courteous of you all. For the people whose feelings might get hurt, baby, I bought you some tissues. I got you a whole box of tissues. And I only used one. Or two out of here. My allergies was acting up. But for you all who become butthurt at other people's expectations that have nothing to do with you, I went ahead and I picked up some tissues for you. So I just want to make sure you're okay. So you're not, crying and snotting all over the bus and getting other people sick, baby. Keep your bodily fluids to yourself. All right. If you think you might be a little hurt, just take your tissues now. Go ahead. This is the time while we handing them out, baby. Because we just want to make sure. At the end of the day, Eboni K. Williams was asked a question during an interview. She was asked a personal question. It was a professional interview, and she was asked a personal question. That's what all this boils down to, right? I have preferences too. Does that mean that my preferences are wrong when I'm in the midst of interviewing someone? And who is it that's sitting down men about their quote unquote unrealistic expectations where it's a little too high? See, it's real easy to dogpile on black women. And I love how Iyanla is like, this wasn't about black women. Who made it about color? Iyanla, your demographic is not white women. They're not listening to your advice. They are not your core audience or your demographic. Let's stop acting like you speaking to 2-year-olds who don't. Is it about color? No, but your demographic is. What's your demographic? Right? So who's telling black men, and this is why part of my point yesterday was that I would love it if Iyanla used this same amount of energy that she's using to quote unquote hold black women accountable for their standards and their preferences and expectations. I would love it if she had the same energy for black men. Why? Because then she would be an equal opportunity, unpopular opinion having ass elder person from a certain generation that has encouraged us to accept trash, period. Right? The reason why a lot of women have an issue with Kevin Samuels is because he dogpiled on women all the time. Talking about marriage, unions, relationships, dating, whatever the case is. It's, well, what's your dress size? Anything over a 6? I'm not dating that. I'm not dating Big Shirley. He made it a point to go in. He went on men one time out of 300 shows. And this, I did it to the men too. One time. That doesn't matter. Like, what is that in the midst of the 300 and the viral clips and the influence that you have over the manosphere and just like men in general, right? If he had an equally crude and lewd way of going at Black women and Black men, we will be able to chalk it up to, well, we can't say he hates or dislikes women, or he's a misogynist, or he's sexist, because he gives this energy equally to both genders. But he didn't do that. Equally here, Iyanla VanZant also doesn't go at both genders with the same vitriol and the same energy. She doesn't go at Black men the way she goes at Black women. All of Iyanla's clips are her going at women and talking to them like, I'm going to drill this information into you about serving and praising this man, and you better listen. And this is the problem with us. And this is why they don't want to love you, because X, Y, Z. Because they got feelings too, and they hurt, right? As if we don't have feelings too, and we don't hurt, and we haven't been through things generationally or just like in general. Iyanla VanZant values, and prioritizes the feelings of Black men and places that above the feelings of Black women. Period. Point blank. That's what it is. And you know what? And I honestly don't expect anything different from Iyanla VanZant. That's what her generation does. That's what they've always done. They coddle the men and they're hella stern and strict and come down on the women. But again, perfect example, right? Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me if I'm lying. And I really want somebody to call in that doesn't agree. If you don't agree with Ebony K. Williams' sentiments, please call in. I'm actually going to drop the link. And I'm right now, and I'm open to anybody calling in. However, I'm only asking for people who disagree with Ebony and agree with Iyanla. I want you to call in, because I do have some things that I want us to go over. If you disagree with Ebony and agree with Iyanla, please call in. Okay. She's gonna copy that. Put the link down there. Prime example, right? A prime example is within the Black family dynamic, right? In the Black family dynamic, you'll find that if the boys are coddled, more so than the women, right? And so I feel like that has a lot to do with the raising up of your children. Let's think and let's talk about it. You raise a woman, don't expect love. Don't depend on nobody. Go out here, you got a C, a B minus. This needs to be an A. But when it comes to a boy, it's, oh, you got to see. You tried your best. So y'all are tired of the masculinity, but this is the same generation that raised up these men that we have to face in the dating pool. This is why the dating pool is full of piss. You might walk into the house on Thanksgiving, and you walk in and your brother walks in. Your brother might be, or anybody, right? It don't even have to be about brothers, right? Woman walks in, it's she's here. You might go to the bathroom and hear snarky remarks about you. A guy walks in that's a part of your family. It could be your aunt, it could be your uncle, it could be your brother, it could be whatever. He's strung out. He's not paying child support. He got 5 kids, and they tearing the house down to figure out who's gonna make him a place first. Like, who's going to make him a plate first? Who? That's what the Black family does. It's, oh, make him a plate. The man shouldn't have to make his own plate. Y'all are more focused on servitude of a man rather than realizing his life placement and if he's really living up to his responsibilities or not. Is he taking care of his life, whether it involves children or not? Is he being a responsible adult? But y'all are so quick to want to just serve a man because he has a penis, instead of really worrying about if he's truly focused on his life and his kids. y'all grandchildren's and things of that nature. Your grandchildren out here hungry, motherfucking somebody else to get some money to take care of her kids, but y'all tearing the place down to figure out who gonna make him a place and pour his iced tea first. This doesn't make sense. Y'all have raised women to be masculine and to depend on nothing more than themselves. It's not safe. It's not okay to depend on society or another man to run up and take care of you. That's not how our parents raised us. So I'm confused at this 70-year-old pick-me-ass mammy of Iyanla. I'm sorry. It's Saturday night. I'm going to fucking say it. She's a mammy, and she's a 70-year-old pick-me. She's 69, and she'll be 70 in September. I'm confused at you telling us to accept less when women of your age, of your particular age, told us not to depend on a nigga for shit. And while at some point we should be able to depend on a nigga for something, but we damn sure shouldn't just be choosing any Tom, Dick, or Harry after 2 dates to have to depend on them and put all our trust in them and allow a nigga after 2 dates to quote unquote lead us and to submit to any nigga or after 2 dates. This makes no fucking sense. What's the first thing that they say when they reprimand women who have children by men who ain't doing what we need them to do? It could be a financial thing, monetary, whatever, or it could just be them showing up and having a male presence in their child's life. What's the first thing the elder generation tells us? Well, was he doing that type of shit when you laid down with him before you got pregnant? Okay, well, you had no business laying down with that nigga. That was them talking about our vetting process. Does he have enough money, energy, and an emotional capacity to take care of the family that y'all might make? Because at the end of the day, if y'all fucking, y'all might make a family. So now you're telling us the opposite. Don't worry about what the fuck he got going on with his money or his social economic status or his career or lifestyle placement. Just fuck him. And if he's happy with his job, you should be happy with him. And if he loves his mom, you should be happy with him. Iyanla, what fucking sense does that make? Iyanla. What sense does that make? And again, to pull things, again, choose better. Somebody in the comments says choose better. And part of choosing better is taking everything into account pertaining to that person's life and lifestyle. That's what choosing better is about. So now we're being told, just choose whatever, not choose better, just choose whatever. As long as he's a happy man, if he's happy with his job and he's happy with his mama, just fucking choose him. Making it easier for the pick-me niggas. Meanwhile, we got Elder, Pick-Misha, Iyanla, Rhonda up here telling us that we need to accept any and everything. And I'm so sorry. That's the reason why y'all are sitting up there old and lonely. We need to be learning from y'all mistakes. Iyanla dated a bus driver. Ask her how that shit ended. Iyanla ended up stabbing one of her 2 ex-husbands. She's been married 3 times, but only has 2 ex-husbands because she married the same man twice. Iyanla ain't that motherfucking wise. And she doesn't have a successful love story to provide for us right now to show us that this advice that she's dishing to Black women actually makes any fucking sense. She's still trying to figure it out herself. And she's still pretty masculine. Based on her definition, aggression is masculinity. Iyanla is still very much aggressive her fucking self. I really don't find an issue with Black women or women in general, right? Everybody that's born with a penis is not always going to have masculine energy, right? A man crying sometimes, some people might compartmentalize that as female energy, feminine energy. Some people might, right? Just because I'm born with the vagina doesn't mean that I'm never going to tap into masculine energy. Just because if I'm born with the penis doesn't mean I'm always going to have masculine energy. There is a need for a balance here, right? The same way Iyanla says there are too many women that are thinking with their brains and not their hearts. It's a man's job to think with his brain. It's a woman's job to think with her heart. What's wrong with both? Why can't I have a heart and brain and use them both? How dare you implore me to think from a place that is consistently and always emotional, and for me to throw logic out of the window and let my heart guide me throughout the world? That's fucking stupid, and it's naive. And a lot of us did it when we first got out of school or first got out of our parents' household, and we've got the emotional scars to prove it. We've done that shit already. Why the fuck are you trying to take us down that road? It doesn't make any fucking sense. None. Iyanla is old and she's trying to get her pussy pounded. At the end of the day, she's trying to get, like, that's all it is. I don't know if she's trying to dog whistle for blue collar workers or bus drivers to come give her some dick or whatever the case is, but Iyanla don't have the same options as a 30-year-old or 40-year-old woman. And I truly feel like Iyanla, in the way she talks to young Black women, and the way she tries to reprimand them and scold them and quote unquote put them in their place for their preference and be this fucking Kevin Samuels 2.0, I'm pretty sure her and Melanie King would get along pretty well. But the way that she does all this shit, it leads me to believe she just needs some dick. And she gonna tolerate and take whatever. But guess what, baby? All of us ain't fucking 70. And we're not gonna settle for what you settle for. We have more options than that. We have more dignity than that. We have boundaries. We have standards. We have expectations. And just because your motherfucking generation birthed a whole bunch of ain't shit ass niggas, and y'all know that. And that's why you telling us women to lower our standards, because y'all want y'all sons to have something to easily access and have a little taste and have a little piece of. Y'all know y'all produced a whole bunch of ain't shit Pookie and Ray Rays. So you like, come on, man, give our sons a try. Give our sons a chance. I know they might not make a whole bunch of money, but come on, give them a chance. What that bus driver do to you, Iyanla, that you got that divorce? Because from what I've seen in your 2 divorces, you always had an issue with that man making a lot less money than you. That bus driver that you talking about. So this is what you didn't tell the people, is that you dated a bus driver, and why your relationship with that bus driver didn't work. Why didn't it work? Was it because y'all had a difficult time when it comes to socioeconomics? Because it's really not about money or salary. It's about life placement. That's what it's about. Can you hang out with me and my friends? And so to put things into context, when Iyanla asks Eboni if she would date a bus driver, is the equivalent of asking us everyday woman if we would date a man that works at McDonald's on the fries. Not the store manager, not any of that, on the man on the fries. That's the equivalent. And so people have an issue when you put it into context. Again, for Eboni makes well over $500,000 a year. To ask her to date a bus driver that might make $70,000, $60,000 a year, $50,000 a year is asking her to step so far out of her tax bracket. For what? Not to mention he has no clue how to navigate her social circles. Socioeconomics, social status, and social experience, and economic status and experience. So would an everyday woman date a bus driver? Kind of, sort of, more than likely, maybe. But asking her that and trying to attack her and make her the poster child, and everybody's dragging her because she has a certain standard based off of where she wants her partner to be is crazy to me. And the average woman who's even arguing for Iyanla would not date the nigga on the fries at McDonald's. The nigga that cleans the toilet at McDonald's. And that's no shade to them. That's no shade to them. It's just my preference. And I shouldn't have to coddle the people that I omit from my dating pool and from what I want out of life in a relationship, in an intimate situation. Hello? When men state they want a woman of a certain size with a certain bust and a certain butt and a certain waist and a certain dress size, and they don't want anything over a size 6, I'm clearly well over a size 6, right? I'm a size 11, 12. Am I about to get upset? A support group, because at this point we got a whole bus driver support group. Clearly, and DJ Envy is the leader of it, right? So when men state off their preferences, and it's no more because they're like, the bus driver, that his occupation doesn't define his character. Well, duh, the same way our dress sizes and the way we look as women don't define our character. But men clearly and easily name off their preferences. And are women over here crying tears because some niggas don't want to date fat women, or vice versa? There's a whole group of women who a group of men who fetishize larger women. Look, and I know some of y'all wouldn't consider me fat, but when I'm keeping it real with myself and the fact that I do want to lose like 20 pounds, right? Because a lot of people are like, what happened to Jane's face? Bitch, I gained weight. That's what happened. But I do want to lose a little bit weight. But long story short, I call myself fat because I feel fat in comparison to the size I've been my entire life, right? So when it comes to men who don't want quote unquote fat women, am I offended by them? I don't want no fat women. I don't want no big shirt. I just move on. I'm not about to sit here and create some fucking think piece on Twitter and say this nigga's shitting on me because he don't want me. He clearly doesn't like big women. He stated that, and that's his preference. Men don't have to worry about their delivery and how shit comes off. But for somehow, Eboni K. Williams, her delivery has been dragged severely. Oh, the way she said it, it's like she looking down on bus drivers. And really all she said is if he owns the bus. And really she was thrown aback because they were having a generalized conversation. And Iyanla asked her a personal question about her personal preference. And that is why she made that face. And then people want to say, she didn't say anything bad about bus drivers. People like, oh, well, her delivery just wasn't it. She offended bus drivers. Well, what about the niggas that don't want to date fat bitches and how they say it and when they say it? What about their delivery? Do we care? Do we make think pieces about it? Do we make think pieces about the men who decide that they don't want us? We just move on to having conversations to the men who are open to dating fluffy women. That's it. Why y'all niggas so sensitive? That's why I bought tissues for y'all asses. Because y'all out here motherfucking crying, and half of y'all don't even drive a bus. But I think the fact is, a lot of y'all make $50,000 or less, and y'all are triggered. And y'all heard shit that never was even fucking said. And y'all projected y'all insecurities and inserted them into this conversation. And that's why we are here. Famecom said, what I walk into, you walked into a continuous reading. We're clearly still talking about an imaginary bus driver. At the end of the day, when niggas say I only want a bitch who is a size 6 or less or under, are there anybody forming support groups for the women who are size 7 and up? We've got niggas forming whole support groups, and women are a part of it too. Because they mammy and right along with Iyanla. A whole support group for imaginary bus drivers, a nigga that don't even exist. It was a would you ask question, meaning the man does not exist. Why are you doing all of this? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And baby, I'm a part-time bus driver. Don't get me wrong, baby. I drive this bus right here on YouTube. What Angela Yee need to do is make a good segment combating what Envy said, his actions, and what he did. Angela Yee needs to have Eboni K. Williams on there and refute Envy's actions because they were pretty out of pocket. Angela Yee's show is trash, and I hate to say it because I would love to work with any of the people. Angela Yee on her All the Way Up show that comes on right after the Breakfast Club. She used to be a part of the Breakfast Club. She should definitely get a piece of this controversy and this train and have an opportunity to professionally condemn what in Envy sentiments towards Eboni and towards the conversation. Because Envy took it a bit far. And then people felt like Eboni K. Williams' reaction to Envy's beige rage was out of pocket. I'm like, y'all expect Black women to accept disrespect and expect them to respond to it like a pretty little cupcake, like they can't give the same energy that's received to them and hold their own in a setting that is entertainment based. They sit there and they're shock jocks and they do things for shock value and they trash people all day long. And so they say and do things to heighten the conversation, the viralness of the situation, and expect people to not respond in an equal. This is the same group of people who sat there and badgered Lil Mama until she sat there and cried. Okay? Every woman that comes up there that comes to the Breakfast Club that doesn't agree with what y'all have to say does not have to sit there and buckle under pressure and cry and be quiet and speak in a dainty manner. There was nothing dainty about how DJ Envy was acting towards Eboni K. Williams. He came at her hella aggressive as if he's a part of their working class, and honestly, he's not. On the most of what Envy does is he shows it off and talks about his very luxurious lifestyle. So I personally feel like DJ Envy was pandering to the working class, to black collar, blue collar workers, and specifically to bus drivers. You offended Black men. There were feelings hurt. You can't just ignore that. Feelings are hurt all day, every day, and oftentimes by the truth and or by accountability. And therefore, when you distruth the people, you can't necessarily prioritize their feelings. And she honestly said nothing that was out the way. There are some people who are offended by t-shirts that say there are only two genders. We live in 2023. This is the day and age where everybody is professionally offended by something. I can't even walk out my house and put my key. Well, I don't have to put my key in my car, but I can't even walk out my house and enter my car without somebody being offended by it. Hello? Everything you do and everything you say in 2023 is going to offend somebody in some group. And that doesn't mean that you said or you did anything that was rude, wrong, offensive. And I understand the difference between impact and intent. However, for Envy to act like, well, people's feelings was hurt, acknowledge that. You need to, if I say I'm not dating a McDonald's worker, that might hurt McDonald's workers' feelings. And I get that. The same way a man might say, I only want to date a skinny woman and I'm fat. That might make me feel some type of way, but they don't owe me anything. They don't owe me additional sentences to coddle me because I'm not a part of what they're interested in. Like, are we on the same planet? Are we on the same planet? Make it make sense. And then people want to bring up the fact that apparently Eboni K. Williams was engaged to a white man. Okay. She's a swirler. All right. Does that make anything she said less valid, though? Does that make anything she said, anything, less valid? I once dated outside my race. I've dated an Salvadorian man. I've dated a biracial man who's mixed with black and white. Does that make anything she said about black empowerment less true? She spoke a lot about skill set, aspiring to do a little bit more for yourself or for your family. Does that make anything less true? Am I an advocate? Excuse me. Am I an advocate of swirling? No. However, and would I ever do it again? With me having dating that one El Salvadorian and the one biracial man, I did it. I'll never do it again. I want the cultural understanding. I don't want to explain simple fucking nuances that all fucking black people get and understand. And that's just me. And that's my preference. However, I'm not forcing that onto anybody else, nor does Eboni K. Williams do her standards represent or stand for all black women. Okay, so she doesn't want to date a bus driver. That doesn't represent all other black women, and her social and her status and her income versus a bus driver's income. That's not the same as us everyday people having conversations and listening to talking and tuning into this content. So her preferences aren't like a representative of all black women. But if we take it into context and compare it and create something similar based on the question that was asked via Iyanla, asking her if she's going to date a man that makes less than $100,000 a year when she makes $400,000 or $500,000 a year and has a net worth of $3 million. So I'm keeping it little. I'm really being generous with saying she makes $500,000 a year. To ask a woman that has a net worth of $3 million if she would date a man that makes $50,000 or $70,000, it's a bit much. It's a huge leap down. So to make the conversation more realistic and to apply it to everyday people, it would be asking the average woman that makes, let's just say, $70,000 if she would date a man that works at McDonald's. And the answer is no. The answer is no. The answer is no. Should we apologize from that or lower our standards or just go out here dating niggas that work at McDonald's and IHOP and shit like that? No. And nobody's telling their daughters to go fucking looking for niggas at McDonald's. That's the equivalent. Let's break it down to everyday people like you and me. Fuck the bus driver. Because a lot of us regular women listening to this, the bus driver might be somewhere around our tax bracket. Would you date that nigga that work at McDonald's or IHOP? No. You wouldn't. So is anybody telling their daughters to go search for these low income niggas? And if he loves his job and he loves his mama, date him. Huh? That's your question. You're halfway to Jesus. I'm so sorry. I ain't trying to be ageist, but I expect your standards to be all over the place. That's why Cher was out here dating this little 20-something-year-old nigga, 30-year-old man, and she fucking 80. Okay? Or no, I think 25. So whatever the age difference is, it's more than 30 years. That's why Cher out here being stupid over some dick. She's on her way to Jesus. She's almost on to glory or hell. We don't fucking know. Cher out here making dumb decisions for dick because she just wants some dick because she knows she on her way out of this bitch. She's accepting any and everything because she's old. Aight. But as for us young and supple women, I think the fuck not. You keep this build with Pookie and Ray Ray ass mentality. You keep that over there at the senior home with you, Iyanla. You're 70. You're 70. You're 70. You're 70. You're 70. You're 70. Keep that shit over there. Y'all might be and maybe you need to have a whole stream about how older women need to settle. Listen, if you're over 65, you need to settle because listen, you don't know when that last stroke might come. You just need to go ahead and get you some dick and get you a little partner so you can die at peace, and or vice versa or whatever. You have that shit at the senior home because I can see why. I might be 70 lower in my standards to this if I was single. Honestly, I might. I just want some dick. I just want to go to Pound Town. But as for me and my generation, the millennials, the 30 and 40-year-old, or well, 40-year-olds aren't millennials, but you get what I'm saying. As for the 20, 30, and 40-year-olds, absolutely not. You're out of your fucking mind. Something's wrong with you. Are you serious?
Nigga, you gotta be ashamed of yourself, nigga. Real talk. You gotta be ashamed of yourself. Old as you is.
Ciao. Y'all are out of pocket. And for the life of me, I've never seen such a loud, outward 70-year-old pick me. It's crazy to me. She's really out of pocket.
Out of pocket for that shit. Way out of pocket. What do you gain from that?
Okay. Somebody was just placed in timeout, but it was a mistake. Okay. I think it was Pretty Walla. Okay. So that was a mistake. I know you're a channel member too. So I just want to make sure you know that that was and mistakes happen. I've done it too, modern father. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna listen to Iyanla VanZant together. And we're going to watch what she said yesterday and today because she has been live. She has been live about this. Let me share with y'all the most problematic take. The most problematic take that Iyanla VanZant had about this whole situation. Iyanla VanZant said in her live stream that I was present from beginning to end yesterday. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but we are going to watch some of it. She said a lot of your standards, talking to her core audience, which is what? Black women, right? But she wants to pretend like, when did race become a part of the conversation, or when did we make it a color thing? So she told us, Black women, a lot of your standards are set up in such a way that your own father couldn't even meet those standards that you expect someone else's son to meet. I have an eternal lifetime problem with that sentiment. How dare you utilize my standards as the starting ground to compare my father and someone else's son to. So what if my standards are above what my father did? First of all, most parents want their children to have and experience something better than what they have. They want their children to have better than what they have or what they've done. How dare you basically call my father? And see, this is how I know she's talking to the Black community. She's not talking to the white community. She's talking to the Black community. She knows a lot of our fathers were trash. And she says, y'all got these high fucking standards. Your father couldn't meet these standards that you expect somebody else's son to meet. What the fuck does what my father did or did not do? What the fuck does that have to do with what I want out of a man, which is respect and equality, and that is it. How dare you try to diss my father and compare what my father did or did not do to somebody else's son? Are you sick? You clearly are sick. It's giving you a little see. I knew these bitches slow. I ain't know this bitch is see now. It's giving the see now shit is sinking in. That's what the fuck is giving. My father was trash. How he showed up in a relationship, baby, I don't care and I don't know. That's not a child's business. What did they tell us all the time when we were growing up? Stay in the child's place. So as far as who and how my father showed up in a relationship is not my fucking business. What is my business is how he parented. And when we're talking about basic relationship shit, we're not talking about parenting. It's not my business what happened in my father and my mother's relationship. However, I will share that they were broke up before I got married, but before I was born, excuse me. They were broke up before I was even born. My father has one story about it, and my mother has another story about it. And there's three sides to every story. This person's side, that person's side, and the truth. It's not my business to sift down to how my father acted in a relationship and to say, you know what, my expectations should be. Now, if he was an amazing, now, for the people who do have absolutely amazing and outstanding fathers that go above the moon and beyond for their wife and their children, and it's very evident, great for them. They might be able to choose a partner based off of that. But for the people who didn't experience the best of a father or didn't witness an amazing relationship, how dare you act like you seen an ain't trash nigga raise you? So how you expect somebody else's son to treat you good? Like, bitch, be real. Are you serious? Serious. I've come to realize that you're fucking serious. Y'all guys' standards are set up in a way where your father couldn't meet those standards and you expect somebody else's son to meet them? Your father couldn't even treat you right. So why should you expect somebody else to treat you right? Because your father couldn't even do you. You married a whole man for the approval of your father. I know you're not talking to women who got daddy issues when you have them your fucking self. You married a whole man, a man that you had to get divorced from in order to become successful and become the Iyanla VanZant that you are today. So you have daddy issues. So you're being condescending to other women who may have daddy issues or fathers who weren't the best spouse to that parent, which is none of a child's business. All that matters is the parenting. And you're sitting here being condescending, talking about what their father did or did not do, which has absolutely nothing to do with their standards and where they lie. Iyanla needs some motherfucking milk, bitch. She needs some milk. She needs some milk. and she's very aggressive, which in her mind is masculine, right? I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm not quote unquote aggressive. I'm sassy. And the way I convey my point, some people might consider them aggressive. Okay, whatever. The difference is I'm not equating a woman being past assertive and being aggressive and equating that to being masculine and saying women need to stop. No, I'm okay with who the fuck I am and what the fuck I am. Iyanla is still just as aggressive as she was on Iyanla's Fix My Fucking Life. And it's masculine. Per her definition. Right? Women need to stop being. She's literally throwing her fucking relationship standards down our throat. And if we don't accept it, she's gonna start waterboarding us with this shit. Do you accept it? This is what you need to do for this man. And you need to stop doing XYZ. It's fucking masculine. And this is why Iyanla VanZant has admitted that she was a shitty mother. She's admitted I was a terrible mother, but I was a good father. Because I know how to direct and demand and give instructions. And that's all she's still the fuck doing. Oh, but other women need to come off of their aggressiveness, which she equates to masculinity. But she still sits there and think that because her delivery has become a bit more candid, that we not going to catch on to the fact that she's still very much aggressive, whether it's passive aggressive, whether she's changed up the delivery or what. She's still very much fucking aggressive. Stop fucking playing with me. I get tired of the older generation playing in my face, especially when y'all raised up these niggas that you want us to lower our standards for. I think the fuck not. We've been there. We've done that. We've used our heart instead of our brain quite frequently. And it led us where? To a pool of heartbreak and shit that we might not even be done healing from. Iyanla's on crack. And I don't mean that literally. It's clearly a metaphor. But goddamn it. Fuck out my face. Ciao. Oh, so I see somebody trying to join the membership, but they can't figure it out. Hopefully somebody can help them. Let's listen to what the fuck Iyanla got to say. I'm tired of this shit. We were literally raised to be masculine because they knew that men already existed that weren't going to take care of our feelings and our household. A lot of them were raising us from single family households. 23% of the country are single parent households, and 80% of them are led by women. So these are women who raised us, and I was born in the 90s. They knew they were going to be abandoned and without. These niggas will fuck you, and as soon as you become pregnant and they pretend like y'all are in an amazing relationship, they'll leave your ass. And so our parents raised us in such a way. You depend on that nigga if you want to. You'll be sitting in the dark without the BGE money. You need to make sure you can do what you need to do for yourself. Iyanla is so far removed from the childbearing process and the child raising process that she's encouraging us to go backwards. Our parents taught us not, us women, us girls, we were girls at that time, but not to depend. Make sure you got what you got for you. If you get pregnant, make sure you can do. Of course, you want the guy there helping to take care of that child. Physically, psychologically, and monetarily. But if he can't, you need to make sure you can do what you need to do for you. They taught us that. And here she is trying to unteach us the shit. Are you serious? Are you serious? Granny on my nerves. This is what I'm gonna call her. She's 70. She's the age of somebody's granny. Granny getting on my fucking nerves. Granny is on my last fucking nerve. Okay? Granny's on my nerve. Let me pipe down. Because Granny is out of pocket. I wish I could go tell my granny what this granny is telling me. They so not. I would have to explain who Iyanla and who Eboni. I would be talking to my grandmother about this. She'd be like, "Well, who's the bus driver they keep talking about?" And ain't no bus driver. He's imaginary. He don't even exist. They keep talking about this bus driver. Who is? My granny taught me the opposite. Okay. My granny taught me the opposite. Always make sure you can do for you. Always make sure you can do for you. Do not become dependent on anybody to provide the necessary, because if and when that ever goes away or is taken away, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Graham will go off on her. It's crazy because she talks about black women being aggressive, but a lot of the black men that she used to bring on her show wouldn't complete treatment because they viewed her as aggressive. Aha! Good point. Really good point. Really good point. Somebody's asking me to drop the link. Okay, I'll drop the link. If somebody wants to call in and give their viewpoint, if you do call in, please keep in mind that you have to keep your commentary and what you have to say down to 5 minutes. Okay, down to 5 minutes, right? So don't come up here giving a long soliloquy or whatever the case is. Keep it down to 5 minutes so that we can get to other callers and get to other aspects of the show, because there are other aspects. So I'll give y'all a couple minutes to come on in, because I see that somebody asked me to drop the link. What's it say? I'm confused how race played a role into this entire bus driver conversation. She doesn't have to date a bus driver if she doesn't see fit. Men are always hollering what they don't want. Why is it a problem? Good point. Good point. I think race came into it because of Iyanla's very obvious demographic. That's my opinion. Iyanla ain't the spokesperson for white people, white women, white men, white nothing. Native American. Iyanla is black community, period. So that's how I think that race came into the conversation, just based on her demographic. So people automatically were like, so you're telling black women XYZ, and you're not and so based on people understanding that her main demographic is black women, okay, so you're telling black women that they should accept XYZ from black men. So you're saying black men can be mediocre or whatever the case is, and bringing it in. So I think that that's how race seeped into this conversation, by us understanding her demographic. I think her demographic is a bit more blacker than the Breakfast Club. I would say more white people listen to the Breakfast Club than they listen to Iyanla VanZant. So that's how I think race became a part of this conversation, to be honest. What else do we have here? I'm just waiting a couple minutes to see if there's anybody that calls in. If they call in, they call. If they don't, then we're going to move into listening to Iyanla's sentiments. If black men use all their platforms to preach to young black boys and men about doing right and not participating in criminal activities, watch Michael Jordan have something to say. What if black men use all their platforms? Why would Michael Jordan have something to say about another black man using that platform to preach about not participating in criminal activities? Although that's a really good idea. But But I might be missing something. Crime, Michael Jordan, prison investment tiers. Oh, because Michael Jordan invested in prisons. I think I might see what you're saying, but I would have to do more research on that because I'm not. I don't know anything about him investing in prisons. But I see what you're saying based on what you said. So let me drop the link one more time. Whether you agree or disagree, it is okay. I don't mind the difference of opinion. We had another guy here yesterday, a Nigerian man, and we're about to play that call in a second. So that we can hear exactly what he had to say about the situation. Okay. As a matter of fact, we actually have a call right now. What I really need y'all to do is let me know if you hear an echo when I bring this caller on. Okay. Last night, people were telling me they heard an echo, but I didn't see the comments in enough time. If y'all hear an echo, I'll have to put my headphones in. But we do have a caller back here on the line. All of you all welcome the caller. Drop some pancakes in the chat. And like I said, let me know if you hear an echo. But drop some pancakes. Let's welcome our first caller of the show.
The following video is broadcasting live, and thank you for being my studio audience. Thank you for hitting thumbs up and subscribing to my channel for more Black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy.
All right. So, Drea, you are here live on the show. What do you have to add to this conversation?
Hi, Jane. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
I've been enjoying your conversation about this whole situation with Eboni and Iyanla.
Mm-hmm.
And what I find so interesting is in nature, the female picks the mate. She's the one that picks the mate, the best quality mate for her and her offspring.
Right.
And yet we as humans get so twisted about that.
Mm-hmm.
Because in nature, generally what happens is the males are looking for quantity in order to, spread his seed far and wide so that he can continue his, legacy. And the female is more interested in quality, the quality of mate. So she goes after the best mate for her and her lineage. Mm-hmm. And so now when we bring this into the human aspect, it's an issue. It's a problem. Mm-hmm. And yet when men express their preferences, and like you said, it could be about weight. I would even say, I've heard men say this about women having children. They don't want to deal with women that have children. They don't want to deal with a certain age. They have all these preferences that they have, and they feel they have the right to. And yes, you have the right to, but how does that mean that women also don't have the right to have a preference?
Right.
So I'm just confused.
And that's my point. When you have a preference, whether it's I don't want to date tall guys or short guys, or I don't want to date short guys. Let's just stick with short guys. Do you have to sit and suck up to and say, I don't want to date short guys, but there's nothing wrong with short guys. Short guys are probably great. There are great attributes in the short guys. Matter of fact, here are the great. Do you have to coddle those short guys, or do you just say, listen, I just don't want a short guy, period? Whether it's a short guy, a guy that works at McDonald's, a guy of a certain income, a guy at a certain place in his career placement, does that mean you then have to coddle those who you omit? I'm sorry. And that's my point. Men don't coddle anybody that they omit. They just name off the people who they not fucking with, who they not interested with, and they keep fucking going. And not that the standard should be what men do, but the question is, and not that women should be able to quote unquote do everything men do, because I know that's going to be one of the manosphere's talking points. They want to do everything we do, but the thing about it is politeness, and politeness comes up because a lot of people have said that Eboni's delivery was rude and it was shitting on certain bus drivers, right? Or people working of that whatever. And so if you're saying Ebony is being rude because she didn't coddle a certain group of people that she's not interested in because she omitted them, the opposite of that is politeness. So if you feel like her delivery was rude pertaining to bus drivers when she simply said, I wouldn't want to date one of those, then why are y'all not concerned when men aren't polite, when men are just as rude, when they name off their preferences and their expectations and what they do and do not want in a relationship? Why at this point we literally have whole support groups based on and for bus drivers. Whole support group, bus drivers, okay. Oh, the bus drivers, oh, she was so nice. I mean, like whole support groups as if somebody really shot him upside the fucking head. Like, but there are no group, and I feel like that's crazy. But I also feel like it would be crazy if a nigga wanted to date a skinny woman, and I'm not skinny, and there was support groups forming based off of that. I'd be like, that's not necessary. He's just not interested in my type. Like, but the fact of the matter is, I don't have a support. No women have a support group for because they're not a part of men omitting women based off of their preferences and expectations. Niggas is up in arms about this because apparently it's morally and it's an unwritten rule that it's illegal for women to have a preference for men, but it's okay for men to have a preference for a woman. Make it make sense.
Well, for me, it's two things. Ebony did not say she would not date a bus driver. What she said was if he owns the bus.
Exactly. And I mean, even if it's not, even if it is a never, right? Because she was clearly speaking to ownership. But even if it's a never, okay, I would never date a guy that works at McDonald's. If somebody, would you date a guy that works at McDonald's? It still applies if he owns the McDonald's. At the bottom line, there are more people working there than that own them. So at the bottom line, I wouldn't fucking date a guy that works at McDonald's. Okay, even if she wouldn't date a bus driver, because that's what it boils down to. She created a way of not playing semantics with Iyanla, but she made a point about ownership to counter that statement. And that was it. So, okay, she won't date a guy that drives a bus. It's a personal question. Okay, and what's next?
And then the other thing that I find really interesting about this whole conversation is these same men that are up in arms about a woman's preference, would they then have this same argument if it was their daughter?
That's what I'm saying. And I asked that Nigerian man that last night, and he said he would, but I fully disagree. I fully disagree with what he had to say. I fully disagree. What do you have any other closing remarks? We have another caller back here, and then we want to get into.
No, thank you. It was great talking to you.
No problem. Thank you for calling in, and I do hope that you call in a future show as well. Thank you so much for participating.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Let's get into another caller, and then we'll get into our Nigerian caller. Okay. Hey, Margot. How are you? Calling in.
I'm good. I'm a Maryland girl. I'm Ghanaian American. So I'm like, the Nigerian caller was lying because you have to pay his wife's dowry. I don't know what tribe he's from, but like he was lying. Like I don't know. Like that, I would never date someone who's a truck driver or a bus driver. I would never make more than my dad. I'm a stay-at-home wife. What you want to do about that? Like you cannot make less than my father makes. That's insane. Or my mother. That's insane.
How much does your husband make?
My partner makes well over 8 figures, and I would not date lower.
Okay, period, girl. Period, girl. Do your thing.
But my thing is like, it's like Iyanla begin me. I'm like, first of all, your name makes no sense, but it's okay. I'll give you that. But second of all, I'm like, okay, like if you want her to like date a bus driver, why? And it was a race thing because the average Black American male makes less than the average Black American female.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm from Maryland. I'm a Maryland girl. I know how much we make. Don't touch me. I can make good money if I wanted to. I can make good money. like, nah, it was definitely a racial thing. Please don't test me. Like, I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, I was listening to it. I was like, Iyanla, you messing me up right now. Come on now. You better do some healing with some football players, something else. She also coddles all of these males. And I was like, nah. At this point, black women, it was her fiance was white. And I think that was something that turned Iyanla kind of like little sideways. She was like, And I was like, it doesn't matter. She said she doesn't want to date or be with someone who drives a bus. If he owns a bus company, in the social circles you're gonna be in with, why would my parents make more than that? Like, why would you? There's no situation that would even happen. You know, so it's like. Iyanla was tripping. She was tripping.
She big time tripping. And again, I just feel like apparently it's somebody Lester in the chat. Lester, you can call in. You can click the link, Lester. I would love to have a calm conversation with you. No biting your head off, just talking. But Lester, I see a lot of people are responding to you and asking you to call in. And a lot of people disagree with you. You can call in and voice your opinion if your thought process and your perspective.
My dowry, and it was a big dowry because I'm the youngest woman of my family. It was a big dowry, and so if you can't pay my dowry as a bus driver, why would I date you?
Yeah,
you can't even marry me in my culture. Why would I date you? So then, if she's a lawyer, she's established. No,
she's a lawyer. She's an author. She's on several different television shows. Her income is a bus driver.
So she should be a bus driver.
A bus driver.
A bus driver. I mean, y'all gonna disagree with me if you want to. I will still my stance. There's in no faction of my life would there be a moment where I'm like, hey, I would date somebody who works at Starbucks. Not gonna happen.
Hello,
and
at
neither should she.
Are there people at McDonald's that love their job and love their mom? Let me go date.
You better own like 5 franchises.
It doesn't make sense.
I'm not. But even if you think about it, like if Eboni were to go to a social outing with her other people in her social status, what are you gonna talk about?
That's what I'm saying. That's the social dynamic of it. Again, it's social and economic. It's not just about his salary. She has to then teach him how to behave in certain social settings based off of what she does at her leisure or whatever the places she's in or whatever the case is. And who wants to do all that? Like who wants to teach somebody how to behave at certain events because she's of a certain tax bracket or echelon, right? Whether you want to call it the upper echelon or not. And then they've got to be willing. And are they just mooching? And to determine all that, it might seem like too much work. It might seem like too much work to try to determine like that. You just when you're dating, you really do have to consider at your core, what work are you willing to put out? And dating in itself is work. And so to have to teach somebody to have to go with your lifestyle financially and then socially too, to teach them a certain type of etiquette, that is work. And if you don't want to do that and you would rather date somebody who's already in your brackets and social circles, monetary and socially, then that is okay to have that preference because it makes it less strenuous for you. I'm not trying to fall in love and teach you how to walk at the same time. And that's essentially what it is for me, to teach you how to deal with the money that I have and the money that I deal with and the social circles and the people that I deal with and how to behave and what is and what isn't appropriate. Hell, I don't even know if I could behave appropriately for the social circles that Eboni be in. Okay? Like, because I'm a regular fucking.
But as a Black woman, we can kind of like conform really quickly get her stuff done. You know, get her stuff done real quickly, and just go.
I mean,
But
it's a
with
thing,
the
but
man,
also,
I'm like, nah. Ain't nobody teaching you that. No one's
Mhm.
teaching you how to financially spend appropriately as a bus driver. Obviously,
No.
something happened wrong in your life. We ain't doing that right now. I'm sorry. I agree with her 100%. I'm like, I would never. And even my mom was like, I would never want my. I'm the third out of 3 daughters. I'm the last one. She's like, I would never.
Right. I got
No,
you.
that's crazy. Even my dad was like, no. Literally no. Nah.
Absolutely.
And if what's his face wants to call it, or what's her face, or what their face is wants to call it, I'm cool with that. But I'm just over here like, nah, because it doesn't actually make social sense.
Right. It
Especially
doesn't.
on the East Coast. It doesn't make any sense.
It absolutely doesn't. You have any closing remarks? We got to move on. We got 2 other
My
callers.
closing remarks are do better for yourself. Do not windmill or settle for something. Please, you guys, like everyone can deserve happiness and whatever. That's it.
Period. Thank you so much for calling in. I do appreciate your participation, and I look forward to you calling in the future. I really do appreciate you calling in.
Okay.
All right. Have a good night. All right, let's get on to the next caller. We're listen, we're doing better with the callers, okay? We ain't letting people go on. We are getting through and allowing different perspectives to be shared while letting other people get their things through. Let me just go ahead and say this really quickly for my makeup girlies. If you enjoy makeup, if you like makeup, please check out this channel. This channel is Deeper Than Skin Deep. Okay, they give makeup reviews. For the most part, they're high-end makeup reviews and skincare tips, tricks, and all of that other stuff. But check out this channel. It's a really good channel. I'm subscribed to this channel. When you subscribe, drop some pancakes in the first chat you can find. Matter of fact, I'm putting the link in the description box, in the chat right now. The link is in the description box. It's the first link in the description box. But for the makeup girlies, okay, if you're really looking to understand what are the best products at Sephora and Ulta, good, bad, and the ugly about these products, it's definitely a channel that you want to check out. I get everybody don't buy high-end makeup all the time. Most of my stuff in my drawer is kind of high-end. I can't even hold you. But if you just want to do some high-end stuff every now and then, and you want your spouse to get you a little something, make sure you get the review from Deeper Than Skin Deep. Again, it's the first link down below in the description box. And also, I just dropped it down below in the chat. So make sure you subscribe to that channel because honestly, it's really, really good. Let's get into our next caller. Shout out to everybody that is here. Okay. We are getting into some things, baby. The people are calling in, and this is it's been a pretty good show. Most women are on this page. You do have a couple of pick-meshas who agree with Iyanla VanZant, and Iyanla is old and lowering her standards based on life expectancy, and that shouldn't be the case for us young supple people. I'm not trying to be ageist. I would be blessed to live to get to the age that Iyanla is at. But it's just the way that she's trying to apply her lowered standards and trying to push us in a direction that she'd already been in and divorced the nigga. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. But hey, nonetheless, let's get into our next caller. Okay, let's get into our next caller.
The following video is broadcasting live, and thank you for being my studio audience. Thank you for hitting thumbs up and subscribing to my channel for more Black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy.
All right, so Caramel Doll 85, you're live on the air. What are your thoughts about this topic?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So, first thing I want to say is that somebody, I think the last caller and maybe a couple other people had spoken about like how the men, like how Ebony has just like set the men off, like they are just, enraged about this. And it's very simple to me. I think a lot of these men, right, and let's just say black men, because it it turned into a black debate, even though Ebony's point was not about black men. It was just men in general.
Right.
But what I will say is that I've noticed that I think that most of these men are mad and on edge about this because Ebony is representative of their preference, right? The way she looks, her body type, things like that. She has long natural hair. She's light skinned. She's pretty. She's fit, feminine, fit, and friendly, right? Up until she told them about themselves.
Good point.
She's letting it be known that although she may be their preference, women like her do not prefer men like them. That's
good
why
point.
the men are upset.
I didn't think about that, but that's a good point.
Yeah, because I noticed none of these men have attacked her looks or her weight the way they would have done if it was a heavier woman, Lizzo saying something like that, or a dark-skinned woman, your average at best, Mr. Kevin Samuels. Nobody has attacked her looks yet, and I think that that's one of the reasons why they're very upset. The other thing I want to say is that I had a lot of thought about this, but do you mind if I made a Facebook post about this that pretty much sums up like all my ideas? And I wanted to just read the Facebook post and then just let it be that. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So I said, let me go to the top. I said, I've never really liked Iyanla, and I've been vocal on here in the past about her methods. The stuff with Eboni K. Williams is a prime example of how older black women who are still very male-centered and also see no value in women unless she has a man, they set the younger generation of black women up to fail and end up in these disastrous relationships. Iyanla's not new school. She's about 70-something years old, and she has that, hello, may I speak to Barbara? Barbara, this is Shirley mindset, okay? Her promoting black men being complacent in their mediocrity while encouraging exceptional black women to just accept it and make concessions for them while no one makes concessions for us is harmful, and she's trash for that. It's always been black woman, a just black woman, settle black woman, mule black woman, but it's never stand up black men, show up black men, do better black men, build black men. And Iyanla contradicted herself by saying men build and women create. If you go back and listen to that, then she started
I heard that
saying, why are you building when you should be creating? But then she gonna turn around and say not only would she date a bus driver, but she would build with one. So building for yourself and any kids you might have is masculine, but building with a broke nigga is feminine. Make that make sense to me. And asking Eboni why she would date a bus driver without asking her why and getting to the nitty gritty of it and just telling her, well, that's a problem just because she said no, to me screams of an agenda. I think the question was inappropriate.
Thank you.
It was inappropriate. And oddly enough, from what I could research, some people are saying one of her husbands was a bus driver. I know she had been married.
Yes, she admitted that.
The two, okay, so then maybe that was the first one, because at least the last one that she was with was a Nigerian man. He was like a businessman or something like that. So it's like, okay, Yawl, I mean, your relationships haven't been perfect, but whatever, sis. And so then I said, DJ Envy yelling at Eboni because she don't want to date a bus driver when he himself is not a bus driver and he's very rich is odd to me. Not this same fake black man who is pretending to be offended by her comments and is claiming to be standing up for the working class when just a couple years ago, he made disparaging comments about public school and the teachers and why his kids are in private school. DJ Envy basically went on a rant saying that his kids are not in public school because the teachers are horrible. The kind of kids that go to public school are not the kind of people that he wants his kids around. He put his kids in private school. Why? Because private schools are above average. And he wanted his kids to have access to things that are above average. But now you're flaming this black woman for saying that she wants something that is above average. Okay. I said, this is, the same dude, him and Charlamagne, the same niggas who sat up doing the key with Kitten Hills when he came on their show, agreeing with high value men and women, arguments. So if you agree with his views, then tell me why you think a woman like Eboni, who would be considered high value, right, should date a bus driver. Is she not the definition of a high value woman? She's young, she's gorgeous, she's fit, she has the preferential phenotype, she's accomplished. So why would she marry a man who has to get up every morning and drive a bus for a living? And I basically said that DJ Envy doesn't have the range and that he should sit all the way down. I said, Eboni is exceptional and the things that she has done are exceptional. She makes millions. She has businesses and a law degree. Why should she settle for a man who makes maybe at best $55K a year. He can't maintain her lifestyle, working a regular job. He doesn't have the amount of free time and flexibility to create the kind of life that will mirror hers. And the part that a lot of people are skipping over this, you kind of touched on it, was that it has been proven through multiple studies and a lot of firsthand testimony from women who do make more than their men that these relationships do not work. The men feel inadequate. They feel angry. They become abusive. They harbor resentment towards women
all the
for her
time.
success. And it don't even have to be that you make a lot of money. If you just make more than him in any kind of way, there's ego, being hurt there. They become resentful towards their woman and her success and their lack of it. So telling her to date that far down can't be nothing but a call to see this woman end up in a messed up relationship. There is a certain kind of woman who will be happy to have a bus driver as a man, especially if she has a similar salary or even makes slightly more or less. They can have a nice combined income. They can probably live a regular life, take 1 or 2 vacations a year. But Eboni K. Williams is not regular. I don't think that Iyanla would ever sit her old ass on TV and ask Megan Cuniff or Ann Coulter or Caitlin Collins or Megan Kellen or Connie Chung or AOC if they would date bus drivers. So why would she ask an accomplished Black woman something like that? And it basically is just, she said the quiet part out loud, which is that the men are lacking and that we should just go ahead and basically accept that, girl. Like, the way she put it was that, girl, the men are lacking. Y'all want this, but our men don't have this. So if you want to get one of our men, then you have to do this. I just don't understand how a lot of these men are lazy and then the women are expected to pick up the slack, but then also get called, masculine for doing so. And my final point was that I'm tired of people acting like Black men and Black women didn't step off the same plantation, as if we don't have the same struggles, and even worse for us because we're women. So we have to fight with everybody, including our own men punching down on us. We also have to fight gender discrimination, something that they don't have to fight. I'm tired of them using the system as to why they can't be better, but also cannot explain why the women in their community who face the same system, in addition to gender discrimination, have surpassed them. And considering how Eboni never specified Black men and has said that she has dated all over, it's crazy to me that this turned into a Black issue. But I guess hit dogs still holler, don't they?
Oh, ma'am.
That was
why is you preaching like that?
It was a lot. It was a lot, girl. But I had to get it off my chest because, like, some of the stuff I was seeing, I was just like, y'all don't really understand what's going on. But yeah, girl, points were made, I suppose.
ma'am.
It's a lot. It's a lot, And I just think that, I used to I was never here for Iyanla. I used to get ate up on Facebook, especially back when she first came out with her series about, I said, I don't know if any of Iyanla's degrees are valid. I feel like her methods are not, I feel like they're not effective. And I would just watch her show sometimes like there's no way that this works for anybody. And then I do notice that she is very hard on women. But when she had that episode with like them 10 brothers who had them 20 something, one of the men had 50 kids. She was very soft the way she spoke to them. She didn't call them gutter snipes or, like she called Keisha Cole's sister a gutter snipe. Like, sis, you don't have that kind of language for these men who are out here creating, fatherless families. So, my final point to that, I agree with you. I think that Iyanla is in her 70s. At this point, she'll take anything because she is no longer in the preferred demographic for men. Even men that are in their 40s and 50s or 50s and even 60s probably would date somebody like Eboni before they dated a 70-something-year-old woman like Iyanla. So, yeah, she's at a point now where I think for any kind of affection, she is just whatever man will take her. Yeah, I agree with you. I
do think that there's a certain amount. A lot of people don't want to admit it, but you got to call it out. If enough people vocalize an issue, there might be something there. Maybe, right? Mm-hmm. Some people lie, but whatever. But not. Iyanla is a part of a generation that is growing older, and they're not in their prime anymore. Mm-hmm. And I don't doubt that Iyanla was fine in her prime because honestly, she's fine right now. She don't even look 70 years old, in my opinion. She looks 50 to me. Right. And so when Black women, when they grow older and they see younger, attractive women getting a great amount of attention, they become envious of that. And they begin to find anything. It doesn't matter what they can find, right? In this essence, she didn't find this woman's track record, a Russ record, whatever. She just found her preference of not dating a bus driver to badger her and beat her down. They will take when they see a young, attractive woman, because they're not young anymore. They might still be attracted to the fucking 50 and older crew. She's attractive to the 50 and older crew. Outside of that, like, she's not like attractive in the sense of wanting to date her.
Right. So and I think she's just out of touch too.
She does that, and she does that a lot. The question seemed a little intentional for me. Mm-hmm. The question of, would you date a bus driver? I think if she had said McDonald's, it would have been totally different. But truthfully, I keep bringing up McDonald's because that's the reality for most of the women having the conversation. Mm-hmm. Everybody's not a millionaire like Iyanla and Eboni. Eboni and Iyanla are millionaires. Right. For us everyday women, it would be, would you date a man that works at McDonald's?
Correct. Or a call center. Would you date a call center brother or something like that? You know,
like a legitimate, absolute man. And then, first of all, I worked at McDonald's for 4 years, and then I gave my life to Christ, and I went over to Chick-fil-A. And I went over there.
Yeah.
I was in college. I was between high school and college when I worked at those places. But I've worked there, and there's a certain smell that you cannot get off you. Like, you legitimately cannot get the smell of that grease off you. You're dealing with so many different people and so many different personalities and so many different illnesses. You got people who are homeless who want to come in there. You got people who are entitled who come in there. And whatever the case is, and it doesn't matter how many times you wash those pants and that shirt, you smell like fresh McDonald's fries.
My first job was McDonald's when I was 14.
Like, it is. So I'm not shitting on them. Like, it. Yeah. The only reason I'm as good with people as I am now is because of my McDonald's experience. So I would never shit on McDonald's workers, bus driver workers, whatever. Like, I would never shit on them because they're necessary. However, where I have evolved to and leveled up to in my life, there are certain people. I remember the mentality. And when I worked there, I was 16. Yeah, I was 16.
Right.
You know what I mean? So for me to deal with another man that's my age, that's 30, that works at McDonald's, that's out of the fucking question for me. That's out of the fucking question.
Yeah.
And should I be burned at the stake or stoned because I don't want to date a nigga who works at McDonald's, somewhere that I once worked? I'm not turning my nose up at them, but I don't want to date a man that's if I'm attracted to kids, then sure, let me date a 16-year-old. But that's not like, people are acting like it's illegal for women to formulate standards, and they feel like, well, I think that this standard is it's out of the ordinary. I feel like the standard that you have, Black woman, who the fuck are you to have a standard? Date who comes to you.
You know, the way they treat women is almost, when I think about, like, especially because you touched on like the manosphere logic, what I've come to realize is a lot of the standards, or not standards, a lot of the things that whole group says about like traditional roles, like what women should do and what women should or should not be able to do, it mirrors that of children. It's almost as if they want women to be children. And listen, I'm 38 years old myself. My father and my mother already raised me. They already raised me. I'm not here to be raised and to be ordered around by somebody else's grown ass son who, hasn't really accomplished anything with his life. I feel the same way about Iyanla giving relationship advice to Black women. And I'm a millennial, right? So I'm 38. But I feel the same way about her giving these new age modern women dating advice the way I do about these white politicians, making policies back, from when they were in their heyday and, the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. This is like 2023 and things are not the same, and Black women are, the Black collective as a whole, and the world as a whole, right? Especially here in America, women are changing. Things are becoming more progressive. And, Iyanla I don't feel like she really has that much of a progressive, mindset, especially when it comes to, relationships. So I don't feel like she should be giving young women advice because, again, Barbara, this is Shirley,
Hello.
everything, like that it's not good advice. It's not good advice. And she's stuck in her mindset. I think a lot of Black women of her age, they have that mindset. They were raised and it was drilled into them that like Black men are the most important people in the Black community. Right? The white man is after them. The white man, as if we weren't also denied jobs for being Black, as if we were not sexually accosted for being women. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and so I think, Iyanla, when you are dealing with women that have that kind of a mindset, they're always, even if they're unintentionally doing it, they're always putting Black men above Black women and children in the community. And that's why I don't think that those women are, I don't think that we should be taking advice from them. And like you said, she just like Steve Harvey. It's the same way I judge Steve Harvey. He has had way too many marriages. His kids, he's had some kind of iffy relationships with his own kids. And it's too much to be trying to give anybody any kind of advice. And I kind of feel the same way about Iyanla. Like, y'all, you don't have a history of, getting married just that one time and doing it right and having a long lasting relationship. You're in no position to be telling nobody what to do because look at you.
Right. You've been giving advice since you were in shitty marriages. Matter of fact, you were giving advice when you were in a marriage that you had to leave. And now you're giving marriage as giving advice. Matter of fact, you were giving relationship advice when you were in a marriage that you ultimately ended up in a divorce with on the Oprah show. And now you're single and you're giving advice. And we have no marker to really definitively say, okay, you know what, this works. This makes sense because she's found success. Although your singular success story wouldn't necessarily like sell us and this is good advice. You just settled because you're 70 and God is only about 10-15 years from you. I'm just trying to be nice.
Knocking.
Right.
He about 20 bus stops away from her. He about 20 bus stops away from her.
God is knocking. So So I totally understand when you start seeing a little bit of the light being the light that you ultimately end up hopefully going to the pearly gates too. You end up lowering your standards just to get a little bit of something of what you want and crossing things off your bucket list and trying to figure out how you can get it even if you need to change character. Your bucket list is set up in such a way where, well, if I need to change my character to get this off my bucket list, then and people do that. And so it's like, are you changing your character based off your bucket list? At this point, if you want to change your character, Iyanla, to be soft and be ran over by these niggas, but the truth be told, she not. Because if the applications for bus drivers were really rolling in the way she acting like, I would date a bus driver, there are plenty of bus drivers who love their job and who love their mom, who will fuck with you. You're fucking Iyanla VanZant. You would date one. You would have one. There's well over 100,000 of them in the country, let alone in your state. So go ahead and fuck on one and settle down with one. You won't, because their career and life placement is nowhere near yours.
It's that, you know what else? And I thought about just last little point. I know you got to move on to the next person, but I also thought about the fact that Iyanla is giving advice to someone like Eboni, or even someone like myself, 38, never been married. I don't have any children. Iyanla, like you said, is already a millionaire and her children are already grown. Like, this is not good advice to be given, to young women who are still looking for a husband and haven't even had kids yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not, like, you're not giving advice on, this is not good advice for a woman to find the best husband and father for her child. It's easy for you to say, I'll date a bus driver. You're not trying to raise no kids. You're not, you know what I'm saying? And Iyanla, actually, I don't know if you know, but she has actually said after her last marriage that she's not looking to get married again. She said she'll never marry
She
again.
switches. She goes in between. I've heard her say, I won't marry again. And I've also heard her say, I'll marry again, but we're going to do a prenup. Like, so she goes in between. She's in between, like, how she wants to present herself and act and do, and what she's willing to give and not give. Yeah. And in an upcoming relationship, and she's all over the place with it and says different things, and then presents us with some quote unquote relationship advice that we're supposed to take like it's fucking gospel, when she really is trying to figure it out her fucking self. She's 70 and single. And I'm not trying to say that to shade her, but it's like, if y'all are going to take this advice, understand that this is a 70-year-old single fucking woman telling y'all to fuck how much he make. If he enjoys his occupation and his mom, date him. I think the fuck not. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? Some of these niggas love cooking, and they really should be a chef, but they aren't. And they love flipping them motherfucking burgers at McDonald's. And they also love their mama because they might be this type of mama's boy. Right. Have you ever seen a mama's boy? Oh my God. It's out. Sometimes the mama's boys are out of fucking control. So just because he loved his job,
and it went horribly wrong. It went horribly wrong, and they're divorced. So.
It can be out of control. And, you know, I feel like Leo is a mama's. I don't know if you're a regular subscriber.
I watch you. Yeah.
But I feel like Leo is a mama's boy. But he a cat. God damn it. Right. He ain't out here going to go date no goddamn body. And I cut his balls off. So I told, because I had to. Because he was doing too fucking much. I didn't want to have to do it, but I had to do it. But anyway, he was doing too fucking much. And so I understand, I can partially understand spoiling your children. I have any human kids? No. But I do have a cat, and he's a boy. And I do spoil him in a certain way, but also because naturally you do want to spoil your children no matter what. My mother spoiled me. Like, my mother spoiled me. My mother started taking issue with me when I became around about between 8 and 10 years old, because I started formulating my own thoughts. And her spoiling me made me very codependent. And I still have a codependent personality. I can admit that. So I was codependent on my mother. Anytime my mother left, I'm crying. Where's my mother? Period. Like, where's my mother? Now I really can't stand my mother, but I'll go around her for holidays for the simple fact of whatever the case is. But, you know, she spoiled me. And what am I trying to say without saying it? What you drinking?
I went to Starbucks late and got black tea. You know, the iced tea lemonade. I got one of those with the black tea.
I don't be at Starbucks like that. But nonetheless, you can spoil your children, and it doesn't always work out for the benefit of. It doesn't always work out for the benefit of the child. The parent will get upset when they realize spoiling their child turns into something else, or the child isn't always just going to be up under you like that, if that makes sense. Yeah. That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I get where you're coming from. I have a homegirl. I think maybe what you're trying to say is sometimes, like, when you spoil your kids too much, it kind of aids. Like, so my very best friend, she's in a really, really crappy abusive relationship. She's been in it for some years, right? But I think that one of the reasons why, and she's made a few like very cringy decisions, like ever since I've known her. We've been friends like almost over 10 years actually. And she's made some very questionable like decisions. I'm like, friend, that just wasn't a good, I don't know what made you do that, girl. That just, and everybody told you not to do it. But you know, her mindset is her mother, who spoiled her, loves her, and as long as her mama loves her, she doesn't care about what anybody else thinks. And like that she has that knowledge that no matter what decisions she makes, no matter what she does, her mother will always be there, because she has kids. So her mother doesn't ever want to see her grandkids go without or end up in any kind of situation. So she makes bad decisions, like marrying a man that she's married to, and having kids with this man who is just, girl, it's a whole thing. But I think that a part of like that, and then like who she had her first kid with, she always has her mama to fall back on. And I think that as much as I love her mother, I think her mother was overall a really good mom. But I think that her spoiling my friend and just always, catering to her and what she needs, and not really letting her land hard sometimes to learn her lesson. You know what I mean? I think that kind of enables my friend in the decisions that she makes that are not the best decisions for her, because she don't care if she loses every friend. She knows that at the end of the day, if she's in a really, really, messed up situation, her mother's gonna have her back no matter what. So there's nothing, like she's always said to me, that there is nothing that I can do that will make my mama stop loving me. So as long as she has that mindset, she gonna make whatever bad decisions she could make. And so maybe that I think that the spoiling thing can kind of enable kids to make poor decisions.
The spoiling thing can do a bit much. It has the potential to make a lot of. I got some comments and some ways of thinking to address. I'll be honest with you. We've been live for 1 hour and 42 minutes. And I need to take a quick commercial break, and then I'll be right back. And I want to address some of the contrary comments. We'll be right back. You all put some pancakes in the chat. If you are a channel member, put your special emojis. We'll be right back. It's your girl, the Plainest Jane. That's not what the fuck.
Get into this Black-owned business, Stickies. It's got things for inside your home, outside your home, and even on the go. JasmineMadeIt.com is your new destination for Black Girl Magic mugs, tumblers, and even wine glasses. You can even customize the tumblers and wine glasses. There's a lot going on for a low price over at JasmineMadeIt.com. And if you've been serious about wanting to support more Black-owned businesses, here's your chance. Let JasmineMadeIt.com handle all your problems for family and friends. You ever had a friend over and they just wasn't catching the hint or paying the rent?
Y'all asses all get to stepping.
Yeah, tell them to get to stepping with this nostalgic Martin-themed doormat, and shop over a dozen different doormat designs over on JasmineMadeIt.com. All right, Stickies, you know what time it is. It's time to put your money where your mouth is and shop Black today. Make life easier for you and your household by taking your family's hot or cold beverages on the go with one of these unique tumblers. It's insulated to keep your beverage at temperature, and it comes with a few different reusable straws and even the specific brush that you need to wash it, so you can keep it sanitized and germ-free. They've got all kinds of designs to match your mood or style. So grab something for your wife, the hubby, or even the kids over on JasmineMadeIt.com. That's JasmineMadeIt.com, and I'll see you over there.
All right, so we are back, and I've seen several comments from this person. They actually joined the membership, so I do want to thank them for joining the membership and paying their money to be a part of this, to be a backstage junkie. So the person says, what man would marry half of the woman that has called into this show, like wild animals? I want to hold back, but honestly, a great part of me feels like I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to hold back against addressing a statement like this. You've called the woman that disagree with Iyanla VanZant animals because they don't want to just submit to any old man. A man needs to earn it. That's what this really boils down to. Eboni dating a bus driver is like your everyday woman that works her regular job dating a man that works at McDonald's, and they have a standard. And Iyanla VanZant or anybody else isn't going to make them lower said standard. So for you to say that the women who have called into my show and none of them have said anything that's bizarre, it's what they expect, what they want, what they desire, and their standard as they are going through the dating process. And you've called them wild animals just because they don't agree. It's giving Melanie King. It's giving Melanie King. It's giving whatever the fuck men give you, take it and don't ask no questions and don't be upset. Hello? 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 I'm knocking on the door. Is anybody there? Is anybody there? I'm trying to understand. What man would marry half the women that have called into this show? And the fact that you're sitting here typing on this show about said subject means you don't have a wife and a family to focus on. You might have kids. But you don't have a family or a household that really want to fuck with you. You're sitting here on a Saturday night at 2 o'clock in the morning, typing disparaging comments about Black women, comparing them to animals because they disagree with a take on the internet. That's what's happening here. We ain't even got to Iyanla yet. We ain't even got to Iyanla yet. Somebody saying drop the link? Hold on, what's going on? I need to put my charger into this phone. Hold on. What's going on in the chat? Oh my God, somebody got blocked or deleted? Damn. Y'all out here acting a fool? No, just because they disrespected an elder. Oh, so when elders are disrespectful, you're not allowed to give them the same energy. Yo! We are going, like, what? I really shouldn't have to tell my pocketbook story or experience over again to help y'all understand that elders who are disrespectful are going to get disrespect dished right back to them. I shouldn't have to bust out my pocketbook story in order for y'all to understand that. Like, just because you're elder doesn't mean you can disrespect people and get away with it because you old and cute. And I find all old people to be old and cute. If you over 70, Iyanla included, because you're going to be 70 in September, you cute. Matter of fact, if you're over 60, you cute because you old. You cute. You cute. I'm going to let you up, sis. I see you. Old people think that because they're older and it's a respect your elders, old generational ass fucking rule. It's don't you ever buck up against them elder. No, it's not a don't you. It's respect them, but they need to respect us too. And if you don't respect us, then you're gonna get some similar energy back at you that you're giving out. Elder people they be dishing out some funky, shady energy. And when they get it back, it's, oh, I'm 70. I'm 60. I'm elder. They not respecting me. Oh, you dish that energy out too. You definitely dish that energy out. Therefore, I'm gonna give you that. What the fuck makes you think that you're not open? Y'all can get sassy. Elders can get sassy with the younger generation, and then the younger generation ain't supposed to get sassy back. Fuck wrong with y'all? We a different breed. Stop that shit. My mother might have went for that shit. Everybody else might have went for that shit. You clearly understand that we living in a different day and age, right? It's 2023 and you can't say shit without anybody getting offended. You know we living in a different day and age. Don't think that you can disrespect the youth and the youth is supposed to respect you back. I think the fuck not. Reciprocity is definitely a thing. Y'all out of y'all motherfucker. Y'all, you done lost it. Shout out to Miss Murder who joined the membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You can hit the link if you disagree. It's okay. We don't have to argue if you disagree. If or when you hit the link, but you can hit the link if you disagree. But some of y'all out of line. Honestly, some of y'all are out of fucking line. Okay. 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 Let's go ahead and get into what Iyanla had this, and I really wish I had gotten to this earlier in the video. But let's get into what Iyanla had to say about this whole bus driver debacle. And you know what? Fuck it. Let me say something else about this generation. I'm going to just go ahead and say it. At the end of the day, this generation is crazy because they would be on some, oh, you think you cute. You think you all that. You think. Iyanla's generation in particular, you think you cute. And maybe even the generation that came after her. She's about to be 70, but even for the 50-year-olds, you think you cute. You think you all that. You think you, and honestly, everybody should think they're cute. And everybody should feel like they're all that. They should absolutely feel like they are cute and they are worth it. If they go out in the world thinking that they're not cute and that they're not all that, what are they going to accept? They're going to accept something adjacent to the mediocrity that you're trying to talk them into believing that they are. When I first started wearing eyeshadow, my mother and my grandmother was like, oh, you think you cute. And honestly, the eyeshadow, when I look back on it, yeah, it was kind of like, it was beginner level shit, right? But yeah, I felt like I was cute. Why shouldn't I? And according to my levels and the guys' levels and everybody else's levels in the high school, it was cute. So why should I be asked these rhetorical questions to make me feel like I'm fucking ugly? You think you cute? You think you all that in a bag of chips? You not. You think you cute? You not cute. Like, our parents were literally let me not speak for y'all. Let me speak for me. When I reached my low level of puberty, When Aunt Flo first started visiting me, I was 11. And I started wearing eyeshadow when I was like 15-ish though. And it was like me experimenting with the makeup made my mother uncomfortable because that's something she had never done. And it was a matter of her trying to make sure I didn't feel cute with that little bit of makeup. All I was doing was putting a little bit of gold up here. Didn't have no mascara, didn't have, oh, you think you cute, huh? Oh, you think you, even on prom days, she's trying to make it about her. And I went to 4 proms. So even on prom days, she would make it about her. Even on graduation day, she made it about her. There's nothing wrong with me feeling cute or thinking that I'm pretty. What's wrong with me thinking that you think you all that? Yes, you know what? God damn it, yes. I do think that I'm all that. And I think I'm the bag of chips. What's wrong with that? You think you cute? Yes, I do think that I'm cute. What's wrong with that? And if you would have answered the question in that way, well, I definitely came off a little bit angry right now, but let's just say I answered her rhetorical ass question, like, you think you're cute? Let's just say I answered it. Like, I do think I'm cute. And I didn't. I had to find some teenage 16-year-old way to answer the question so that I would seem below her because she abused her authority with me. Of course, I found some way to be like a teenager and whatever, but what's wrong with me? You think you're cute. Should I not? Should I not think I'm cute or beautiful? Right? Anyway, girl. Child. I just can't. This older generation, again, my mother had an issue at that time. Because she was very attractive at her young age. And everybody was beating down the door to fuck with her. Like, whether she was walking through the mall or whether she was doing anything. And so when it stopped and she sees that her daughter, as we go through Walmart and Caldors, we talking some old stores, Caldors and all these other like places, she sees that men are attracted to her child, more so to her child and not her. She feels some type of way about it. And resentment begins to build. It does. They get upset that their youth is gone. They're used to 3 men hitting on them a day, and now they're little to none, maybe 1 a week. And they realize their child is approaching puberty and everything else. Men might be mistaking me as a grown woman or whatever the case is. And they feel some type of way about that. And for that, they have a lot of venom towards how they reprimand and how they talk to and the confidence that younger women possess. The confidence and the attention that they get, which honestly they can't control. They can't control these men out here that are attracted. But she used to go out and all the men were looking at her. Now she's going out with her child. All the men are looking at her child. She's now furious. Now she's trying to beat bullshit into her child. And I'm speaking about you can talk about like a specific child, and then you talk about that generation and their animosity towards a whole nother generation. They're upset that we have more options than them. Iyanlas, the 70-year-old pick-me's and mammies are upset that we have more options than them. They're bitter about it because they remember the time when the offers towards them were plentiful. They're not anymore. They're not anymore. This might sound cruel what I'm saying, but I'm speaking from experience and merging it with the actual reality. Elder black women, 70-year-old black women enjoy badgering younger black women about what they is and ain't gonna do for a black man who is mediocre as fuck. Because they're old and they realize they ain't got much longer to live. So their standards, they're trying to shove down our throats, and it's fucking pathetic. It's pathetic as fuck. And I'm even adding my own experience and just to help y'all understand. I've seen the pictures of my mother when she was around about my age. She was a fucking baddie. However, she's now 30 something. She's older. And I've also seen her be real bitter at the fact that I'm a younger version of her. And she doesn't like the fact that I have the amount of options that I have, the amount of options that she used to have. I want to make sure I'm saying it right. So I'll just go ahead and end my little personal experience story right there. But stop acting like the older generation isn't low key in general envious of the younger generation because black women in particular, right? The elder black women, they are absolutely envious. They are absolutely envious. I'm going to say it. I'm asking for violence tonight. Fuck it. It ain't even that many people here. But I'm asking for violence by speaking about, there are some unpopular opinions I would never come on YouTube and say. Some of the things that I'm saying this evening, I told myself I would never say online because people can easily misconstrue them, but fuck it. Okay? It's Saturday night. A lot of elder black women are upset at the options that us younger black women have, and they tell us bullshit because they know their sons want to touch something. And when I say want to touch something, it's they want to jump up and touch something. And our boundaries and our standards and our preferences as black women are here, and their sons and nephews can't fucking reach it. So they're busy talking us into how to bring that shit down to here so that their sons and their nephews can reach our motherfucking expectations as opposed to them really changing and elevating their lifestyle. That's the real truth of this conversation. That's why people like Iyanla and people of her age are telling us to date down, is because they know it's their sons and their nephews in this pool who can't really reach a woman who doing shit with her fucking life. Let's keep it a fucking buck. She's responsible for why this market is the way that it is. She's the reason why the dating pool has piss in it for us black women. Is because they expect little to nothing from them niggas. C's and D's are okay for them niggas, but it was never okay for us. If we ever came home with a C or a D, baby, they scolded us so bad that we never came home with that ever again. And we went on to get A's and B's and maybe an occasional C, but honestly, we never wanted to get to C ever again because we never wanted that type of discipline. So, long story short, we get A's and B's, these niggas get C's and D's, and we're told by motherfuckers, mammy at 70-year-old mammies like Iyanla to accept the C's and D's, although you were told to get A's and B's because they know that the pool is full of C's and D's. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Just Jay, hey, you're live on air.
Not you fed up, honey.
Girl, I'm mad.
Oh God, child, I'm about to forget what the hell I was gonna say. It's so much triggeredness and so much projection. It's a projection fest out here in these streets. Ultimately, it's so many different fucking topics that can be covered concerning this whole thing, right? So many different underlying issues, and it's hard to get to the root of it because, as y'all know, in the black community, there are levels, right? And people try to simplify these things, and this is where things are getting convoluted. People ultimately are not responsible for our triggers. People have to be responsible for their own fucking triggers. Everybody cannot go around managing people's offenses because they feel a way or they interpret something a certain way. Now, we already had this conversation. I already told you how I felt about Ebony. I think she's intelligent, et cetera, et cetera. I feel like her clapback was a little too much, but I understand her sentiments. I found her attitude to be a little off-putting, but when I took in consideration that this wasn't a professional book tour, et cetera, et cetera. This was something that they made personal. You know what I'm saying? I can totally understand why her response was the way it was. I still stand on my opinion that I feel like it's important to state your preferences, your standards, unapologetically. Don't apologize for whatever it is you want. Whatever it is, whatever your standard is, don't apologize for it. Don't go over and beyond to explain it. I also understand that she's a public figure, so she needed and was willing to provide clarity, right, for whatever she said. But that spiraled into people being further triggered. They was already triggered when she said something about the bus, even though this is an imaginary fucking bus person, right? Some people made it about black men. As y'all already know, she did not discuss color, race, etc., whatever, whatever. Wes, please, we tired of you. You come up in here acting like rancid butter and think the world's supposed to stop because you pay for that little membership. It ain't going down like that. Go sit down and have a seat, and they'll get to you when they get to you. Anyway, like I was saying, so you got these set of people being projected, right? Like they projecting and then they're triggered by what she said about the bus people. Okay, all right, cool, whatever. If I was a person to take things personal in that way, I would have been offended because then it would have been, oh, well, I know a bus driver. I know a bus. Well, you know what? My auntie was a bus driver, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, fast forward to her saying what she had to say. They made it about them and started all these goddamn support groups. Niggas want to cry together, hug, tip to tip, sit here and rub each other, hurt dick tips and shit. Shit is fucking weird, and I'm tired of these people. At the end of the day, these people are fragile as fuck. You already know some of the spaces I be in. They talk about, oh, we don't want no fatties and oh, these black bitches. Like these are black men carrying on like this, but they're worried about an imaginary bus driver. People who roam other spaces on YouTube, and I'm sure some of y'all are in the chat. Y'all know, y'all can hear some of the most horrible shit come out of some of these black men's mouth. Just like you can go in some areas and hear extremism come out of black women's mouths. At the end of the day, I don't get coddled because I'm fat as fuck. Okay, so y'all want to give all these stories about, oh, people need to look at character and whatever that speech was that Iyanla gave. Fuck all that. Niggas ain't looking at my character if they not attracted to a big woman. I don't make no big fuss about it. All I do is, okay, move around. If you don't like this, just move around. But ultimately, when we get into all them different facets, none of that matters. If we stick to the lecture at hand, if we stick to the point is no one should have to defend and explain their preferences to anybody. It doesn't matter if they're unrealistic or not. Whatever your opinion is about a person's preference or standard, it doesn't fucking matter. It's not your fucking business. And what does it take from you to be pressed about Ebony's fucking preference? I don't understand why you niggas is so pressed. And Wes, you just said that nobody was trying to talk to the women up here on the panel. Now, you might consider me what they would call a hyena. Okay, so if we're going to go there, I'll be the chief hyena in this motherfucker. All right? But before me, people came up with their opinions. They gave their opinions. They said what they had to say, and you brought your monkey ass in here and decided you was gonna call people animals. I didn't agree with everything that the people said up here, but to call them animals on GP, this is the type of foolishness that we talking about. So, for the people that don't understand why some black women are upset, there is a valid reason, and I feel like that reason is not being explored because people don't give a fuck. If we're gonna keep it real, people not giving a fuck. Go ahead.
Wes, are you willing to call in?
He said he was trying, child. He thought the world was gonna stop because
Oh, he
he
thought
called in.
let me drop the link again. Hold up, wait.
Yeah, help him please, child. He at work
I
or
would
whatever he got going on. Nobody want to
honestly,
hear all that shit.
I would be willing to allow him.
Child, I have to log off on it because I don't be wanting to tear up people's panel, honey.
No, it's
Yeah, just like you didn't know them women that you call animals. Well, shut the fuck up. You ain't no goddamn victim. This what I'm saying with you fragile ass people. I'm so sick of you. Listen, goddamn it. Listen, please, okay? Because this my girl panel. I don't want to tear her motherfucking panel up. Y'all fucking annoying. Y'all are absolutely fucking annoying. Now you talking to somebody that would be called masculine, and I would also be called a mammy. I'm somewhere in the middle. Call me what the fuck you want to call me. It doesn't matter. But the nerve of you. You call people motherfucking animals. Now you offended because I said your monkey ass. Child, yes, girl. I'm so sick of these people. Where they get these men from? I don't relate to all this bitch assness and fucking whining and shit.
Wes, I dropped a link. They
Please
said
help
Wes
him.
somebody said Wes is young.
No, girl, don't make me holler.
Please.
Now she covert, honey. She is covert.
I feel like
Girl, get down, girl. I can't. Well, you know what, Wes? You about to get put down, honey.
He's not gonna call in. He's doing the same thing the men do when they come on to send
Child, that's some hurt dick tips, child, bruh.
They be talking big stuff in the comments, and when people drop the link, they don't come in. They not gonna
You
call.
calling me a monkey? You don't know me. You didn't know them goddamn people you was just calling animals. See, this is my thing. Even with the young, old, whatever. Because you know me. You know I'll let elders have it because it's just not in me, right? I know you'll let elders get that work. Like, you know, we done had this conversation. You feel me? But this is the thing. A lot of people don't take time to listen. Just like Wes came in here fucking windmilling. You know what I'm saying? 2.5 miles an hour. Level up, baby. Level up. 2.5 miles an hour. You came in here windmilling, but people are not listening to the valid experiences.
So, Wes, you said you was going to call in, but you still in the chat. Wes, can you call in to make... Because what I can do for you, Wes, is if you call in, we'll give you the platform. We'll let you talk.
No, she's giving out 88 accommodations.
I won't let anybody cut you off or whatever the case is.
This animal will leave, honey, because I end up cutting you off and then I get in trouble.
You said you're getting the... Wes, we really need you to call in. Like, we really need you to call in, Wes.
Shit. But get
so,
shit.
You know,
crybaby
you know, you're in the chat, you don't agree, and that I don't mind allowing a different perspective to take place on my platform. Like, I don't mind that. So I'm open to you calling, and it's just the fact that, you know, you've been really controversial in the chat. It seems like you clearly have an opposing opinion, and I don't mind letting you share that opinion. So call in.
I can appreciate your accommodations, the whole ADA accommodations, you know, because, you know, people get in trouble at work and stuff like that if they don't, you know, provide accommodations for disabled people.
You know,
but nevertheless, I digress. Yeah, at the end of the day, people fragile as fuck. I did find it interesting that Iyanla started talking about the genetic history with black men, and this is why they're like, you know, I'm paraphrasing, but it's like, you know, they're overly sensitive, and that's why they snap when we say certain things. Like Caramel said, we all coming from the same struggle. It may manifest in different ways, but that isn't to say that other people haven't been affected, and that's the thing that I don't get. It's like people who weird and they thinking like that, they are one-sided. They want this one-sided consideration, but they are not to reciprocate. Reciprocation is the order of the day. Who the fuck want to give and not get nothing in return?
And there are valid points on both sides, but ultimately, if we stick to the fucking point, people mad as fuck because they feel like Ebony should not have the nerve to have whatever standard she have. Now, whoever is triggered is it's their business. It's not her responsibility to cater to everyone's triggers. Just like us average folks. Would I date a bus driver? Yeah, because I'm not running in the same circles with fucking Ebony. See, and then people take this on and feel like this is an attack against bus drivers. It's not about bus drivers. But I can see if I was someone who would take stuff personal, I see how people get offended. But I've learned in life not to take some things personal. I still get triggered by some things, but in general, I could separate and say, okay, etc., etc. But really, at the end of the day, all this is who that black bitch thinks she is. This is the fucking sentiment. That's the root of it. Who this black bitch thinks she is. And I hear men in spaces talk about how they want the motherfuckers from Russia, Ukraine. Listen, they want everybody but your black ass, okay? They want everybody but your black ass. And you supposed to sit there and listen, and then a motherfucker will gaslight you and tell you, oh, isn't that a shame? Yep, your own man don't want you. Maybe you should do something about it. Excuse the fuck out of me. Excuse the fuck out of me. Child, listen, anybody, man, woman, cat, dog, whoever, Leo. Okay? Your preferences are your preferences, honey. All right? Let auntie speak into your life, Leo. You stand on your preferences. Don't let nobody tell you what you should and shouldn't want. And like I said, whether that shit is unrealistic or not, it's nobody's business. That's for that's for the person to deal with. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, who the fuck are we to tell somebody what they should and what they shouldn't want? I just find it very strange.
Where did Wes go? Wes disappeared.
Wes telling motherfucking lies.
Backstage. I dropped the link for Wes.
Girl,
they got all
Wes is
this
having
mess talk in the
problems.
chat, and they not popping up.
See, but that's what I'm saying. People saying he old, but this motherfucker fingers moving fast to be old, honey. This shit ain't going together.
What old person you know at 2 o'clock? At 2 o'clock in the morning, they found their way to a video.
They said they was at work
about bus drivers. Like what? Like what? It don't make sense to me. Wes was on. Hold on. He said I'm still here. Hold on. Let's see what. Wes, why won't you call in? We're willing to talk to you.
Yes, Wes, you're just as funny, honey.
And they joined the membership. So he said, "Oh, y'all so funny.
Don't hate." He said, "What the fuck kind of dumb shit is this?" Child, I don't have the fucking patience. Child, play with your motherfucking mama.
I'm trying to get in
I'm not
there.
the one. I'm listening. You want to deal with somebody ignorant.
I'm trying. Child. Okay, you know what? Let me drop the link.
Too much trying. Just motherfucking do. This is what these young folks hollering about. They tired of y'all trying.
This link is honestly, this link is for Wes. Okay, not anybody else. This link is for Wes, not anybody else. This is a link that is only for Wes. I'm
like
not even going to accept anybody else that clicks the link if you are not Wes. Okay, so
Mr. Wes is in the building.
It's exclusive for Wes. We rolling out the carpet. It's okay. He's a guest on the show. We have the right to treat him.
This is coddling.
We have the right to treat him special, and we want to get Wes up here so that he can speak his piece about this topic. I am interested in hearing what Wes has to say about this. So, hold on.
No, let me
baby. Okay, so here he goes. Wes, what's going on?
Sure.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, we're doing great.
I'm trying to see why I'm being attacked so much. Why y'all attack me so much?
Okay. Don't be a victim.
First of all,
yeah, don't be a victim.
So a man can't stand up for himself. If you call
you call women animals.
Okay, hold on. Let me mute everybody else but Wes. Right? I'm gonna mute everybody but Wes. Hold on, Wes. I brought you up here and I wasn't able to say my little usual thing. Hey, thank you so much for being a part of the show. You're live on the air. I appreciate you calling in. First of all, let's get that out the way. Let's warm up a bit. What are your thoughts on this subject?
Well, so the Ebony K. Williams issue, the reason why it's disheartening to me is like we have so many black women that are educated that were put through school by men who drove buses. So how can you, as a black woman, say I wouldn't I wouldn't take the man that that got me here or the grandfather that got me here? It's just a hurtful thing to say to black men. Now, yes, I get it. Some black men do not treat their women the way ultimately they should, but Jesus Louise, like you can't dump on a whole group of men because they don't make the money you want them to make based on the things you want.
Okay. So that's your point?
Well, it's one of them.
Okay. Okay, so if I could just respond to that point, and it's cool if you have more because it seems like you are going to make for really great conversation here with this subject. And the fact of the matter is, Iyanla VanZant asked a millionaire to date a bus driver.
Well, say that again. Say it again. Say it again.
Okay. What I said was,
Oh, I got you. I got you.
Iyanla VanZant asked a millionaire to date a bus driver. And if you, as a millionaire, right? I'm not talking about everyday woman not wanting to date bus drivers, right? Because the typical, the everyday woman, if you think about the everyday woman, you think about the average tax bracket, which is something that's similar to the bus drivers, right? So Iyanla VanZant asks Eboni K. Williams a personal question, and Eboni Williams is a millionaire. And Iyanla asked her to date a bus driver. And that's just that was a personal question in the middle of a professional interview. Eboni K. Williams' preference doesn't stand for or represent the entire community of black women. And I know Iyanla VanZant likes to say, well, how did race come into Iyanla? Stop fucking playing games. Your core audience is black. White women aren't looking to you for relationship advice. But I get that you're trying to pander to them, but you're not successfully. But anyway, Eboni K. Williams not wanting to date a bus driver is not a crime. It's asking her to step very far outside of the socioeconomic dynamic, period, right? He doesn't make enough money, nor does he know how to behave in the rooms that she is typically in. There's nothing wrong with Eboni wanting to date somebody that is if they're not a roundabout or at her equal financially, since clearly people want to focus on the financial aspect of this conversation rather than the social aspect of it. There's nothing wrong with her wanting to date somebody in the social aspect, or the monetary aspect of her life. A bus driver cannot keep up and give her something for Valentine's Day or her birthday that's actually going to live up to. So what's wrong with Eboni K. Williams wanting to date within her tax bracket? That's my question. And other woman, because it translates outside of that. The difference between Eboni K. Williams and dating a bus driver translates into everyday women who might make $80,000, $90,000 a year dating the McDonald's worker. That's not us talking down on them. That's just us saying, I'm not dating a guy that works in fast food. Is that me talking down on them?
I really
no. So, like,
can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
It's a hella lag too. All right, so here. Yeah, Eboni has every right to have a particular preference.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not like as a man, I'm going to expect her to just take a crackhead or, some guy that's not going, she just doesn't want, right? However, to assume that because a man drives a bus that he cannot conduct himself adequately in a room is really, it's kind of like what white guys do to black men. Oh, you can't handle it here, or you're the wrong type of person to be in this environment. Like, white folks have been doing this to us for years. This thing.
No. I'm confused. I'm confused about what you trying to say. Like, to assume that a bus driver can't conduct themselves. She never talked about a bus driver's conduct. She never spoke about that. The same way that men who don't want to date a fat woman or a woman over a size 6, and they talk about, I don't want no woman with little titties or a little ass. I want a fat ass and I want big titties. They not talk about the conduct, nor do they go into coddling the people that they omit. So I'm just trying to understand where you're going with this.
So where I'm going with it is, this is difficult because it's a really bad lag.
Yeah, we do have a lag. Okay.
So here, all right. So what I'm saying is this. I have a niece, I have a sister, right? My sister's a single mother. So she can say, I have a standard, I want a particular type of man that makes a particular salary, right? But she has to consider what the salaries are of the men in her geographic location, or just what she can attract. It's not about whether or not she would date a bus driver. It's about, is a man who's a bus driver coming and getting on one knee for her? Like, I mean, how I don't understand this whole
if he's gonna propose.
Hold on, Jane. So I don't understand this concept of this idea that it's a bunch of bus drivers out there trying to get Eboni K. Williams.
That, you know what? That's a really good point. And that's the point of where this whole conversation started from. Iyanla VanZant knew exactly what the fuck she was doing with that. Asking a millionaire, a woman who has a net worth of $3 million, and asking her if she would date a bus driver.
Hold on. She's communicating to young women or young girls like my niece's age that men who drive buses are not worthy of your attention. So like when she's 20, when my niece is like 24, 25, and she's looking for, and trust me, she grows up in an area that's not the best, right? So instead of her dating the guy that is selling dope or into something that he shouldn't be, and he decides that he's going to become a bus driver, if it got into my niece's consciousness that a bus driver isn't worth my time, and it happens so often, Jane, come on, these girls out here are taking the worst kind of young men. Stop this.
Excuse me, can I say something, Jane? I'm not understanding the projection. Ultimately, this is about a black woman having to defend and explain her preference. Obviously, she does, because everybody is projecting, everybody in general, okay? There's a lot of projection, there's a lot of interpretation. People are adding context, people are adding narratives based on their experiences, based on their perceptions. People should not have to go through all that. Do you keep the same energy when you over in these spaces with men and they say we don't want them fat black bitches? Okay, listen, whatever the case is, sir, do you take time to say, hey, sir, do you get to know these fat women? Do you get to know their personalities? Do you take time to do that? I'm just asking because I don't know. I'm asking.
Well, sweetie, all I hear is a bunch of chatter.
Okay, so with that being said, your whining and complaining sounds like a bunch of chatter, and this is why women are responding the way they are. It doesn't matter. I'm on the panel, sir.
All right, let's bring it back.
I'm here. I'm respectful.
I don't really argue.
It doesn't matter. Well, I mean, listen, this is my girl panel, so I ain't gonna get disrespectful with you. You call people animals on GP,
I mean, if you
but then you got up here and you no, sir, I wasn't up here when you
if I
came
was
in and
walking
you
outside
called
and
two
I saw
women.
some
You
young
called
girls
two women
call an old lady
animals,
a
sir.
bitch, I'm gonna jack them up.
You're not listening, so whatever.
All right. Listen. Everybody, let's bring it back.
Yeah.
Let's bring it back. I'm open to having this
whatever.
conversation. I like.
That's your favorite. Whatever.
Can I say something, Jay?
No, it.
You disrespectful as fuck, nigga.
Oh,
You's a
okay.
disrespectful
All
ass
right.
nigga.
Right. Okay.
You want me to care, but
You crybaby bitch.
All right. Okay. So she left.
See, Jane, that's the energy. So what I'm saying is, why would a man choose to marry that?
But you're not talking
Come
about the
on,
whole
Jay.
dating pool when you're talking about somebody that's reacting to some of the problematic things that you're saying. Some of the things that you're saying are very
You don't have to
problematic.
call a man out of his name because you disagree. No man is going to choose. Stop.
Good
no
point.
man is going to choose a woman that calls
Good
him out of
point.
his name.
Very good point. Very good point. You point me in the direction of where Ebony called anybody out of their name based off of their occupation or where they are in life.
Slow down, Jane. Slow down.
No, you telling me to slow down on my own.
Because I can't hear you, sweetie.
Can you hear me now?
It's your voice is doubling back on itself, so
it might be doubling back because I don't know if you want a cricket.
It may be. I've never done this
or
before.
Obama phone or what. However, does is anybody really like who's holding you accountable? Are you in a relationship? Are you married?
It's not about me. I will not talk about my.
Oh, it's not about you. Oh, okay. But this whole conversation started based off
about
of
Ebony K. Williams.
Right.
I mean, if you want to know some things that I would tell a general person, but I'm not.
Oh, let me perk up for you. I can see that you're going to be very interested in this conversation, and I'm open to having it. And I don't have to. I don't have to call you out your name, and I'm not ever going to call you out your name. And Ebony K. Williams,
I would never call you out your name. It's
right. I get it. Just you told me to slow down. I just want you to be quiet a little bit for a second, right? Ebony K. Williams called nobody out of their name when she made her point. She made her point, and I'm not saying that you were talking about Ebony, but I did just ask you to be quiet a little bit so I can make a point so that we can continue to have this dialogue and be constructive in this. Nonetheless, Ebony K. Williams called nobody out of their name, right? You might have felt like, or the person that you just had a conversation with or just spoke to you, they called you out your name. Cool, okay. Ebony K. Williams didn't. She did in her initial video.
I just didn't understand her level of anger.
The fact of the matter is, brother, I'm asking you to be quiet a little bit so I can set the tone and ask you a question.
You gotta understand. I'm a grown man.
No, I don't have to understand shit.
You cannot yell at
I don't
grown
have
men.
to understand shit.
You don't have to talk to me.
You're on my show. You're on my show. I'm asking you to be quiet for 45 seconds. Just 45.
Why are you so angry?
I'm not angry, but it's my show. It's my show. So I'm just asking you to be the fuck quiet for 45 seconds so that I can ask you a question because I am interested in hearing your perspective and having you lay it out. I do. I don't want to run an echo chamber over here. I want you to lay out how you think. However, every single person that hosts a show, they have a way in which it has to be gone about. And you can't let the people that call in run your show and speak over you or take things or turn things in a different direction. So as for me, in my show, the show that you found valuable enough to call into to give your opinion to, I want you to lay it out. And I'm not trying to silence you. However, I'm definitely going to need to speak and set the tone for you to speak over here on my show. But it seems like you just want to be an ignorant asshole as opposed to allow me. And the more you cut me off, the more I'm going to have to interject. I'm pretty sure if you have a channel that when people call your channel, they don't just call in and run your channel and talk over you and talk at length, and you don't cut them off or direct them in the way in which you need your show to go. And that's how shows run. But nonetheless, to get back to the point, because I'm still interested in hearing your difference of opinion, because you definitely have a difference of opinion. So if we get back to the point, I'm feeling your energy, brother. I'm feeling your energy.
I am okay. I'm working overtime. I'm listening to our community talk about a statement that a Black woman said on national TV. That's what we're doing.
It wasn't
having
national
a conversation.
TV. It was the internet, baby.
Well, you
Tell
know
me
what I'm saying.
What? No. Oh, I know what you're saying. Oh, no.
It wasn't that. Hold on. You don't mean you. So you mean that wasn't nationally broadcast?
You said national TV. Was it on national TV?
All right, I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Thank you.
So what I'm saying is,
it's the accountability for me, baby. No, it's not a matter of me calming down.
I'm like, all right, so
I'm 2 seconds away from hanging up on your bitch ass.
Why?
Honestly.
Why? Because you don't like men talking to you like this, huh?
No, it's not about men talking to me like this. It's about you thinking that you're about to run my platform when you're not about to run my shit.
How can
you think that you can talk to me any old type of way and I can't cut you off in a certain way? And
all you can do is kick me off and not talk to me. But what you cannot do is talk to me like an intelligent woman and go point for point. You cannot do
I'm
that.
actually going point to point with you. I'm going point to point with you. I've already had, and you've already shown quite an monstrous amount of disrespect. And I'm still entertaining your shit. Hello?
Did you ask me a question there? Or did you have a point?
Are you there?
Oh, you cut me.
Okay. I thought that was there must be a lag between.
Yeah, it's a hella lag.
Yeah, because I'm not getting what you're saying. At the end of the day, what's your fucking point?
So my point is this. As Black women, right?
Right.
A man can love you authentically and make less money than you. Make less money than you.
Do you have anything to like? And like anything, a man can love you and make anything else. Like, is there anything to build
the man
upon that?
Hold on. And the man that makes the money you make or more may not even be looking at you.
You're playing whataboutisms. Well,
yeah, of course.
There's a man that could make less and still okay. And
so what women are saying is, if you don't get the type of man that makes the money you don't want any man.
Who said that?
I'm asking.
No, that's not the point at
all. So
it's about creating standards and having those standards and maintaining those standards, despite the fact that you see that a great amount of the dating pool is full of men who don't meet your standards, but maintaining your standards nonetheless. That's what the conversation is about. But is there a man who makes less money who can give you the emotional thing, everything outside of money that can give you all of, those men exist, but it can be kind of risky to reach and dibble and dabble into dating or entertaining them. It can be risky, and so women are kind of reserved when it comes to like dabbling into them.
But Jane, you know that plenty of women have gotten with men that made meager salaries and they're happy and had family and everything's good. So I don't understand why it's this thing where if a man doesn't make as much as a Black woman, then he just doesn't qualify for her.
No, I don't know. You said, Jane, you know XYZ.
No, I mean, now hold on.
I don't know exactly.
I can understand why you don't know.
I don't know women who have made $150,000 and dated a man that made $37,000 and they walked off happy. No, I don't know that. I don't know that. That's not in my lifestyle and the people that I know, my family, my friends, whatever. No, I don't. So the statement you just made is very incorrect. I don't know that.
Well, say that again. I'm sorry,
and men,
Jane,
when you're in certain situations, they become very upset. They're triggered. Your success is a constant reminder of what they are not able to do or provide. And for that reason, it just makes for a really toxic relationship.
I mean, to be honest with you, I've never really dated a female that made more money than me. Like,
so what are you really windmilling for? That's what I'm
saying. Say it again.
So what are you really windmilling for? That's what
I'm not windmilling. It just bothered me because I'm like, all right, so as an uncle to this little girl, right? I have to have conversations with her about what a good guy is. And what a lot of professional women are saying in the media is that these good men aren't good enough. Well, that's cool, but I mean, I don't know what you think you're gonna get.
And you think that that's funny that the dating pool is full of not a lot of men who have quality? Like you just laughed at your fucking niece.
No, I'm laughing at the fact that you think you can make something that is like, all right. So if it doesn't exist, how can you make it so?
It's not that it doesn't exist. Because they do exist. Let's stop. Let's stop acting like black excellence doesn't exist. There are plenty of black men who make a lot of money, who are entrepreneurs, and who provide for themselves. There are plenty of them. The difference is changing your dating preferences and your standards and upholding them.
Okay.
And also dating in a circle as opposed to just making your dating pool full of niggas that be at the bar or whatever. Every now and then the rich niggas be at the bar. Yeah. But if you want a certain type of guy, you need to figure out how to make sure you're present in the circles of the guys who do make the salary that you that you want, that you require.
Yeah, but
y'all
women do not go out and pick men.
There are plenty of them. Honestly.
Yeah, there are plenty of them, but he gotta want you.
Right. He has to want you just like you got to want him. So
yeah, but what I'm saying, Jane, come on, man. All right. So if I go out, right, and the female goes, oh, he's successful, he's attractive, I think I want him, I still gotta like her.
So now you've changed this conversation about finding a man that is of something that we would want, that we actually want to. Well, he's got to want you to his likability. And that's not really what the conversation is about. Obviously, the conversation about mating and wanting someone, obviously it's about the other person wanting you.
I agree with you,
Hello?
Jane.
Like you can't just want the other person and they don't want you
preference.
too. Like, but them wanting you is then based on their standards. And that's what standards are. I have a certain amount of standards as a woman. A man has a certain amount of standards as a man. And they may mesh up and they may not. But that's what dating is about. Hello? Like if I'm he might want a woman that's under 150 pounds. Guess what? My weight is 182. And if he's going based on weight, and he feel like because I'm too big, look, I feel like I'm cute, but some men may feel like if she's over 150 or whatever case, I don't want her. Okay, and there are plenty of men within the pool in which the men that I want who still want to fuck with me despite my weight. And some of them don't even give a fuck about my weight. But I'm 183 pounds. I'm 183 pounds.
Can I ask you a question?
And I'm 5'6", and there are plenty of men who still want to fuck with that.
Have you ever met a man that you felt was perfect for you, and then you felt that he didn't like you based on your weight?
No.
Never?
No. Honestly, and I can be honest with you and tell you that. Because first of all, if you meet me, you're going to see it. Like, me telling you what is me telling you my weight if you see my body? If you see my body and you don't think
No,
I'm
it still matters
180,
to us sometimes, Jane.
I mean, right, and that's some
It
surface level
depends on the
bullshit.
guy. You're right.
Right,
It depends on the
right,
guy.
and that's some surface level bullshit, and it goes to the same level of women wanting a certain salary, and men are like, "What does the salary matter? What does the weight matter?" Okay, if I still look good
weight
and I
has to
turn
do.
you
A lot of
on,
guys will have an issue with weight on a woman because it has to do with her habits and discipline.
right, and that's health and that's habits, and ooh, yeah, so important. But also salaries are just, as a matter of fact, more important than the weight. Okay, so as far as
Say the part about salary again. I keep telling you, you
the
double back on
salary,
yourself.
no, I'm not doubling back on
You
shit.
are, sweetie. I'm getting you in my ear 2 and 3
First of all, I'm not a sweetie, and I'm not doubling
you
back
are to me.
on shit. And that's your opinion. However, if a man meets me and he's okay with the way
I don't
that
know.
I look,
Why do y'all talk to us like we're supposed to be afraid of y'all or something?
Nobody's saying you need to be afraid of me.
Why base up? It's nothing you can do to me.
The fact that you even just said that, did I ever say you need to be afraid of me? I never said that. You said that. Are you afraid of me or what?
We ever met
like you're a fucking
public,
weirdo.
It would be nothing you can do to me.
It's giving weird. It's giving weird because nobody ever said you should be afraid of me. And the way in which I'm speaking with you is of extreme passion.
It's weird
because that's exactly what you're giving me. That's exactly what you're giving me. I'm a plus size woman.
What the hell that got to do with anything?
You're talking about weight and pounds and shit.
You brought the weight thing up.
My example. And you talking about men who see a woman in person who, despite what they see, if they hear your actual weight, it might make a difference. And I'm like, if a man sees you, your weight really doesn't make a difference. So you're actually making it seem like men actually give a fuck about the numbers that pop up on the scale rather than how you show up in person. So that's what weight has to do with it. So yeah, I don't have a problem admitting that I'm 183 fucking pounds. It doesn't matter. However,
look. I'm a military vet, right?
You're a military, and I can tell you're damaged goods. But continue.
So the military vets are damaged goods?
A lot of y'all are, yeah.
How you know this? You slept with a lot of military men?
I slept with them, no. Dated them, 5 of them, yes.
You dated 5 military men.
Yep. And y'all have problems. And y'all have problems. And it might be based on what y'all been through. They all wanted me, but y'all had
problems. But you ain't want none of them.
Of course I wanted them, but they had problems, and I didn't want to be attached permanently to the issues that they possess based on what they did. No, hold on. Let me mute your bitch ass.
Thank you, Jane.
I've dated several of you military men, and a lot of you have issues. And I think that that's unfortunate. I think that because you serve a certain country, the country needs to pay for y'all to have the proper care, mental care that y'all need to come down off of everything you've seen and experienced as people who have served this country, but they don't do enough for you. So therefore, y'all are out here in the world using y'all military status as an excuse to act like pieces of shit. I won't call all of you pieces of shit because I'll keep it cute. But if I wasn't on this motherfucking live and if I was on the phone with my homegirl, I would be talking truthfully about a great amount of you. A great amount of you have fucking issues. Y'all have issues and they need to be worked out. And I really feel like most of it is not your fault. You signed up to serve this fucking country. Why won't this country pay for you to get the help that you need to decompress from all that you've seen and experienced? But they won't. And y'all get this little check every month and y'all live a little certain lifestyle because y'all get this little check every month. And so some of y'all think that y'all better than other people. Case in point, the black man that was killed on the train up in New York City. Oh, a Marine, a white Marine puts a man in a chokehold, a black man in a chokehold for 15 minutes and kills him. And the biggest part of the headline is, he's a Marine. Take it easy. He killed that black man. Yeah. But he was in the service. He was a Marine. I don't give a fuck If anything, the fact that he was in the service, he should have known, he's very well trained, that 15 minutes of having somebody in a chokehold is going to fucking kill them.
Jane, what does that have to do with
It has a lot to do with why did you bring up the fact that you were in the service?
You would never know if you talk over me.
Hold on. Let's reset. Hold on. I need.
I mentioned that I was a military. I mentioned I was a military vet, and you,
honestly, sir, let me tell you something. We need 30 seconds.
Why do you keep muting me?
I'm telling you why I'm muting you. And if
because you're a control.
We need 30 seconds to mute before we can continue this conversation. Because it's not that I'm against somebody that disagrees with me. I honestly need 20 seconds of silence to reset and to begin this conversation again. I need 20 seconds. And all I'm asking for is 20 seconds. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Well, we'll definitely.
I'm trying to be respectful as possible, and you still talking. And that's bothersome to me. This is not your platform, it's mine. And I need 20 seconds. And I need 20 seconds.
Y'all crazy. Why are y'all this weird?
Thank you for your money, Wes, because I can see I'm gonna end up blocking your bitch ass. Thank you for your money though. Because I see you joined.
It was only $2, Jane.
Thank you. But and I appreciate it. I'm grateful for everything.
Well, why you
everybody doesn't support my channel in a monetary way. Some people hit thumbs up, some people. I thank everybody for their support. And you've clearly supported this channel in one way or another. So I thank you. However, I need you to shut the fuck up because bitch, I asked for 20 seconds.
You got one more time to call me out my name.
Bitch, I'm gonna call you a bitch again. So what you gonna do? Is you gonna hang the fuck up? Look at you.
Woman.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. You so cute.
No, you mad, Asia.
You
mad? What you putting up makeup for?
You're just as mad.
What you putting up makeup for?
It's
you supposed to get ready before you came up here.
It's lip gloss. I've been live for almost 3 hours. Is it wrong for me to reapply some lip gloss? Are you acting like women can't reapply lip gloss after 3 hours? Is that what you acting like?
Burning time.
You're right, and I'm just burning time with you. You're great
trying to make a living talking bad
you
about
have
black
made
men
me a
to
great
women
amount of money.
cannot get a man.
Talk bad about black women. I'm talking about black women's expectations, and that's the fact, and that's the thing that you don't understand, and that's the thing that you're trying to fight and buck up against.
Well, what's your game plan?
Williams, what's my what?
What's your final game plan? All right, men are horrible. Y'all are better than men. What's your game plan?
Men are not horrible. Men are you kidding me? I love men. I could never deal with women because I'm not gay.
You gonna date women now?
It's not. I didn't say that, but are you twisting my words
my
in that
point
way?
Is, look, I'm trying to express something to you.
Your point is what? Nigga.
And you feel the need to call people niggas and bitches and call them out their name and then
I
go.
Don't feel the need to call anybody a nigga. I'm black and I have a certain way of speaking.
So you can't control yourself?
African American vernacular English.
Oh, you don't choose to control yourself to act like a lady.
And it's called
This is normal for you?
It's not that. What's your question?
Like wild?
What's your question? What was your
wild is your normal?
A lot of different questions. What's your question?
I find it odd that he's talking about you not being able to control yourself, but we've listened to him string together incoherent thoughts and have poor impulse
I
control
mean,
this
it is
entire
late,
call.
early in the morning. I mean, I'm half tired. I
You
work
can't even be
12-hour shifts.
quiet for 20 seconds while the host of this show gets a point across. Nothing that you've said makes any sense. It's not coherent. You have terrible impulse control, sir.
I
You
mean,
can't,
it's
like
a
it's like
horribly
a
put
kid.
together
It's like a
stream. I'm
kid.
getting a lot of messed up
It's like
audio.
you're like a child. But I got something to say. Just put your hand down and wait for the teacher to call on you.
That's what y'all want women to do, right? Go ahead and do
it. That was cute.
You know, and I mean, I was in the chat. I saw you when you came. You haven't been here the whole time, but I saw you when you came in. You've been disrespectful in the chat.
Okay,
You guys have been
disrespectful.
women, not only calling the women's, myself included, because I was the last caller before she brought the last girl
Was
on.
good for the goose, good for the gander.
But you've been just dropping little, just I don't even know what to call them, just stupid ass little comments, really. Things that don't make any sense, things that what y'all do is when y'all, you know what I've noticed? I've been on social media a long time. And what I've noticed is when you are in a debate with somebody, when they don't have the intelligence to communicate their thoughts effectively, they
just find an intelligent man that actually wants to.
Be quiet.
You spoke for a long time, Wes. She spoke at nothing. Let her talk.
They resort to either trying to insult you or doing what you're doing, which is, oh, you mad, ain't you? Oh, you big mad, ain't you? Because you don't have any intelligent response. I still don't know, even after listening to all of this, I still don't understand what your point is. It seems like you don't know what your point is.
At this point, it's just trying to. At this point,
we've been listening to you
trying to.
So you don't want to understand.
His point is trying to unravel the host. It's how can I get under her skin?
Yeah,
I don't have to make relevant points anymore. It's how can I unravel the host of this show?
No, I'm really not.
He's already called us animals in the chat. In the chat, he called the first caller animals. He said, y'all women act like animals. Who would want to marry you? And the fact of the matter is, if he was married, he wouldn't be in this chat and on this panel right now. If there was a woman that was loving him and was married to him and committed to him, he would not be in this chat and have this time to have these type of angry, misogynistic Twitter fingers to be up in this motherfucking chat right the fuck now. The fact of the matter is, it is Saturday night and he's lonely and he ain't got nothing to fap off on to, and instead he faps off
on give me some?
Trying to bother black women. That is his ultimate goal. That's his ultimate goal. So I'm gonna let him go off at the mouth. For matter of fact, hold on, I'm gonna bring somebody else up here. I'm gonna let him go off at the mouth for as long as he wants to, for the sake of entertainment, because I'm gonna chop it up and upload it as a separate video so that I can make money off of his fucking ignorance. Go ahead, Wes. What's your main point? What you trying to say?
Make that money.
What you trying to say?
Make that money off my ignorance. That's
what
all
you
trying
to
do is make money off of black men.
What are you trying to say? We're not making money off of black men if they're not calling in. You hit a certain amount of buttons to call in here. So what's your point about this topic? That's why
my point is that black women are unrighteous, greedy, and have standards that they will never be able to fulfill.
Do you think that when fat, ugly men like Trick Daddy and Flavor, let's talk about people who look like Trick Daddy, but still want skinny and pretty women. Do you think that their standards are unrealistic? And have you ever addressed that?
Yes, some men's standards are unrealistic.
Do you ever address it? Is there ever much?
I mean, a man is only going to get who he can get.
That doesn't answer the question.
Right?
That doesn't answer the question.
Say the question again, because I'm getting feedback.
So when men have quote unquote unrealistic expectations, is anybody jumping down their throat and trying to hold them accountable and creating a whole bus drivers guild or whatever to help this man understand how unrealistic his expectations are, or the way he names off those expectations?
Of course.
Of course, what?
Of course, people hold those men to.
Who's holding them accountable, and where are the
Well, all right.
conversations?
So if Flavor Flav got on TV and said that he wanted Halle Berry, you don't think anybody would say anything?
We're not talking about Flavor Flav.
But you asked me, do we hold men
I brought up
accountable?
Flavor Flav in the sense of to give people a visual of the type of ugly niggas I'm talking about. I'm talking about ugly niggas and fat niggas. And then if you combine ugly and fat together, and they still want some pretty skinny, young, fine thing, right? So we're talking about everyday people like you and me. Clearly, if you listening to my show, you're not a millionaire. Right. And I'm not trying to talk down on you, because I'll be talking down on myself. I'm talking about the average guy who has I want a young, slim, fit, red bone or whatever the fuck they want. And they don't even look that way. They don't even they ugly niggas. It's plenty of ugly niggas with pretty standards. Does anybody hold them accountable?
I mean, but there are plenty unattractive women with really super high standards.
You're not answering my question. You're flipping it into something else. So I'm asking you.
I gather that you want me to say no. That you want me to say
I'm not gathering. I'm asking you to be realistic about the question, and you're dancing all over the place.
I'm not dancing around it, gang.
You actually are.
I answered it plainly when you asked me. I said,
at first you said, of course. And I'm asking you, where do these
You think if I had a homeboy that was trying to get a woman out of his league, I'm be like, yeah, yo, you got it.
And I'm asking you where the plethora of conversations around Eboni K. Williams and what she said. There are literally over 1,000 conversations happening around that. And that's based off of her expectation. But when we talk about men and their expectations, which are purely based on vanity and imaginary sex, because we're talking about an imaginary bus driver. So when we talk about imaginary sex and imaginary women that don't exist, where's the plethora? Where's the equilibrium in the conversations that are being had about the expectations between men and women? Some people feel like Eboni's expectations are unrealistic, although she's a millionaire and she's a lawyer. But is there an equal? Because when you say, of course, the conversations are happening, I'm asking you where they're happening. Because I see Eboni getting drugged all up and through all of these social media platforms. I don't see any men being held accountable and or dragged based on what they expect from women, despite how they look, and the way that they look and what they expect are two totally different things. So I'm asking you to point me in the direction of where men are being held accountable for their expectations that some people might feel like are unrealistic. Where are those conversations happening in a plethora?
Who is supposed to hold men accountable?
Men.
Yeah, I hold my guys accountable.
That's you and your guys. Okay, just y'all and y'all.
So what are you asking me, Jay? Are you asking me if I think all men do it?
No, I'm not asking you if all men do it.
Then what's your question?
Oh, you just raised your voice. You upset?
No, I'm irritated because you're not being clear.
I'm actually being very clear. What I'm
you're
talking
not.
about.
I answered your question.
No, actually, I'm being clear.
Look,
and
shorty,
let me make it a letter. No, first of all, I'm not a shorty, bitch. Like, I'm not a fucking shorty. I might be a shorty to you. No, I'm young. Does that mean that I'm not? How old are you?
And you're shorter.
How old are you? How old are you? I'm young. Then how old are you? How old are you, Wes?
I mean, you're younger than me.
How old are you, Wes? How old are you, Wes?
Older than you.
Oh,
I'm 48.
You're what?
48.
Guffaw.
So this is gonna be funny.
You're on your way to get free pancakes at motherfucking IHOP. It's almost 8 a.m.
You don't think you're gonna be 48?
I'm not. That's not what I said. All I said is you're fucking old because you called me young. You called me young. Okay.
You are young. I'm old.
Anything. Where's your wife? Where's your wife? Are you married?
Get out my business.
Oh, you not married, nigga.
No, I'm not married. That's a win.
Yeah. And you're single too.
It's not a win if you're up here arguing on a panel with women.
I'm trying not to argue. It's very hard.
You should be somewhere blowing backs out.
It's very hard.
Go find a back to blow out, sir. This is ridiculous.
Simple questions about
what?
Women who are requiring certain things. Nigga, don't nobody care. You're old. You're almost right. We don't give a fuck. Us young people, we don't exactly, and I don't need you to give a fuck about me either.
I don't.
Clearly, you fucking don't. And nigga, I'm not gonna starve tomorrow because you don't give a fuck about me. Okay, so fuck you and your AARP ass.
You think 48 is old, huh? You 10 years from 48.
No, I'm not.
How old are you? How old
are you? No, don't worry about that. But she way more than 10 years away from it.
20 years from that. Are you
20
fucking
years
crazy?
From 48?
You're out of your fucking mind. You're a 50-year-old man calling in,
and you're talking to a 48-year-old man like that.
And
you're disrespectful.
Should I give my
How can I ever be disrespectful? When I was 28 years old.
Stop gaslighting, sir.
Fuck what you was doing when you was 20. Listen, that's the thing. You got to mute.
She a little girl.
Because old people like this, and you calling into.
So why you arguing with a little girl on a panel?
Calling into a little girl show.
Why is a little girl arguing with me?
Why the fuck are you here?
Nigga, you weird.
No, you
weird.
And that's why girls like this exist.
Here.
Cry in the corner.
Y'all, I think he might have had a traumatic brain injury while in the service.
Yeah, shout out to the people with TBIs. Handle your business. No shame here. Just, get the help that you need. Either way, that's some weird shit. That's some goofy ass shit. Fuck that nigga. Why is you over here calling a little girl's panel? This is the problem.
This is what 48, this is what elder people do. They feel like the younger generation needs to bow down to whatever they say.
On GP.
Be based on their age,
right?
It be based on their sex. I'm a man. Y'all need to motherfucking listen to me. And I think not. What proves that you're a good nigga when you don't even have a wife? You're fucking self.
Go find a back to blow out, sir.
Don't nobody.
Go. Go.
He probably can't get it up without a honey pack.
Take your ass down to the bar. Get you a honey pack. Get you a Red Bull, and maybe you'll be where Kevin Samuels at, bitch. I don't fucking know. Like, take your ass down.
Child, that was so strange. And then he kept doing that little weird passive-aggressive laugh. But this is so weird. You're the fucking weirdo. Like, you're the fucking weirdo.
What I found is a lot of these men, they come on
men and women. And he's like, so you saying all men? No, I'm not saying all men. I'm answering your question directly about what we seek or what we desire.
I had a patient.
He can't stay on topic. And then he calls me a little girl and don't want to tell me his age. And then he tells the age and then says,
nigga, find a back to blow out. Nobody want to hear that shit.
We can pay for y'all.
Nigga, this nigga is back. This nigga is back.
What's on the screen? All right.
Y'all.
Find something to do with your life.
A lot of these men, though, they come on here because they don't get any interaction from women in real life.
And you still up here,
bitch, you still whining like a hoe ass nigga. Get your puss ass out of here. Get your puss ass out of here. I can't stand whining ass niggas like you. You pathetic as fuck. You's a pathetic ass nigga. Fuck out of here.
You don't get a chance to talk to men like this.
Who the fuck is you, nigga? Man, I know will stomp your puss ass out. Get off this line. I can't
respond if you don't know me.
If you feel like I'm a little girl, you should get the fuck off my shit. You shouldn't be calling the little girl show. I'm a little girl to you.
You are a little girl.
Right. I'm 2 decades younger than you.
And you should listen.
You're old enough to be my grandpa.
Listen.
And no, I shouldn't fucking listen.
I was here before you was even here.
Who cares? Just because somebody was born before me means that I need to sit down and
you ever go into the office and they had a meeting.
You're out of your fucking mind. And this is the same reason why
you just yelling for no reason.
Have a bitch sucking your dick right the fuck now, because you're old and you're fucking lonely.
Wow, y'all so
And you're
mad.
20 years older than me.
Why y'all
and there's
so mad?
nobody sucking your dick. Nobody's mad. But you try to pick at people and pick under their skin. And I'm a quote unquote.
Oh, I am
girl
deep under y'all skin.
And I'm quote unquote right. And
You
you're
ain't
great
deep enough, nigga.
I'm quote
I know
unquote
women love me.
entertainment to you.
Women love
But
me.
this is the reason why it's 3:00 in the fucking morning on Saturday, low-key Sunday.
Hey, Shorty, what you say? Not deep enough.
And there's nobody sucking your
Get
dick
this say
right
this
now.
off this
And
motherfucking panel.
And there's nobody sucking your dick right now. Because you a miserable ass nigga. It's not hard for a nigga that's 20 years older than me to get somebody to give them a velveteen, bruh. But you, my bruh, you'd rather argue with black women
I have
on
never
the
been
internet.
called
Let me go ahead and mute your bitch ass. You would rather argue with bitches on the internet rather than spend some time trying to figure out how to get bitches your age.
I see why these
bitches your age don't fuck with you. Bitches
just,
your age
I don't even know if I'm still listening.
Bitches your age do not fuck with you because they don't put up with your childish ass. Let me go ahead and move. Bitches your age don't put up with your childish ass mindset. Okay? And that's why you like younger women, and that's why you ended up watching my motherfucking stream. Let's keep it buck. Let's keep it a buck. You're watching my stream because you're attracted to younger women, because the bitches that are your age, which are what, 56, 58, or I forget what the fuck you said you is, but you're 20 years older than me, bitch. The reason why they don't fuck with you is because you're childish as fuck. It's no reason why it's Saturday night and you not being intimate, doing Netflix and chill at the movie theater, having your dick sucked, having a great relationship with a bitch when you're giving the same relationship advice that Iyanla VanZant is giving, and Iyanla VanZant is a single 70-year-old black woman. Make it make sense. That's why your dick's so fucking dry. You a little girl, and you still sit up here to argue with a quote-unquote little girl because I'm young. Yeah, I'm young. That doesn't mean that I'm not hip to the games that you older niggas, y'all senior citizens, play. I've dated older niggas before. Yeah, I have. And y'all like to play certain amount of games. And when we not with it, y'all proceed to say, y'all are rebellious. You're rebellious. You're rebellious. You're the whore of Babylon. You're rebellious.
Hell no.
Bitch, I'm not rebellious. I'm just not complying with your fucking bullshit. You fucking senior citizen. I might sit down and have one free stack of pancakes with you because you got your motherfucking AARP card, and that's a cool motherfucking benefit. Other than that, I'm done with you, bitch.
Lo sientos.
Listen. I have a problem with the elder generation feeling like they can talk to people and treat the younger generation any old type of way. And the younger generation is supposed to, that's my elder, I just take it. Yes,
right.
sir. The disrespect. I be fucking damned. If you disrespect me as an elder, do it once. I'ma take it. Do it twice, just like my pocketbook story. Do it twice, bitch. Bitch, now it's on. And I'm giving you the same shit you gave me. I'm giving you the same shit you gave me. You got this old nigga on here that literally is probably taking the blue pill from the fucking gas station, is on the honey packs and shit, talking about y'all bitches need to listen to me.
Lord Jesus.
Who the fuck need to listen to you?
That's a honey pack.
Who?
Lord
because
Jesus.
you were, he said, I was born before you, so you need, everybody that was born before me does not have advice that's conducive to my life experience. Are you fucking serious? because you born before me means that you're giving advice or you're saying something that's more valuable than me, because me and my little young supple self.
Supple. Ew. Get it, girl.
What do you mean? And the fact of the matter is, he's still back here because he still wants to talk. So I could bring him back up, but he's
Man,
calling
fuck that itchy dick nigga.
calling me a little girl, and you're arguing with the little girl. If you're as grown as you say you are, if you're as grown as you say you are, you will go in the circles in which you belong. The fact of the matter is, you're attracted to little girls. You like watching little girls. You just hope that the little girl agrees with or is going to be swayed by whatever the fuck it is that you're talking about. And this little girl is not swayed by you. And you're still here and you still want to speak. That's the real tea. How about you deal with how old did he say he was?
48 or something.
Almost
48
50.
or so.
Why
Yeah.
is he dealing with and watching 50-year-olds?
He don't want them. You already know. You already know.
Younger women. He's just hoping he can sway them in a way that that's conducive to what he wants them to ultimately bend to. And he still wants to talk, and he's still back here, but I'm a little girl, and he wants to come up here and disrespect a quote unquote little girl on her own platform.
Girl, that's the most action he gonna get getting this close, child. Don't get that nigga the pleasure, cause he already trying to get that meat ready. I'm not sure what the fuck he got going on. He on some little sadist type shit where he get off on annoying people, aggravating people. You know, people out here is weird. He's a whole fucking weirdo, and that's what I mean by the gaslighting. He initially came into the chat being disrespectful to the two women who was giving their opinions on the panel and called them animals, and then became confused and befuddled when he began to be disrespected, and then wanted to be a motherfucking goddamn victim. You ain't no motherfucking victim. You a crybaby ass nigga. You's a hurt dick tip nigga. You need to go find another man and y'all can hug tip to tip and get your ass on. Ain't nobody here for all that. And for the record, I'm somebody in my 40s, and Jane know, because Jane is like little sis to me. You know what I'm saying? She's also a friend to me, you know. But me and her don't see eye to eye sometimes when it come to elders, but at the end of the day, and I tell her just like I tell other young people, I see why these young people be on y'all motherfucking ass, because y'all too goddamn disrespectful. You don't motherfucking get respect on GP just because you showed up. Then you tried to use you being a veteran and thought motherfuckers was gonna bow down. You tried to use that shit, bitch.
Right.
That's what you tried to do.
Add that in. That's why I'm like him adding in the veteran, and then I add in the story.
No, he did that shit on purpose. That's what they like to do.
When I added in the story about the man who killed the black man on the subway, it's like they added that veteran shit to that white man,
yeah,
because they wanted that to play a place into, oh well, the man that did it was a veteran, so it's not that they add. You being a veteran,
that motherfucker good for an involuntary manslaughter charge, easy.
It has nothing to do with this conversation. The same way in which the news story I just brought up, that white man who killed that black man in broad daylight, on recording, on video, it had nothing. And they added that veteran shit in there to try to soften people's thoughts and opinions about the murder that took place in the middle of that motherfucking train. So him asking, what does this story have anything? What does you having served in the military have anything to do with this?
Not a goddamn
now
thing.
That you share it, let's keep it a buck about the mentality. About a lot of y'all men who have been in the service, a lot of y'all are crazy, and a lot of y'all is of no fault of your own. You done seen and dealt with some shit.
Absolutely.
However, y'all are crazy.
Facts.
A great amount of people who have served are crazy. You might have great benefits. You might have
they pay money, a price.
You might have a certain amount or whatever, but a great amount of you have seen some shit that is ungodly, and that's not okay. And that's why I feel like the states should do more to provide and help y'all's mentality. But I'm not going to sit here and lie. The same way you want to sit here and lie and generalize women and shit, I'm going to generalize y'all motherfuckers who was in the military. A lot of y'all are fucking crazy. Although y'all might have a lot of money, y'all might have a lot of whatever, but a lot of y'all minds are fucked up because of what y'all saw over in Iraq and Afghanistan.
And let's keep it real. A lot of them was fucked up before they went over there.
And see, and that's a whole nother thing. I won't get into that. But based on what they've seen serving our country and what they've done.
Absolutely.
And I salute them for that, right? Like nobody's
Absolutely.
saying that what you did was any less honorable. But a lot of y'all who went across, a lot of y'all are fucking crazy. And I've dealt with several men. The men, you slept with hella military men. You slept with, like, trying to make it seem like I'm some sort of slut.
Yeah, he
No,
tried to slide all that in there.
dealt
Yeah,
with
child. Hot
great
garbage.
amount of military men, and I know that their mentality is not as linear as the everyday person because of what they've seen and what they vent about and what we talk about on dark nights at 3 o'clock in the morning. And what they're talking about is just I can't even imagine, like, the stuff that they explain. Like, I get it, like, I'm not
Hmm.
downplaying what they've
No,
done for our
absolutely.
country,
We got
but
that.
that has enough to negatively impact your mind and how you go about in life on a daily basis.
But I mean, if we keep
So
it real, we could pull them statistics. You know what I'm saying? People that are in military and
and
law enforcement,
the
the DV,
VA,
the
the,
rates are high.
the fact of the matter is the VA doesn't do nearly as much as it needs to do
Right.
when it comes to taking care of veterans. Now that
Agreed.
I can attest to, because I've been in line, I've been in the line at the VA
Right.
with somebody that I was in a relationship. He was a Marine, and I've been in the line and how they treat them, and
Hmm.
it's a big backlog type of. The VA they don't do half as much as they need to
Agreed.
do when it comes to taking care of these veterans and people who have served the country mentally. They don't do what they need to do, and
Hmm.
therefore we have a lot of people who have served in the military walking around with mental with issues that they haven't been able to fully work out.
Unmanaged mental illness.
Unmanaged anger
Right.
issues, like whatever. And so
Absolutely.
when we see this man who is a Marine chokes out a black man and kills him, it's whatever. It's like, clearly that Marine has some anger and some issues. It might be race charged, it might not.
Who
I
knows,
don't know.
child?
It was a white guy. But at the
Hmm.
end of the day, if he was a Marine and he knew, at the end of the day, he's a Marine. And Marine is kind of like on the scale of military. You got like Army, Marine, and whatever the case is. He knew that 15-minute chokehold
He understood.
was lethal, was deadly.
He know what it
But
takes to take someone
people
out.
people throw around the veteran, whatever. They throw that around when they're in hot water. Right? And that's the thing. He's sitting up here, and we going toe for toe. I'm a veteran. Okay, what's you being a veteran got to do with this? And then I bring up a story about veterans.
Hmm.
Like, what's this story got to do with it? It's the same thing as you being. People throw the veteran thing around because they feel like it's going to soften people. It's gonna.
No, people do you try to use that to their
Like,
advantage.
no, like, you're not going to be able to use the fact that you once served our country. Thank you for your service. However,
But that
in
don't give you an excuse to talk to
in
people any kind of way or be an
conversations,
asshole.
like, what the fuck does you being a veteran have anything to do with what the fuck we're
Hmm.
talking about? Nothing at all. Nothing.
Do you mind if I read a comment? Somebody who say they in the military, they just said that mental health is now being outsourced, so it's no more backlog. So basically, they saying that the resources are available now, but the issue is a lot of people are not getting that help. Because I do remember there was a time where the VA really had a hard time getting the folks, and I do think that there's still some issues when it comes to certain things, but there actually has been a lot of money being pushed into mental health. You know what I'm saying? After people start dealing with a lot of crises and stuff in the U.S., and so they started getting more funds for that, and that's how they end up back in the whole mental health thing. But ultimately, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people have this misconception that even with mental illness, or like you said, using the whole veteran thing or whatever, this don't give you excuses to act like assholes or to do whatever the hell you want to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure what the hell going on with people, but as I said, I understand why a lot of y'all young people be on these folks' ass, because they be out of fucking control. Now, unfortunately, some people who do mean well end up taking hits, but I mean that just come with the territory. But I definitely am understanding the level of frustration with a lot of young people. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, it ain't in me to be going back and forth with older people because I just find it funny, especially when they be getting mad and they go to shaking and shit. Like people who I would consider an elder, you know, shit just kind of funny to me. It don't bother me in that regard, but I do understand the frustration. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure why people have this idea simply because I have seniority. I supposed to come in here and run roughshod all over people, handle people any kind of way, talk to people any kind of way, be condescending as fuck, tell you you're a little girl, call you shorty, then asking about dick services and whatnot, because you telling him, hey, go find some business. Then he want to know who finna play with his dick or whatever he had going on. Nobody have time for this sick shit. And this is why a lot of these young women sick of y'all ignorant asses too. And I totally get it. I'm at the place in my life where I don't mind tending to my kids and closing up shop. Like it don't make me no difference. But a lot of these young people out here, young men and women who's frustrated with the bullshit, they want good relationships, they want sound relationships, and some of this information that is being given out is outdated. It's a lot of projection. I do feel like Iyanla projected a lot. You know, like I don't see, and that's the thing. All this, like, first of all, she was calculating and asking the fucking question. We know this shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, what exactly was her motive? Who knows? But you knew what the fuck you was doing. This boils down to, oh, this little heifer sassy. Oh, she thinks she all that. Well, let me, you know, like, I mean, come on, man. Like,
Let's
what the
break that
fuck?
down.
That's that energy.
Thinks he's sassy. Let's go ahead and break it down. But again, you can't. No, nobody can name me black men that Iyanla has given that same exact energy to, and she's willing to break down. Because if we're talking about the issues within a black relationship and the black dynamic, you can't. The issues don't just come from one side. They don't just come from the woman. They come from both sides. So at what point is she going to use the same energy to call men to the carpet, to call them to the forefront for the fucked up shit that they do and the hurt that we've endured at the hands of them? At what point? She's not. I can honestly, and if I'm wrong, honestly, I'll cash at somebody $10. Okay, put y'all cash app handles in the chat. First person put the cash.
Chop. I'm looking.
But even if she do it, she's only going to do it one time, just like Kevin Samuels said. Because when people wanted to hold Kevin Samuels accountable, they were saying, "Oh, you only come at black women." People will pull up this one video in this one time that Kevin Samuels held black men talk shit about black men. One video out of 398 of them.
Oh wow, I can't front. I didn't feel like digging through the garbage to figure it out. I just remember one time he asked the dude
one time just to combat the backlash. Okay?
how big his his wee wee was. Wes, you weird. Get your motherfucking ass out of here. Nobody care about you paying for that butter.
One time. But she doesn't have that over the years between Fix My Life and everything else. She goes out of her way. Oh, look who finally left. Thank God.
No, he said we weird and he gone. Child, fuck you. Child, I can't stand a bitch ass nigga. Something about bitch assness just it disturbs my spirit. It really disturbs. You don't understand something about a whining bitch ass nigga. That shit makes me fucking angry. I got to work on that, y'all, cause like
Wes,
niggas like that make you want to scratch their eyeballs.
Wes, if you want to call back in, I'll bring you up one more time for the one time. But
Question: what was the Cash App thingy? If you don't mind me asking, because I saw some Cash App thingies come in.
I saw them come out. I ain't trying to say the whole.
I'm saying, was it supposed to be a question or something, or was they just supposed to put it in there?
No, just for people to put their Cash App down if Iyanla decide to come at black men the way she come at black women, and even if she does, she's not gonna do it consistently. She's only gonna do it based off of the.
Child, Iyanla take a grown man and put his head in her big ass titties and sit there and hold his ass. Hey, I can't front though. I used to watch the show, right? And I like the show. I would have to take Iyanla in doses sometimes because I can't front. Sometimes she used to annoy me. But you know, the times where she would like take people and like cradle them and give them hugs and shit. Like hugs are healing, but I can't front. Sometimes it would be cringy because you got these big ass people and she'd be like, with their head all in her bosom and stuff, and I'd be like, oh my god, like cringy, you know. But yeah, like shit is crazy out here, and like some people are saying like, oh, she meant well. I mean that's to be interpreted. I don't think that. I think it's hard. Iyanla, all right with me to a degree. A lot of what she's doing though is I don't find it productive at all. She's running with this whole narrative with the sit down and shut up. As y'all can see, what's the name? Ebony was very graceful with her response, the first time. But it was funny because you could see on Ebony's face when Iyanla would say some off shit that just wasn't really resonating with her spirit. Her face had me rolling. But she did great though. But aside from that, Iyanla just, man, she out here with that bullshit. Okay, somebody mentioned DMX. I can't front. DMX needed to cuss her the fuck out. So maybe that's what that control freak shit was about, because she refused to let that man have that fucking cigarette. Give me the cigarettes. Give me the cigarette. And before you know it, bitch, what the fuck? Yeah. I was like, oh, okay, there you go. She asked for it. She fucking asked for it. Like, she would not leave that man alone about that cigarette. Like, yeah, so it's just certain stuff. I don't know if it be for TV or for like, I don't know for what they call it, Jane. Like when salacious stuff, whatever that shit is, y'all media people do. Where they gotta kick it up a notch. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it was for that or what, honey. But listen, DMX was tired. His nerves was already bad. You're messing with it. Let this man have his cigarette, but you refuse. And Poe Neffy was so fucking offended when she called her a bitch. She called her a whole bitch, first of all. She called her a whole bitch. Neffy was offended. Neffy trying to say, hey, I get everything you saying, but you calling me that name was disrespectful. She wouldn't acknowledge that, hey, that was disrespectful. And that's another part of that gaslighting, right? With some black women, people get to punch down and tell you how you such a rebellious heifer. You hoes is out of order. You black bitches need to get in order, but you're just supposed to sit there and accept it and fold your hands and say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, yes, elder. No, that's not how that works. And any wise leader, any person of wisdom, any elder, sage, etc., they understand that they have to come with a certain level of love. You have to have love behind something for people to receive it. Now, I know me, if the energy ain't right and I don't feel like you coming at me in love, I shut down. And I've been like that from young. If I don't like your fucking energy, I don't care what the fuck you saying. I'm not listening. But that's just me. And some people might say that that's ignorant, but that's how I move, So yeah, it's unfortunate, but this is the gentleman that came up here. Well, I'm being gracious, but the dude that came up here, that's typical in certain spaces on YouTube, in certain black spaces. That is very typical. The gaslighting, the shaming, the constant weird ass behavior. You know what I'm saying? They get off on it. And it's a lot of projection. He came up here acting as if he was concerned about his motherfucking niece. Nigga, let's keep it real. You don't give a fuck about your niece. Nigga, you was hit. You was a hit fucking dog hollering your ass off in this motherfucking chat and on the panel, nigga. Don't try to use your niece like you give a fuck about her. Because you told on yourself. And then you said, after he finished that whole spiel, he started going in about, because it's about black men, about these women thinking that black men ain't enough, and whatever spiel he went on. Like, let's keep it real, nigga. You don't give a fuck about your niece. You was laughing at the fact that motherfuckers just need to accept what they can get. Do y'all keep that same energy when people are talking about, we getting passports, we sick of these matrix bitches, and etc., etc. And shout out to y'all that keep hollering about the fat shit because y'all concerned about people weight. Stop the fucking lies, because some of you niggas' blood pressure is through the roof. I'm tired of y'all lying. Stop fucking lying, okay?
Kevin Samuels sat up there and said black women, they was fat and was gonna die, and this nigga gonna kick the bucket with a heart
attack. And my fat ass thighs and feet still clanking together like Dorothy. Fuck out of here. I could die tomorrow and I still lasted longer than you, nigga. Fuck y'all. I don't care what y'all talking about. And listen, Caramel, it's been times where I've actually put my blood pressure in the chat, my blood pressure numbers, my LDL, my A1C. I put those things in the chat. Since y'all so concerned about health, bitch, here's the numbers. This fat motherfucker over here, this little fat animal, okay? This little fat wild animal, her blood pressure 120/70 any fucking day of the week, okay? Since y'all so concerned about health, do y'all give a fuck about that? No. So let's keep it real. I'm sick of you people lying.
They
Okay.
can't care all that much about health, girl, because they say that. I mean, if you take a look at it, Kevin Samuels aside, most of these black men are checking up out of here in their mid-50s anyway. So they not
Mm,
y'all ain't as concerned about health. Y'all worried about
that's
our health.
sad.
Like we live longer than y'all. We live longer than y'all. So our health is not what y'all need to be concerned about. Y'all's health is, but with the West dude, you know what I honestly think, girl, it sounded like he got a degradation kink. And if you still around West,
Ah.
if you still around West, let me know. I'll drop my cash app in the comments so I
Oh, girl, you be stomping on
yeah
people nuts and shit.
yeah
What?
I'll
Yeah, wait. Oh
if
Lord,
he got a
listen, girl, I ain't got
degradation
no
kink,
sense, child.
you know,
I
because
ain't realized people like that though.
it's men that do that. You know, they like it's a lot of women that do that kind of stuff. It's men that come onto these channels and listen to opposing views, and then they like to do what this guy did, which is get under the women's skin, and they
Ah,
like to be cussed at. They like to be
you know
talked
what?
that.
You're
You know,
right
they
though.
like that. That's a kink for them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's women who do that and get paid to do that. You know, to talk bad to men with money. It's a
Child,
kink
these
that they
niggas
have.
want
So
they
a lot of them
nuts
are willing to
stomped
pay
on,
for it.
girl. Put you on some 6-inch heels and stomp on them nuts, child. Fuck these niggas. But you know what's funny though? When I'm in certain spaces, it's this girl, like she's a fucking celebrity troll in the little area. Like I love her. Shout out to Sugar Bob. Anyway, anytime Sugar Bob come in the chat, she start cutting up, like cutting up. And it's funny because no matter what Sugar Bomb say to them niggas, they still fuck with Sugar Bomb.
Mm-hmm.
They still tolerate her. And I be laughing. I be like, girl, why you said that shit? She be like, them niggas like that shit. And she'll keep fucking trolling they ass. And shout out to Fancy. She in the chat. She already know Sugar be on they ass. But you right. Some of them do like it.
It's a
Hey, Light. I see somebody else here on the panel. Let me hush. Hey there.
Hey, Just Jay.
How you
Um,
doing?
I loving what you're saying because you're telling the truth.
Girl, you know I ain't
Lord.
got no manners, child. That's why I had to drop down. Because I'm like, listen, I ain't trying to get in trouble with Jane, child. Because I about to cuss that motherfucker out, honey. They would have been like, oh my God, like she is a wild animal for real. Like a real wild animal. But as we know, he called the other women animals and they wasn't even doing nothing but giving their opinion.
Well, I personally can tell you a lot of military men play games and they lie. Reason being is because they know they make a certain amount of money. When they're active, depending on their depending on their rank, how much money they make, okay? But when they get out, if they go after their benefits, they're going to make more. You know, that's just me being honest how it works. If you go after your benefits, if you've gotten hurt or whatnot. Now, there are some people who have never deployed, but they still can get benefits, you know, because you're entitled if you done served your term. You could do 2 years, 4 years, you could still be entitled to benefits. Now, the thing about it is I've come in contact was most of these military men will not tell you they married to somebody else, maybe overseas, maybe in another state. They're not going to tell you that. And they'll come up with a different name too and sit there and lie in your face just to get what they want out of you. Now, I've come across a lot of men like that, and I'll just turn them down because I'm like, nah, you know. And a lot of these military men too, when they're talking to you, they're hinting, they're trying to find hints in the conversation to degrade you right at the moment if they want to. So a lot of them, just like how he was doing, he was playing. He liked to play. They want to come off like they so handsome and this and like Wes. Wes got a nice voice, but I think he lied about his age too. But anyway,
That nigga ain't got no nice
nonetheless,
voice, but go ahead.
yeah, he did. But he started playing with Jane. See, we're not with that no more. We're not with this playing. That's unattractive now. Back then, we thought that that was okay. This is how a man is. Now we know we don't like that because we're not doing that. We're not gonna put up for that because we know what does playing get you, right? So this is the thing. These men are crying. They're in their crying mode right now. They're having tantrums because we are now we're up here going, okay, look, if I know I'm not ready to be dating and I'm working on myself, these men need to respect that Because a lot of them going to come at you and make you feel bad and make you feel guilty because you chose yourself, which you need to. Okay, I've had a lot of men. When I tell them I'm ex-military, they're, oh, you must be crazy. You got you got disability. So this response coming from a man, you know what I'm saying? Like off the top, I'm not gonna continue to have a conversation with them because just like how you were saying, Jane, you said, hey, you military? Okay, no. You have the right to have your preference about him. Just like men have had their preference about me. And so, yes, I'm ex-military. Yes, I served for 7.5 years. Oh, you crazy, huh? Right when I told them, you know, hey, I deployed twice. I loved it. You know, this, and that. Oh, yeah, you crazy. Do you see what I'm saying? They already put out that energy of what they don't want. So why should I continue in the conversation? But you mad when you see me later around whatever, and you see me doing what I got to do. And hey, why didn't you give me a chance? Because why are you even talking to me? And then you're like, oh, you on that type of energy. Yes, I am. I don't know you no more. Because from what I know, we've been putting up with what they want and what they like and how West changed up. They do that. They want to change up. Oh, no. Since I wanted you like this, but you didn't meet that requirement, you can be like this. You can come to me like this. No, we're not doing that no more. We ain't doing that shit no more because it's games. And the only thing that play games is cats trying to eat its prey. And we're not animals. I'm sorry, but we're not. So, I mean, that's all I got to say. I don't know if that makes sense, but we tired. We just tired. Shit, we tired. Hell, we tired.
That's why I encourage people to stop defending and explaining what they want. You, me, anybody, man, woman, cat, dog, nobody don't owe nobody no explanation for what they want. Cause like Jane said, they not over there coddling the women that they don't want. So I'm not understanding why they feel they need to be coddled. They're fragile as ever, and it shows. It's very cringy, and it's sad because you can see the insecurity and the botheredness oozing out. You know what I'm saying? Like it's palpable. And then they try to gaslight. That's why, honestly, me personally, I don't deal with gaslighters. Like because I'll kick a gas can in your face. I personally have to just disengage because
The
I'm aware of my
gaslight,
triggers, and that's the thing. People don't like take time to be aware of your own triggers and manage your own triggers. It is not nobody's fucking business or responsibility to manage your triggers. Wes, whoever else, everybody coming in the chat about, oh, well, my husband, a bus driver, oh, well, my wife. But this is not about your fucking spouse. This is not what this is about. Iyanla, if she had the wisdom that she says she has, and don't get me wrong, we all make poor choices, right? But if you was really about trying to really have a meaningful conversation, why gaslight that girl with that fucking question? It was because you already was probably looking at her, and this is just an assumption, but you probably was already looking at her because she's assertive, she on her shit, she quick on her feet, she's well spoken. You already seeing Ebony, and you like, oh, so this bitch thinks she all that. Oh, okay, well, let me
and
bring her
another
down a
thing
notch.
is because
That's
she
that typical
doesn't,
stuff. It's
she don't
typical.
date. She dates outside her race, and I kind of feel like there's nothing wrong with you dating outside your race. That's your business. Why can't people learn to mind people's business? That's what I kind of feel like with Iyanla. That's why I think she said that. What she said to Ebony, it's not her damn business. For her to ask her about the bus driver thing, I think she did that to come off at her a certain way because she knows her dating preference. And to me, that's just me thinking on the outside looking in.
Her question didn't even make no fucking sense because they
It
not
didn't. Do
necessarily
you see
running
what
in
I'm
the same
saying? Like,
circles anyway. That's
thank
just
you. I
stupid.
think that what she was wanting to say was
She knew what she
actually,
wanted.
see, what she wanted to say was, won't you date? What type of men do you prefer dating?
Hmm.
But she didn't. She want to come up with this bus driver thing.
I don't know. That's just
Right.
me
A
thinking.
person
You
who's
see
trying to
what I'm
understand
saying?
probably would have approached it differently. You're right. Like that
Thank
to me would have
you.
been a more productive question. Okay, well, what type of man are you interested in, et cetera, et
Thank
cetera. And if
you.
we even gonna keep it there, sometimes people are not necessarily dating in the same tax brackets. You know what I'm saying? I personally don't call it dating down. I just figure like people are in different life placements. And to me, it's not to shit on anybody else. And people that know me in certain spaces know I fuck with blue collar men. I personally I love blue collar men because I just find them sexy. But that's just me. I just like a dude that work with their hands and kinesthetic and shit like that. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? I've dated white collar men. You know what I'm saying? I've dated men, and I guess more quote unquote prestigious professions, and a lot of them was pure assholes. So I mean, it is what it is. People do whatever works for them. But at the end of the day, whether it's reasonable, unreasonable, realistic, unrealistic, whatever your preference is, it is. Like I don't understand why somebody have to defend what they want. It doesn't matter if it makes sense or not.
Yeah.
And so
Because it's
that's
none of
that's
my
just the thing
damn
I don't
business.
get.
Look, Judge
Right.
Jay, it's none of my damn business at the end of the day what
Right.
you do because that's none of my business. And that's why I think she got real defensive. Oh,
Mhm.
this broke the internet. Yeah, because you had no right to be coming there. I understand she's in an elder, but now we've gotten into place now where we got to let elders know, hey, I'm grown. I'm not a child anymore. And there's some things that you're stepping my boundaries with. You got to learn to communicate with me now that I'm
Right.
grown. You see
Well,
what I'm
that's like
saying? Now
even
that
my
I'm
kids.
grown. Yeah,
It's not okay for me to talk to my kids any kind of way just because I'm their parent.
you're
So
right.
there's been times if I holler at them or I start fussing at them and shit, and I know I'm just out of order, I apologize to my children.
But
Now,
I don't
whoever
think she's
agree with it
gonna
or don't, that's
apologize
their goddamn
heavily.
business, cause
I
them
don't think,
mine.
yeah, but I don't think to me, I'm not saying she should apologize, but I think it would be
No,
right.
I'm talking about me, like as far as the whole elder
Yeah,
reference. Just because I'm a parent doesn't mean it's okay for me to talk to my children any
you're
kind of way.
right.
It's kind of what I was getting at. Yeah, not the other thing, because she
Mhm.
don't owe nobody an apology for her fucking preference. She shouldn't have to
Yeah,
apologize, and that's why people are mad because they like I said, it just boiled down to who this black bitch thinks she is. Now, if she was
that's right.
Snow
You
White
ain't
up there, just like West got his monkey ass up here with all them goofy ass questions, if it was a fucking Ukraine woman or Ukrainian or fucking Russian or goddamn Yugoslavian woman or some here, oh, I want the rich man, I want the man with so much money buy me makeup, whatever the fuck. Y'all forgive me for like I know that sounded ignorant, but if that situation was up here, you feel me? He wouldn't have
yeah.
been drilling that person like that. You know what I'm
And
saying?
it would
Because I
it,
be I
they
be in
would
them
consider,
spaces.
you know what, just say they would consider the disrespect of even coming at somebody like that.
Right. They would sit
Hmm.
there and be like, "Oh, is that right? Okay, I see you.
Yeah,
I
but
see you." That's
it's
all they would
dis
have said.
right, but it's disrespectful when
That's so full of
we as
shit.
women we came in defense for Ebony like she has the right to have a preference. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all just peeked
Because a
into
lot of
her.
women share the same sentiment because they tired of this shit. Me personally, I ain't stunned on these motherfuckers. I don't my child. I be over here tending to my plants and trying to plant my
Look,
garden. I was tending to my fucking kale earlier and my
right.
cucumbers. I'm not stunned people, but for the people
You
that are
got me
still
hungry.
open
But
to
I'm just
dating,
saying, it's
they
just that.
tired.
I mean, you got me hungry for a salad. I just ate one.
Right.
But what I'm saying is this: we we gotta get in the point where we are holding strong with. If I'm not dating, I'm not dating. It's none of your damn business. But don't get mad at me when I'm handling myself and I do level up. See, they don't like to hear when you say, well, I'm leveling up. I told this one guy, he asked me, what you do? I said, I'm leveling up. He got mad. What that mean? So
Who
now
your
you
black
want to
ass
be,
think you is? That's the energy they come with. That's what it boils down to. Who this black bitch thinks she is, and people
and
don't want
that's
to
the
be honest.
attitude
That's
we've
all
been
it is.
getting. That's the attitude we've been getting for centuries.
Hmm.
Do you
And
know?
don't get me wrong, it's an issue in the community amongst
It
people,
is.
but definitely, it's very problematic, and it's unfortunate and it's sad because my thing is, with any wise man understands that the chick he rocking with is a reflection of him. You know what I'm saying? Solid men that I know do not give a fuck about this bullshit. Like you know,
Yeah,
like
they're probably
the
not even
sturdy men I
tuning in.
know, they could
They're
care
not
less
even
about these
tuning into
combos.
this. They like, I ain't got time. I gotta go make
They
my
could
money.
care less. They don't even be having the energy. Like they don't even have the energy to try to think about what y'all might be talking about. What they listen. Sometimes just for kicks, I show some of my guy friends that I'm cool with offline. I'll show them clips of guys saying like they weird talking points, and my homeboys be like, "Who these niggas is? These niggas weird." And they don't really have a whole lot else to say beyond that because as y'all know, like solid dudes don't be caring about all that shit. They be like, oh okay, yeah, dude tripping. And they keep it moving. And like you say, they want to make their money. So Jane, what's up, boss lady? What you want to do?
Yeah, she looked like she in deep thought.
Oh, she just refreshed. You saw she pressed the
Yeah,
refresh button
she
on her
looked so.
CPU. She
She
said,
looked so. Did you see it? Yeah. She let that wait and exhale breath out. I liked it.
It's
Yeah.
y'all actually learning me. It's y'all learning me for me. Um, this live is it's becoming kind of lengthy. Oh, you know what? So what I'm gonna do
I'm gonna get
is
off.
I'm actually going
I know I can
to
get.
edit this live that we on because I do
please
have
do,
more.
honey.
I do have more that I think and that I want to say, but there's a way where I can dump redirect everybody into the next live that I'm gonna do. All right, so I
Okay.
set it up, and so it should dump y'all into the next live. Y'all can see Iyanla's response to the bus driver debacle. That title is so bland and basic. It proves that it's late and I'm tired, but I'm still willing to do it. Um, so we're gonna. I'm gonna cut it up because I want to go into Iyanla's live, and I truly do want to pick apart everything that she's saying. I listened to her live yesterday, and I felt like a lot of what she was saying was given elder pick Misha. Like it was given older.
Ooh, girl, you not gonna do that walker move. Now I
It,
told you it's only so much elder abuse I'm tolerating that.
it was given so much
No.
elder pick Misha. It made no fucking sense. So I do want to
It
get
was
into
cringy for sure.
a portion of her live from yesterday, but as Light Visions told me in the Discord today, she was live today, and I didn't click that because I want to give my fresh reaction to that. So I just want to cut it up to make it more concise for people as it pertains
Absolutely.
to this whole bus driver sentiment. Let me just make
I'm
sure I
still
have.
laughing at West strange ass. Talking about y'all weird. Y'all weird. Nigga, you
So
48 sounded like you goddamn 13. What the fuck is going on here? Nigga, get
West
off your Xbox.
he wanted to get a row out of people because he just needed something to beat his dick to tonight.
Yes,
And,
honey. Hit
and
caramel doll up, honey. She will stomp on them
if
nuts,
he's
baby. Stomp on
bothering
them
a couple of
nuts.
women, his dick gets hard about it. Like that's
It's
just
weird though, cause some people they really do seem to get off. It's very strange.
Mhm.
like
Yeah, people's minds
They
are
that
different.
being abused by women because what it really is that they're not masculine at all, and it's
Yeah.
they like that. They'll pay you to talk shit to
Mhm.
them, and it's rich
Yeah.
men. I done seen like these videos where these women be like, "You ain't shit, nigga. You did," and they be paying these women $1,000.
Wow. It's
And
sad. It's really
Whoa.
sad though.
it's a kink that they have. Listen, so Wes, if
Mhm.
you still around, listen, I'll give you my cash app. I'm always looking to make
Mm.
some money.
Yeah.
I'll
child.
And
do
like,
it.
oh, did he say bus drivers put these women through college? I'm like, first of all, nigga, plenty of women was on the motherfucking pole putting themselves through college if we gonna keep it real. Okay, plenty of them was working at fast food joints and doing all kind of side jobs and everything else, putting themselves through college. So I'm not sure. I don't know if maybe he meant they was giving them rides to college. I'm not sure, but
I don't know either,
yeah,
but Ebony K. Williams specifically always talks about being raised by a single mother. So no bus
yes,
driver father put her, through school. And I think it's weird to ask, a woman that pulled herself up by these bootstraps that these niggas love so much. She did it all
hmm,
herself. To now
Mhm.
pull up some grown man who didn't help her get to where she is.
yeah.
It just reeks of enabling lazy men. But yet
Just
when it comes to
preach.
women, when it comes to women wanting to date men of means, you niggas is always yelling out Drake lines talking about bitch you wasn't with me shooting in the gym.
Let me
Right,
tell
right, right,
you
right,
what it
right.
is.
You know.
Caramel, they want us to do like the No Child Left Behind, don't leave your battle buddy behind. They don't want us to leave them behind. That's
But you
what
know,
it is.
that's
They want us to
odd to
scoop
me
them
because
up.
multiple studies also have pretty much shown that when men level up, they do not stay with the women that they were with prior to
You are
leveling up.
They
right.
don't want
And
to
we
be
have
honest about
accepted
it.
that.
Yeah, like even
We've
Jesse
accepted that.
Williams, all
There's
these
nothing wrong.
celebrities. Yeah, a lot of these celebrity men, they leave their day ones. You know, it's a few of them that stick with their day ones, but
Right. It's a
it's a
few of them,
lot
but in
of
general, it's
men.
definitely a thing.
And men, let me
Kevin
tell you
Hart is a
something.
good example of this.
Yeah,
Do
I
what,
have a
Jane?
Yes,
homegirl.
Kevin Hart. Yep.
Kevin
Yeah,
Hart's a good example because
Yeah.
Troy was there with
That was
them
his ride or
throughout
die.
the whole
Yes.
time when he was building himself up, and as soon as he made it, he left her.
Mm.
Jesse
Yeah, he
Williams'
did.
wife working jobs while he was
Oh,
trying
I
to get,
forgot about Jesse
Jesse
Williams.
Williams, and y'all know who else baby mama put them on. And is the reason why he has a lot of access to like movies and stuff now. Tyler Lepley, his first baby mama, not Miracle,
Don't give me the
his
line.
first
Who
baby
that?
mama, who he
Let
has
me
two
look it up.
kids with. She's in the industry, and she introduced him to like
Oh,
Tyler
Lepley.
Perry and a lot of industry executives, and that's how he got his connections. And he left her. He left.
Lepley.
Tyler Lepley left that girl when they're like 6 months after their youngest was born. He left her when their babies was still babies, and he's now playing house with Miracle Watts somewhere. You know what
Is
I'm
that
saying?
the same thing what
So
Brian McKnight did, y'all? Is
yeah,
that what
yeah,
happened?
yep,
We don't want to get on
yep,
Brian McKnight.
yep. Dr.
Oh,
Dre
that's
has
why I never
Dr. Dre
seen
has
him.
a
He
son
been on
he got to
Tyler
take
Perry
care of.
shows. Oh,
Dr.
that's why
Dre
I
don't
never
take care
seen
of his
him.
black kids. He take care of that white woman's kids, but he don't take care of his black kids. Dr. Dre, he don't have no relationship with his black kids. It's a lot of them that do it. I got a homegirl who her dad was a pastor, and her mama, and her daddy was married, before her and her sister was born. And anyway, her dad got cancer, and they were maybe 30 some years into the marriage, when he got cancer. And his wife did what she was supposed to do, through healthness and through sick, and she stayed with him and got him well again. Do you know that 2 years later, this nigga left her for a younger woman? The cancer reappeared and he died a year later. Child.
Oh,
I
what?
just,
What?
yeah, like they
I'm
leave.
sorry.
He
Right.
left her for like some young woman, some young girlfriend, a couple years after he got well. And then he died after the cancer reappeared. He died very quickly after that. So these men, it's just crazy to me that like with all the statistics that we have out, people still want to perpetuate the narrative that if you build with the man, he'll give you something back. Listen, and I'm going to say something that a lot of people, especially a lot of black women, may not be in the mood to hear. They may not yet be ready to hear. I don't even think that black men leveling up would even be the best thing for black women, because it shows like if you look at like marriage rates and like who black men are choosing as partners, their propensity to choose non-black women goes up every year. And a lot of times when they do get in positions to have a lot of money and position, they date white women. You know what I'm saying? And so I just
I
feel like,
agree.
they date white women. So I think more of them coming up, they don't, even the
They
broke ones now.
associate that with
Yeah,
coming up. The whiter, the better. They associate that with
even the
coming
broke
up.
ones now are talking shit to black women like they the prize. So could you imagine what it's gonna look like when they do, level up and get some money? When they level up, they 9 times out of 10, they're less likely to even choose a black partner. So is that really I mean, I know that that's kind of, but that's just kind of what I see, is that the first chance they can get to get the kind of woman that they really want, they go for her. And I think a
Right.
lot of them date sisters because most people date who are in proximity to them, right? And
Right.
so a
That's
lot of them,
normal.
a lot of them, they don't have the access. They don't have, the money. They're not in spaces where they can meet the kind of, you know, non-black women that they lust over. But when they get a little bit of money and then they're able to get into them spaces, then they're able to have access to those kinds of women. And then, that's all it takes for them. So,
Hmm.
that's what I've been noticing, is when they do level up, they don't marry black women. They don't,
Yeah.
so
So Jane, before
Okay.
Brown Ladybug go, you say you doing another live, or what are you saying? I'm
That's
confused, child,
child.
because you need to go wrap
That's
this party up, honey. You need to go bed.
I did say, and I did schedule, and I do have another live scheduled after this.
You
Um,
think you gonna make it?
that's a good question.
Okay, you
Um,
ain't gotta answer right now. I'll let Brown Ladybug do her thing
yeah,
or
let's
their
let
thing,
yeah,
and I'll go on mute.
let me yeah, let me try to yeah. Okay, Brown Ladybug, thank you so much for joining the panel. What are your thoughts? You're live on the air.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I've been sitting here for a couple hours just listening. And I think at the end of the day, all it boils down to is control. And control means power. And a lot of black men know they are powerless, so they need to subjugate someone. And unfortunately, that ends up being a lot of black women. And black women have been shamed into accepting less, not because these men necessarily have less, but because they're only willing to give less. And you don't see them going over into other communities trying to subjugate anyone else over there because the power structure that's set up over there won't allow them to. So they
Mm.
come back over to black women and spin the hamster wheel to keep black women running and confused so they can maintain power. And the true reason they are mad at Ebony is because when she made that statement, she regained her power, and they don't like power moves, especially coming from a woman. So you don't see them questioning Chelsea Clinton, Bill Clinton's daughter's marriage choice, because she married money. And rich white people marry other rich white people because at the end of the day, marriage is a business and everyone seems to understand that. And I can guarantee you a lot of men who are mad at Ebony for speaking her mind are probably laid up in bed with a woman who isn't even black. So why are they even concerned? And there's a video online that's been circulating recently of a woman going around asking women if money mattered to them in a relationship. And all the non black women said it matters, while all the black women said that it didn't. But black men didn't get up in arms over that video when white women said they wanted money. And like you had mentioned earlier, they have no problem stating that um, what they don't like about us, and they've been doing it for years. But when it comes to us, the narrative keeps changing and the goalpost keeps moving. Like when you look at it, there's nothing black women will ever be able to do without them having an issue with it because they want to keep us under their feet. And they'll say we're welfare queens. And for a long time, they said that. But when black women started going to school and becoming educated and the most educated demographic, then we were told that our degrees mean nothing. And then they say that they don't like single mothers. And then with Ashanti, who's 42 and not married and no kids, they talk bad about her and saying, well, why isn't she married? But isn't that what you want? And then they talk about black women being with the Pookie and Ray Bays, but when Sierra leveled up and got Russell, now he's a simp. And so many times black women have been made fun of in middle school for wearing their natural hair. They we get called names and stuff. But then when we get a weave to counteract that, now it's like, okay, you want to be a white woman. If you have no breasts, you're told you have no shape. But then when you get enhancements, then you're told you're fake. So, then you're told that you have to, choose who you give your body to and make better choices. But when you start making better choices and that better choice isn't them, then you're stuck up and then you're going to die alone.
And you're elitist or you're classist.
Correct. So in reality, men are the ones who die alone and thus try to shame women to get booed up. So we end up being their caretakers in their old age. So, when we start to age and we start to enjoy our lives and start to travel, then they want to say we're average at best and that we hit the wall. So it's like you can't do anything. If you wear makeup to feel pretty, you'll hear men telling you to take the makeup off because once you take the makeup off, then he knows he can control you. And so I recently was on Instagram and a popular comedian, he made a post about women wearing long eyelashes and referenced them to the Sesame Street character. And the men in the comments went on and on and on and on. And it was like, these men are very fragile. Like, when the war in Ukraine popped off and the men stayed behind and they put the women and children on the bus, there were literally black men in the comments saying that, if it was them, they would have got on the bus and left the women and children behind. And truth be told, I believe that a lot of them really would have done that. Like they are highly damaged and they
I
walk
believe
around
it
the
too.
earth.
They pathetic as hell.
Yeah, and they walk around the earth with this imaginary crown looking for power. And that's why if you ever see a group of black women coming together to have a discussion like now, black men will make their way into the conversation, and the entire goal is confusion in order to gain control. Like the previous caller West, he wasn't here to make a point. As a matter of fact, he actually agreed that Ebony, can have her preference, but what he really wanted to do is he wanted to be in the energy field of a lot of women. And he needed to feed off of that energy of the women in order to feel powerful. And that's why when Jane said she had dated 5 military men, the first thing he said was, and none of them wanted you, because to a lot of them, they feel that the only value that can be added to a woman's life is they themselves. And as
That
he was
part.
talking, I had like a small epiphany. I'm like, a lot of men like him are lonely.
And the fact of the matter
Yeah.
is, I broke up with all of them
Mm-hmm.
because I don't know, like it's not not me trying to categorize all 5 of them. I broke up with them because it just where they were mentally, it wasn't something I was willing to deal with. And honestly, I feel like the VA doesn't do enough. I feel me witnessing 2 men that I've dealt with trying to deal with the VA to get help. The VA treats them like they're just another number, just like the MVA or the DMV treats us. Like it wasn't did they want me? I was engaged to one. I did. There's one that still texts me to this day that still wants to do a little something. Like I'm not so them one and so for you to gauge my worth or my stance or what I'm saying on people of my past who you sapped up the fact that I've dealt with several military men. They didn't want you. Of course they wanted me. They still want me, but I broke up with them. But let's just say they broke up with me, and it doesn't make any facts that I'm spewing about people who are in the military any different. So you trying to paint me out as some undesirable being or whatever the case is, and based on how he presented himself, his name was Wes up here, you seem pretty undesirable to me too. And the fact that most of the women in your life didn't desire you, they don't want you, and that would be my assumption of them. What does that mean compared to what you're saying right now? I mean, it means something, but it kind of doesn't.
Right. Shit, my assumption, he was sitting there with a diaper on.
You seem pretty undesirable to me. But me, on the other hand, putting myself forward on camera, in person, and actually sharing a couple things about my life. And I said, are you married? Are you in a relationship? My business is my business. Oh, yes. So you are assuming that I'm not desirable. First of all, I'm in a relationship that I've been in for 3.5 going on 4 fucking years. It's been me and him. So that's the first fact. I'm not undesirable, and I get hella offers all the time. I don't talk about my offers all the time because how vain would that be? Correct. But I mean, like, hey, I drive this.
Hola, mommy.
Hola,
mommy.
Bitch, stop. I did just go to the store. The guy was doing that. But it's just, it's like, I don't have to come on here and brag about the niggas that are throwing them. I think it's pretty obvious. I'm not an ugly woman. Am I the prettiest thing out here? Is my makeup like the best? On some Beyonce, Tiana Taylor shit? No. I had a woman tell me, let me put myself on the screen fully. I had a woman tell me, why would you put that powder under your eye and not put no powder around your mouth, knowing it's so dark and so brown? Because I have discoloration down here. I do. Putting makeup on top of this discoloration. I put makeup here. I do blush. I do highlighter, and that's it. Y'all are gonna see my imperfections. Period. Point blank. And I had a comment that said, "Why didn't you put no makeup here?" Because I don't want to. It's too much. It takes a lot to put, depending on where the discoloration is, and to color correct and do all that. And I'm not doing that. And sometimes makeup looks better when you have your blemishes shining through, because people understand that blemishes are, I'm trying to get to the right, people understand that blemishes, if you have a couple of blemishes coming through your makeup looks a bit more realistic.
Correct.
Natural. So it looks a bit more good. if you just trying to present yourself as some perfect thing and I just slather my face in foundation and do it like that's just not my style. Like, and I've literally had a woman tell me, you need to start doing something about down here. And I'm
Girl,
not.
no, she was not bad about your dark mouth area. Girl,
Girl,
I'm over here crying.
Like,
God, I read the comment like 3 times. I read the comment and I'm like, this bitch is dead serious. She's like, girl, why would you swipe that powder under here and not down here? First of all, if I swipe powder down here, y'all are gonna see a major problem. Because
it's gonna look weird.
It's going to look great. To be a matter of fact, if you talk about somebody that
ashy
really
look
understands color theory, if I just place my powder that naturally goes here and I place it down here, it's going to look great and it's gonna look dumb. Which would mean I need to color correct down here. I need to put an orange down here, and then put a foundation or concealer down here.
She must have didn't look at your makeup video.
Bitch, I don't care. I still pull niggas. I still
Hello.
Like at the end, I'm not doing all that. Like I don't do all of that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Coco could walk around and say she don't bathe for 3-4 days with her big sweaty booty cheeks. Like I don't be understanding these people. They need to stop this shit. You know, you got all these saltines out here that will admit they don't wash their ass, honey, and they be groveling.
We just need to respect others for what they do and what they are. That don't mean I allow what I respect to walk all over me or go against my boundaries. Or say, for instance, like I will say I pick certain friends, right? Does that mean that other people be like, why ain't she chose me as a friend? It ain't your damn business why I ain't chose you to be my friend.
Always have something to say anyway. Let's just say I start doing my makeup different, right? Let's just say I start covering this up. There'll still be something to say. Like, okay, you know what? My makeup is my fucking makeup. It's my makeup. Y'all might not like it. Y'all might not, whatever, but I'm still a pretty woman, even with it, without it, because I've done a couple of lives without my makeup. I do more lives without my makeup backstage. But it's just like, if y'all feel like my makeup is something that bothers y'all, then don't watch. But I know that my makeup is not bothersome because I follow some people who do have bothersome makeup. And I watch and I never comment no fuck shit about it because everybody don't have the same viewpoint, right?
Correct.
So sometimes when the people that I follow who I feel like have problematic makeup, it's the best that they can do based on their perception and their like what's available to them. Like,
but you're not judging
let people live.
Yeah, you're not judging their content based on their makeup. Well, then
right. I'm not, and I would never comment because everybody has a different lens. You got some of the best makeup. For example, one thing, and if you follow me on Instagram and you was watching my stories in the last couple of days, you saw it. Chloe Bailey is one of my favorite artists right now. Black woman, beautiful Black woman, and I love her and her sister because I feel like they provide a lot of really good lock representation. We don't have a lot of really good lock representation. Right. So I really fuck with them. And especially Chloe, I love her music, but she overlines her lips all the time. So what I did the other night was I overlined my lips. I was like, just let me try. I'm just seeing all these Black women overline their lips, like take the lip liner and literally go over their lips. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to try it. I tried it and I did a little Instagram video stories about it. And I'm like, okay, I've overlined my lips. What do y'all think? I don't think it's cute, but my girl Chloe, who I'm always going to go up for, she think it's cute. Like, what are y'all thoughts? And of course I got nothing but the typical guys, oh, them big juicy lips. Ain't nobody really tell me if they was like really like about it or not about it. Right. So, but for me, I'm just like, I didn't like how I just don't understand.
It's always
Black
looked
women
weird to me from young. It just always confuses me.
I feel like, you know what, I feel like I reached a part when I look at what was her name? Lala Anthony, when she was interviewing
she
people.
does that.
She was interviewing people on the Met Gala carpet.
Mm-hmm.
And she's done it too. And then I realized she's done this a lot. I've come to the conclusion that it's a rich woman, rich person aesthetic.
Yeah.
Other than
It's
that,
almost like that.
I can't figure out why it makes sense because these are women who already have. Chloe has big lips. Lala has big lips. These black women who are overlining their lips, like they have big fucking lips.
Shout out to Cocaine in the chat. She says actually dated, in my opinion.
I don't get it. I don't
No,
get
I
it.
remember like some of the Spanish chicks back in the day when I was in middle school and stuff. They
Yeah, they
used to
had the
do it, but
outfit.
it's always looked strange to me on anybody. It's just like I can fucking see your lip line. What is happening here? I can see your lip line.
I
But
just
you know
don't get it.
what? It's like this. You remember the old saying, you like it, I love it. That's
Absolutely. That's why I let people
I'm not
live.
As
There's
gonna
no
long as
need to
it's
put
not
no
abuse.
comments.
If it's abuse, I'll disagree, right? If you like it.
absolutely.
Other than that, like, yeah, like, look, if you like
Right,
it, I
right,
love
right.
it. Chloe, girl, I don't get it, but I'm going to support you. I downloaded your album. I get it. It did 10,000. It did, as far as numbers in the first week, it did 10,000. That a lot of
Yeah, I
people
like
clowning
Chloe.
you. Fuck them people. Fuck them people. They don't understand. Sometimes, you might come out with an album or a song that might do numbers later on because people don't understand the value of it right now, and so
Hmm.
on and so forth. I fuck with Chloe.
Wait, did you see the new girl they got that she's being Cleopatra and now people trying to come against Netflix for it? I'm like, y'all
Yeah, I
wrong.
saw that. I saw that shit.
Y'all wrong. You know
But
you
look
These
at
gonna
this.
lose.
I want
disgruntled
to
motherfuckers.
address this comment. I love that you stated locks and not. Yeah, when people say, matter of fact, there was this other guy. I was coming out my job for lunch, and he said, "I like your dreadlocks." And first of
Mm-mm.
all, I don't respect the term dreadlocks because
Hmm.
do y'all know where dreadlocks came from? Dreadlocks is shorthand for dreadful.
Right.
People felt like our hair in this style looked dreadful. Therefore, they called them dreadlocks. They're not dreadlocks to me. They are locks. This is my crown, and there's nothing dreadful about my hair in my crown, period. And that's why I don't, and that's why when Chloe was on, Chloe Lotto interviewed Chloe, child, don't get me fucking started. But
Oh,
nonetheless,
oh,
Lotto
Jesus.
called her locks
Lotto. Oh,
dreadlocks,
the rapper.
and Chloe corrected her, and she said,
Oh,
not dreadlocks, not dreadlocks, but because they're not dreadlock. There's nothing dreadful about the way that
right.
my hair looks, and what you call it, and what you're receptive to, and what you allow people to call you. It holds weight. It holds weight.
You're
So
right.
no, these are not dreadlocks.
Just
These
like
are
with
locks.
dating, we as women now have gotten to a different status of ourselves where it's like a man's like, well, what are you doing now? Well, I'm working on my goddess status. What? What's
Hmm.
that? Well, if you don't know, then you behind in
It
my
bothers
I'm
them.
sorry. What she say?
It bothers them.
Yeah, they don't want to hear that you loving yourself. You are the therapist for yourself. They want you. Okay, we ain't into this sexual healing no more. We ain't in that era no more. We know that giving our energy away like that it's harmful, and it does lead to some consequences, like that one man said yesterday. EKG. I'm gonna call him EKG because I don't even know how to say the man's name. But what I am at the conclusion is that we have to respect everybody's preference regardless. I'm not going to get mad at another man because he just don't want to date me because he think that my hair is fake. And I have long hair, and a lot of men be like, that's not your hair. Yes, it is. And I'll pick through it right at the date. And they're like, there's no way. I said, you can put your hand through it. I rather prefer not because I don't know where the hand's in. But I'm just saying, there was a guy came at me because we're talking, and in the middle of the day, he say, you're a type. And I said, excuse me? What you mean? He said, you're a type. I said, okay, elaborate. He said, you got your own car, you got your own house, you came up in here with nice, like nice fresh outfit on. You look, I can't maintain you. You look like I won't be able to afford you. I said, okay. I said, well, you know what? I'm not even gonna worry about this conversation going any further. He was like, no, 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 just hear me out. It's just look, that don't even look like your real hair, and your makeup looks natural, and you ain't even got no them eyelash things on. I said, listen, why are you going into detail like this? This is not making any sense. This is a first date, and you. I said, listen, you
Girl, them
picking
children is
from.
sick. Okay,
It
leave
was
them people children
weird.
alone with their sick ass. Now, Jane, you should have played that "This is a Sick Negro" about 20 times this live. That's all I kept hearing in my head. This is a
And
sick
then come to
Negro. Like
find
that's
out, this
all I kept
dude,
hearing.
This is a sick Negro.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, this is a sick Negro.
this dude, all this time was a cook working at Cheddar's.
Mm.
But you picking from head down to toe about what I got, what I'm doing. But you a cook working at Cheddar's. I'm sorry, I ain't trying to come at the man, but that's all he could offer me at the
Well, it
end of the
makes you
day.
look at people. It makes it's hard to not highlight people in a certain way when they're overly critical and extra judgmental, right? If I'm coming at you with some wild energy trying to check you and tell you about yourself, first thing you gonna do is be like, well, hold on a minute, Jay. I know you ain't you got the nerve to come at me like that. And you
Yeah.
you're just gonna automatically highlight what they got going on. But that just comes with people that are self-righteous and overly critical as hell. You can't help but see they shit because they be doing too much.
It's just
You
it
know, a
don't
lot
make
of
no
what I
sense.
find too is a lot of men like to victimize women, and they like to do stuff like that so they can figure
Hmm.
out which women they can do that to.
Yeah,
You
Well,
control.
know,
first of all, they're
they
very
yeah,
predatory.
they'll say
Yeah.
little slick shit to you and try to figure out what your weakness is, right? And then once they know where they can what's the word I'm looking for, once they know where they can exploit you at, that's where they kind of zero in, and then they'll,
Control.
use those things to control you or
Yeah,
abuse you.
it all
And stuff
boils
like
down
that.
to
It's a
control
lot
at
of
the
these
end of the
men,
day.
it's a lot of these
Well,
men
if you look
here.
at the history in reference to men and women, men have always been predatory. And for
Hmm.
the sake of clarity, I'm not talking about like sexual deviants and people that are into other things of violating people, but in general, predatory nature, right? A dude, honestly, especially a dude that is well versed in manipulation, he could smell out chicks that he can manipulate. They
Yep.
fucking
Right.
smell it.
Yep.
You are right. That's true.
They know when you're insecure. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? When I was
and
there,
and
when there
and
was a time,
they
yeah, go
they
ahead.
can sense a woman that's throwing logic out the window and leading with their
Absolutely,
heart,
they know.
Yep.
which is
Right.
exactly what Iyanla VanZant is telling us to do. Women are too aggressive. There are too many women using their brains and not their hearts. Men need
As
to
they
use their
should.
brains. Men need to use their brains. Women need to be using their hearts, as if women aren't allowed to use their brains and they're supposed to operate fully from their hearts. That's you coaching us into being naive the way we
Right.
were when we was 19. A lot of us, I don't know if any of y'all want to act like y'all was like y'all had everything packed down at 19. But when you're 19, you might be fresh graduated from high
Mm-hmm.
school, you know, you might have just moved out. I know I moved out when I was 18. But even if you didn't move out at 18, you still felt a certain way. So by the time you became 19, you was feeling yourself, you were using it, and honestly, you need to, even though you were making mistakes, those were very vital mistakes that you needed to make in order to define to define who you are, what you're going to tolerate, what your boundaries are, what you're not going to tolerate. Iyanla is trying to walk us down the road of being 19 again. And while it'd be great if we could actually go back to that time period, but for her to say there are too many women thinking with their
Mm-hmm.
brain and not their heart. Excuse me, do you know how much trouble you can get in? Like
Thinking with your heart.
lifestyle trouble, thinking with your heart and
Yeah.
leading with that. Do you know how dangerous that is?
Very.
Where we've had to teach our brain to go before us and then involve our heart a little bit later. Who
Correct.
wants to fall in love with somebody who really doesn't have what it takes to sustain, take care, or create a family? And we just fucking around. We talk about dating and with the intention of being intentionally dating, not just fucking around or just like wasting time. Because I've had periods in time in my 20s where I'm just like, I'm not looking to deal with any of you niggas. I'm just trying to like have a good time. But if you're talking about dating to settle down with somebody, who is dating somebody that literally cannot maintain? It seems like their character and everything doesn't. It's not even all about money. It's like, are they going to be able to show up to the ballet recitals? Are they going to be able to play baseball with the kids, or do they feel like their life is shooting craps with the niggas, or whatever? They're going to prioritize every other thing above the child. So, like, you know, leading from the heart and just falling in love with any old nigga, which is where operating from the heart is going to get you, which is what Iyanla is fucking talking about.
Yeah.
Operating from the heart and not you. What's wrong with both? What the fuck is wrong with using both your heart and your mind?
Correct.
She talking about men think from the brain and women supposed to think from the heart, and it's not enough women thinking from the heart. Are you sick? You're thinking from the brain, selling us this shit right now, because this shit not coming from the heart. It's not coming from the heart. You knew you were gonna go viral with this. You knew that a lot of women weren't going to agree with this, and your marketing and your team and everything, all of that is coming from the brain. None of this shit is coming from the heart, bitch. You trying to run us. You're trying to drop. If you're supposed to be a leader of Black women, you're leading us into a ditch, and you can't do that from the heart. You do that from the mind.
You can't do that from a ditch either.
You
And
sure can.
unfortunately, Wes wasn't leading with his brain today because he couldn't keep a simple goddamn argument. You literally tried to have a serious conversation.
He was operating from the mindset of, let me bother these women. Let me get
Yeah,
these
he was very long.
And I
Let me pop my rocks off.
I tolerated him longer than I should have. But
hey, listen, you was using your mind. Let me get a couple clicks and views off of this dumbass nigga.
off you, and
hello.
I'm gonna upload your clip.
They do it all the time, child. That's what they do in some of them spaces, though. They trigger women to get their clicks and views. You know?
And then you gotta look at, like y'all was saying, Iyanla just did this as advertisement, honey. She knew this, that if she triggered, it was triggering what she did.
She
That
knew
she
what the
want to
fuck
act
she
like
was
a
doing.
victim. She want to act like the victim, like, oh, I didn't know I did.
Y'all saw the other day in the chat, for the people that saw the live where she was up there reading the chat, and the people was coming for her in the chat, and she was like, okay, you know, I'm reading all these nasty comments and whatever she was saying, but she was getting a little jazzy. She was saying something about her alter ego gonna come out and girl, something about hit somebody upside the head or whatever she was talking about. I say, oh, okay, Rhonda ready to fight, honey.
Wow. Now we get to see the part of her that she be you know, putting in therapy all the time.
Her and that passive aggressive laugh be having me crying. That laugh is so crazy to me. Like it be so passive aggressive. Like what the fuck is she weird? Yeah, that should be so strange to me. I don't trust shit like that.
Joker to me.
Too many goddamn teeth for me. Get them teeth out my face.
Joker smile.
She do got them veneers. Them okay.
Girl, it's too many teeth in my face for me to trust. I'm sorry. When people go to skinny and gritty like that, girl, I'm scared.
Shannon Sharp are neck and neck, because you know Shannon Sharp got a lot of teeth, a lot of veneers in his mouth.
Correct.
Too. But when you her next to Shannon.
Y'all leave her alone. At least she ain't got no nasty. Ooh, at least her teeth ain't nasty.
Listen, she look good though. Like y'all been saying, she looks good.
She does not look 70.
She could go for 55 easy. 55, 56. She could go for that easy.
I do commend her on how healthy she is. I'm gonna give it to her, and I love her.
I wonder what that inside do, honey. The way she be going off.
He said what?
Hold up. Let me see this. Brown Ladybug. You still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I know you were kind of like the last one to join the panel. So I do want to hear more about your perspective and why you called in and what you have to say. I do want to hear more of what you have to say.
Well, basically, I just feel like it's all control. Like for instance, you know, let me go back to something you had mentioned earlier about men being able to smell women with low self-esteem. Something that I've learned as I've, you know, aged, you know, and something that I also tell other women, especially younger women, this is the advice that I give them. I tell them that when a man gives you a compliment, don't melt and act like it's the only compliment you've ever heard in your life, because a lot of times what men do, they give compliments to test you, to see if you've ever had a real good compliment before. And when they detect that you haven't, they know you have low self-esteem. So what I tell women now to do is, if a man compliments you, whether you've heard that before or not, just say thank you and keep it moving. But don't melt, because right then and there he knows, okay, she doesn't get a lot of compliments. I'm going to make her my victim. So I noticed, like, for instance, with Wes, when
I'm
he
so
called
sorry.
in.
I took
Go
what
ahead.
you just said as a compliment, but and I'm melting. I'm sorry. But it's probably just because it's good advice. It's probably just because it's good advice. But I did melt a little when you said that, because I'm like, damn, she's speaking facts. Okay.
So, I noticed, like, when Wes called in, one of the things I noticed he started doing was calling you sweetie. And I'm so glad you said don't call me sweetie, because what he was doing was he was trying to, wedge his way in there. And when you checked him and said don't call me sweetie, now he knew he had to back up. And then he switched it over to, why are you so angry? Why are you so angry? So men like him, they're normally lonely, probably insecure, can't get attention from women in their everyday life. They get ignored even by the basic, quote unquote, basic women. So they enter the spaces where they know women thrive, because they want to be in your feminine energy field. And whether the energy from your field is positive or negative, it turns them on. Hence the reason why he asked, were you going to give him some booty? And some of them stay sexually charged. And in my opinion,
Girl, you didn't hear some of the
Yes,
stuff
he
he was
did,
saying?
girl. That's why I wanted to
He
call
did.
in, because he was
He
being
That's
did.
why I
nasty.
kept getting all belligerent, like, get this
He
bitch
did.
out
He
of
said, you gonna give me
here.
some? He did. He said, you gonna give me
No,
some?
honestly, no. All
It
right,
was
all right,
when you
all
were
right.
saying something. I'm sorry. It was when you were saying
All
something
jokes
about what he
aside,
was doing on Friday night, and you said you need to be somewhere getting some head or getting some ass, and he was like, "You gonna give me some?" He absolutely
Mhm.
did say that.
He did. He said it twice.
Yeah.
Yes. And so
He
let's,
started that sweetie shit with me, but I
yes.
ain't got no sense, so I was already belligerent anyway, so he couldn't really get
But
in.
that's
But
what
yes,
I'm saying. They
continue,
dropped
Brown
hints.
Ladybug. You're very well spoken. I enjoy listening to you
Thank
because you're
you.
very
Yes,
concise and you
brown
put shit
ladybug.
together
Because I said
well.
the same thing earlier, but I just said it in my way. They drop hints on these
Hmm.
dates. They're telling you who they are. And if you're not listening to the game, it's a game. It's a game
Mhm.
to them, because they're interviewing you, and then you're sitting here. If you're not good at picking up on the hints
Hmm.
of why they're asking you the questions they asking you, yeah, they can put you as a victim. They'll get you as a
Yeah.
victim. If you right, brown ladybug, that's what they've been doing,
Hmm.
and they've been doing this ever since what, the 90s. They've been
Correct.
doing this because every era changes. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, in the 60s and 70s, you would see them trying their hardest with these flowers and candies and everything. They want to be with you, and they over here on the other side of town being with another woman, but they serenading us because they want us to be with them. And back then in the 60s, 70s, they did take care of they took care of Mary across the
Correct.
thing and all. But see, then when the
that's
80s and 90s came, guess what? We got Teddy Riley, who said, what did he say? What's that song say? He said he wanted a side piece. What was that song? Piece of your love. You can have a piece of my love. He set that air. They set that air up. Listen,
waiting
music,
Hmm.
for
music
you,
says it all, right?
girl. It's true.
Correct.
Right,
No,
and we be
it is.
rocking that song and don't
It
even
is.
know that's a side piece anthem.
It it is. Hold on, but I want to hit the rest of what brown ladybug, because like I said, she's the last person to join the panel, so I feel like we've heard less of her perspective because everybody else has been up here. So I do want to hear where brown lady bug is coming from.
Yes, ma'am. So when he called in, I knew that he was already sexually charged and he was using that to disguise it as a conversation. But back to the main issue, when Ebony made her stance and didn't stray from it, it hurt a lot of feelings because, like you said earlier, it's a pool full of C's and D's and they want the chance to be able to waste someone's time. So Black women have been having their time wasted for the longest time and they're just tired. So lowering their standards has gotten them nowhere and now they want out. So when she said that, that's why a lot of people were hurt because she's now saying, I'm putting myself first. I no longer want to deal with this. And that's pretty much all I wanted to say.
I mean, you made some very valid points. I mean, like, matter of fact, every point that you've made is actually very valid. There are some men that just want to disrupt the energy of women and be a part of the energy field of women because they don't have anything else to do. They don't have any actual women that they're entertaining or that are willing to entertain them. So they want to disrupt the energy of women who are upholding or maintaining standards that they might not be able to reach. And so they try to just like disrupt. Their agents of their professional agents of chaos. They make it their business to be chaotic to the energy of women who won't let them in because they don't reach their standards. It could be their person. They might even meet the financial and social, whatever. You might have went to a similar college to me, that's something that's adjacent. You might even make the same. But if your personality is off, then women just don't want you. They just don't want you. Correct. And if they're constantly rejected, then it's like, damn, these women ain't shit. They don't want me. Let me just disrupt whatever. And I feel like they look for streams and broadcasts and things that they can disrupt. I think I definitely, if I could go back and do it again, and I feel like I'm wrong for even thinking this, but this is just me thinking out loud. I wish I could have been a little bit calmer to his bullshit. But at the same time, why are Black women expected to be calm towards somebody who is coming at them with vitriol? Why? I do wish that if I could go back, I would have addressed him a bit calmer. But at the same time, I felt like he was disrespecting me, and I felt like he was disrespecting my platform, and I felt like he was intentionally twisting my words. So I turned up a little bit.
Which he was, and it's very valid, but you're a content creator, so I understand why you wish you would be, you would have did it different, right? I would say I totally get what you're saying because that's separate from you as an individual dealing with a person as such, you know what I'm saying? You still was assertive and you still handled your business. But as a content creator, I understand why you wish you were more patient. So I definitely don't want to invalidate that. Although the nigga asked for it and he begged for it, it still makes sense why you would say that.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm just like, let me get up here. I'm belligerent. I don't be giving a fuck. Like, you know, hey, let me do my thing. You could throw me off anytime. It don't make me no difference. But yeah, fuck him and that bitch ass.
And I had forgot by the time he got up here, I had forgot that he had already called Black women animals in the chat before he came up here.
But then he kept calling about why y'all calling names. I'm like, is this nigga serious? We really finna feign ignorance right now.
I had only taken 2 calls, and he said, who would want to marry those callers that act like animals? Y'all are animals. Who would want to marry? And I'm like, and it didn't dawn on me that I was talking to the person who left those comments, so I didn't realize how disrespectful he had already been. I'm just fucking taking calls.
No, but he was appalled when I called him when I said your monkey ass. But how you calling me? Yo, hey, well, we all animals today. We animals and you a monkey ass nigga. But anyway, I'm just ignorant like that. But yeah, I understand why you did good, why you feel that way. But I think you, in general, you did good, Jane. I would say don't don't judge yourself.
I mean, I'm not gonna go against you, Jane. That's how you felt at the time. I'm not gonna knock you because that's what you felt. I mean, you can't always critique how you're going to react all the time, right? And I'm not. I mean, just like yesterday, I felt some type of way when I went off on EKG. I didn't understand. At the end, I just felt so bad once I calmed down, and I was like, "Whoa, what did I just got played?" So, I mean, no, you're right. You have the right how you want to act, but how you feel now, that's okay too, because we all understand. I'm not gonna knock you for that. But he knew he was setting the tone when he came up here.
Yeah, he absolutely was.
Yeah, he set the comments before he came on.
And you know, sometimes what they do as well is they go in different spaces to trigger women so they can take
Yes.
clips and then they use those clips for content or they send it to their little favorite content creators that stir up shit and then it'll have some salacious title. This is why black women in the community are out of control. This is why we call them animals. This is why we getting our passports. Listen, bitch, get all y'all passports together because it's been women that been wanting to have a whole fund me for y'all's asses. And most of y'all should be halfway to Thailand or wherever the fuck y'all going by now. I'm so sick of these fragile ass people. They, you know what, in general though, and men in general, right? I've always noticed men in general cannot take 24 hours of the shit that they serve you.
Correct.
Men, they're fragile as fuck. Even when I was married, I told my ex-husband, you wouldn't be able to tolerate 24 hours of the shit that you give me. You would not be able to tolerate it. You would either pack up and leave or you would try to take me out. Either or. And so at the end of the day, shout out to y'all. They can say what they want to say. They can try to paint this narrative that we're just dumb little girls in general. Because you know that's another talking point of theirs. You know, women are children. They compare us to children. You know what I'm saying?
When
So my
really we
thing is, why
mature
they so pressed
faster than
about
them.
children though? But why be so pressed about children? If you need to lead and guide these children, why are you bitches so mad that you need to provide for said children? Y'all have this idea that women can't think for themselves and they have to be molded and they have to be groomed and led and all this old goofy shit. If that is the case, then why are you so upset about being a provider? Like Brownie said, just a lot of the contrast that she pointed out. It goes to show you the level of madness that they have. And if they keep pushing it, right? Because this is at the expense of their fucking sanity. When you keep
Correct.
trying to make something make sense that is totally off, these motherfuckers are suffering in their mind because this is the price that they pay for manipulation. When you are willing to make up any story to fit your narrative simply to manipulate and control, you are paying a price. And your motherfucking price is your sanity. So shout out to you degenerates and you weird ass niggas because y'all is losing y'all mind bit by bit.
You know, a lot of this stuff though, what I found too is from listening to a lot of these manosphere points is that the reality of it is that all of this is just a fucking mind fuck to convince
Yeah.
women to
Yes.
convince women to obey men because they cannot live without us. I don't
The
see a
You
lot
truth.
of
know
women
what? But that's
there's not a
primary.
lot of women there's not a lot of women out here that have podcasts that are doing what men are doing, right? Like, and it's even like, so there's a content creator that I watch that has a clip sometimes in the beginning of some of her videos. It's in most of them, but after she played the clip, I went and found the whole interview, and it's a black man and a black woman, and they're from the UK, and they're talking about relationships, right? And the important part here, the clip that this creator puts in her videos, is this black guy on the podcast from the UK, not even a black American, from the UK, letting you know that the mindset is global. Is that he says the thing that, you know, black women miss the trick on is that black men already know that black women only date black men, right? He was like something like 90 something percent really only go for black men. Maybe a small percentage might date out. So with that being said, like, they already know how we operate, they already know how we think, they already know that for a lot of black women, right, this kind of goes back to like what Ebony and Iyanla was talking about, that for a lot of black women, they're only going to date black men. They don't consider anything outside. So with the men already knowing that, they don't really have to do much because they know that even with a lot of black women might be able to get what they want out of life if they decide to broaden their horizons. Most black women not gonna do it, right? They're gonna stick to black men. And black women don't seem to understand that these niggas know how we think. They know how we think. And somebody was saying earlier that, I don't know if it was the caller before me or maybe the caller before that, but somebody was saying earlier that what we need to start doing is really getting into their pathology and, you know, realizing how it is that they think, because it's all a mind game to convince us that we are, like they say, the bottom of the barrel. Nobody wants us. It's all a mind game to keep us where they want us, because at the end of the day, when these white women that they turning into baby mamas, and these Asian women and these Hispanic women and all these other women overseas that they're going to sleep with and not taking, when they, all those women are done with them and all those women don't want to deal with them, they want to bring their ass back home to black women. They're making sure that there are women here that, you know, that black women here or black women wherever are still going to be around for them. They don't want black women to realize they have options. They
Correct.
don't want black women to date out, even though they've been fucking dating out since we stepped off the plantation. They've been dating white women, trying to marry white women, but they don't want black women to really, really, like realize their true worth, and then like realize, you know what? Maybe I should broaden my horizon. I'm not saying, like go and date a white man, but what I'm saying is that if you are one of those black women who feel like you want a black man, which most of us do, but you're getting up in age, you're in your late 30s, your 40s, and you're really not finding what you want, maybe it's time to broaden your horizons. But they don't want you to have those options. They want to be the only ones with options. So they sit in these manosphere, spaces, and say that if the women just do this, and notice everything that they're saying. If you even pay attention to their language, the only reason they're dating those other women is because they can't get us to do what they want us to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason.
It's like the child
If
that
they
keeps
could get us to
saying,
do what they
I'm
want,
a
yeah, if they could get us to do
runaway.
what they wanted to do, they wouldn't be
Mm-hmm.
over there.
Okay, so Caramel, do they not sound like the children that be like, I'm a runaway?
Of course
But
they
they don't
do.
go nowhere like the little tiny
Yeah.
kids. I'm a
All
runaway.
right, bitch. Not too much on the runaways, because bitch,
Listen, we ain't talking about you. We know you mean
We
what you
ain't talking
say.
about
God damn
you.
it.
We
We know
we
you
ain't
mean what
talking
you
about
say.
you.
I'm talking about them little 5, 6-year-olds that be
No,
mad because
I
they
didn't
get
even
that
say
extra
I was
ice
gonna run
cream.
away. I ran away like 13
that
times.
is.
Listen.
That's what they
Jane
say.
say, listen, I keep my word, honey. I do what I say I'm gonna do. But
And then
like the
another
people that
part,
jump up and down threatening folks, see, this why we leaving, this why we leaving. Listen, if I was that
yeah,
hard up on leaving, I would not be explaining nothing to none of you motherfuckers.
Exactly.
I would be
exactly.
on my way. 2 tickets to paradise. Like I'm gone. Like get up out of here. Like what are we
Yeah,
doing? And so for me, like like some people know, I live in the boonies, you know what I'm saying? So I could go out and not see nobody that look like me all day. And it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? I have been open to other people for some years now because I'm just on some wherever people find love is wherever they find it. But all these people
right.
out here with this weird shit and these weird ass agendas and oh I'm finding something else just to flex on you little black hoes. Like so these people don't realize how very strange they are. They will
Mm-hmm.
literally come in a chat. They won't speak to nobody or nothing, but it starts with, oh, my wife from Brazil. Oh, my wife.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, bitch, you
Okay,
have no fucking home training.
I
You're
have a
Making a good
weird.
question.
point. You're
I have a
making a good
question.
point.
Go
I
ahead,
have
Jane.
I have a question, and this question is um aimed directly at Brown Ladybug. Brown Ladybug, do you feel like okay, like Iyanla VanZant and Ebony K. Williams were in the middle of a professional interview, like a professional
Mm-hmm.
interview, and Iyanla asked her a personal question. Do you feel like it was appropriate or intentional that Iyanla asked her, a millionaire, a person that has a net worth of $3 million, if she would date a bus? Do you feel like that was intentional? And do you feel like it was? Do you feel like the question could have been asked a bit different?
I definitely feel like the question could have been asked a bit different. But the thing we have to realize about Ayanla is I feel like, watching her now, I feel like she caters, like you guys said earlier, she caters to men a lot of times. And
Mhm.
I felt like that was her way of trying to get men back on her side because a lot of times she has ridiculed men in the past, and I think they probably came at her. So she asked that question to try to get men back on her side. And I don't want to go as far as to say she's a mammy, but she definitely gives me mammy vibes
Mhm.
because, like I said earlier, you don't see anybody going around asking, the president's daughters, would they marry below them? Because they know they marry money. And when they see them marry like the, owner of a hedge fund, they say nothing because they know money marries money. But we're the only ones who get asked that because people want us to just drop it a little bit so we can get married to men because at the end of the day, our worth is determined by who's willing to pick us. So I feel like it was an intentional question and it definitely could have been asked a different way.
Mhm. Right.
Yep. My thing with the way she asked these questions, and let me pull up my notes. The conversation was supposed to be about The conversation was supposed to be about women showing up in a way economic status. The conversation was supposed to be about economic and status criteria and women showing up with a lot of masculine energy. And she took personal, Iyanla VanZant in that interview took issue with women using their brains more than they're using their hearts in this day and age, as if we're supposed to ditch our brains and just work from our heart. Like, that's fucking wild to me. When first of all, she uses her brain in order to maintain her brand. In order for her brand to exist, she has to use her brain. And first, at what point does your heart help you survive? Stop you from getting evicted? Stop you from not, buying groceries for your household, whether it's just you or your kids or your peoples or your family. At what point does your heart help you in that way? A heart is an amazing thing to have. Hello, everybody has one. Anybody talking or listening, everybody has a heart. But does that mean we should just operate from there and fuck logic? Kick it aside.
Yes.
Like,
Absolutely. We all got a heart, and my heart ain't never did shit for me in that regard. It never helped me level up at all. It got me where the fuck I am right now, child. Fuck all that shit. Y'all doing right.
When I look back on my 19-year-old self, when I was dealing with, and this is what I was talking about in yesterday's video, Black women. And she's like, I don't know how race became a part of this conversation. You're a Black woman. You talk about Black shit. Your core audience is Black women. Like, stop fucking playing. However, us Black women have been there and we've done that. We've dated below our standards. I was in college dating niggas that I had no business dating, and I knew that. I might not have been able to articulate it yet.
Right, but you knew something was off.
Their life placement and what they had or what they didn't have, it did not align with what I should have been accepting and where I was headed, period. Based off of what they had and where they were headed or where they were not headed or whatever the case was. Like, so we've been there and done that with the whole use your heart and not your brain and falling in love with Dusties. And then the difficult work of falling out of love with somebody and the unnecessary soul ties of having sex with somebody and so on and so forth.
It's just too much. I mean, who wants to sacrifice their goddamn pH for the bullshit anyway?
I feel like she's trying to walk us backwards in her telling us that men are supposed to use their
brains. It's regressive as fuck.
Men are supposed to use their brains and women are supposed to use their hearts, as if women aren't capable of using their brain and men aren't capable of using their heart. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Both genders should be using both their brain and their heart. Are you kidding me? Are you serious?
I told somebody on a panel one time, because they had a title, should women submit to Black men in the community? I say, first of all, this makes no motherfucking sense, okay? Because my daddy didn't raise me to just listen to any old motherfucking man out here in the streets. And I say, fucking around with you niggas, y'all will have me on the motherfucking stroll. I don't know what is wrong with these people, and the ones that do have sense are not teaching their daughters this. The problem is there is a lack of respect for other people's motherfucking children. These men have no problem going around shitting on, fucking on other men's daughters, but when it comes to theirs or the ones that they care about, then all of a sudden there's this self-righteous indignation that rises up in them. No, your daughter gonna be a hoe too, so go ahead and get her ready for the poll. And guess what? She's gonna be a hoe even if she ain't slept with nobody, because this is the type of shit that y'all do. They could have been unslept with one person, not even a problematic person minding their business. They will still be a hoe to someone, because this is how many men operate. You can tell a man, shout out to a guy I know, told me and used to tell me, pay attention to a man how they treat women they not attracted to.
Yes.
He say, pay attention to a man that if he not attracted to a woman, pay attention to how he treat her, because that'll tell you about their motherfucking character. And this is the problem. A lot of this is character issues. The fact that people love to do things that they can simply get away with, to me, is indicative of trash ass behavior and lack of integrity. And a lot of these people are lacking it, period.
And also, I just want to,
you know what else I noticed? I noticed that, like, when I look at the manosphere, especially like with with us knowing that, like, a lot of black families, the men don't kind of stick around, so a lot of us grew up without fathers. It's a lot of, black women and
Mhm.
black men out here that just didn't have their fathers. But it's odd to me, like, when I think about a lot of these black men who are in these manosphere spaces or coming up with this, should, women submit and feed the man before you feed your children and all this weird stuff that they talking about. A lot of you niggas didn't even have men in the homes to teach you this shit. So where are y'all getting this from? Because I can guarantee you that any woman like myself who had a mother and a father, and mind you, I have my biological father in my life, and my mother married a Nigerian man when I was 4. There is no
Okay.
man who is active in his daughter's life that is teaching his daughter the bullshit that these niggas is trying to
Absolutely.
get us to get with.
Yes.
So but then y'all go around, but then they go around and they say they don't want no woman that didn't have no father in her life because she damaged. Do you think that a woman that had her father in her life, that her father is teaching them this shit that y'all trying to get us to get with? It's
Mm-mm.
like, make it make sense. It's not.
They
No,
be
like,
all
and
over the
my
place,
father's
girl.
Nigerian.
You're just
He comes from a
finding a
very
way.
misogynistic culture.
Yeah.
Nigerians can be very misogynistic. And my father, when I was younger, he was like that with my mom. But as he got older, that shit stopped. And he did not teach misogynistic bullshit to me and my 2 sisters. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So I'm just trying to figure out where these
He
men,
was more in
where
a
are y'all getting
protective
these ideals
phase.
from when your own daddies wasn't around to teach it to you? Where are y'all
Girl,
getting
I
this
ask them all the time, where the fuck is y'all daddy? There is a handful of men, and no, serious, because it's like y'all keep talking about all this single mother shit and
I
whatever.
find
Nigga,
it
where the fuck is your daddy?
I find it really interesting that men like to act like, well, what about your daddy or whatever the case is? Well, do you have 2 perfect parents? Like the nigga that's spewing this shit, right? Because
from? Right.
it's no way, but we got probabilities and we got numbers and we got statistics.
Hmm.
But if you're spewing this shit, well, if your daddy ain't got and you're a woman, if you can spew that type of shit onto a woman, you can spew that shit on type of a man too.
Right.
Hmm.
Was your daddy da da da? Your daddy wasn't there either. What your
They
daddy
don't never
like
answer in the
do
chat,
this
Jane. I'm
shit?
telling you.
Like like, and this is my point. And look, niggas
Less
be
than 10% will answer.
niggas be acting like you need to let men lead you. You need to listen to men. You need to submit to men. But first of all, you have to earn that.
First
I
of all, you got to have sense.
I can't just walk up and let any nigga fucking lead me. I would be naive to do that. That's what 19-year-olds do. 19-year-olds, they can walk up to any
But guess
time.
what, Jane? They will tell you you should have chose better.
Just like that man did to me yesterday. Did you
That's
hear
all
how he
they
came at
do.
me? Yeah.
But look, that's deflective. My whole
Hmm.
point of
Yeah.
is any and every man, allowing any and every man to lead you is a
Mhm.
mild expectation of a great amount of these men
That's
out
pure
here,
insanity.
like in general. Like you need to be like, I shouldn't, you shouldn't even want a woman that easily submits to any nigga at the bar.
Hello.
Any nigga at the bar, if
If
she
we keeping it real,
submits
you know they
and
don't like it.
listening and allowing, you have to earn. I have to. I need to know
Girl, they'll be
that
jacking her up in the corner of the bar over
you
by the
should
bathroom as
be
soon as she do
the
that shit.
person that I submit to. And it should take more than 3 dates for me to,
Mhm.
get to that point. But niggas want to have a conversation with you and say you're not submissive based off of verbal dialogue. And it's
Yeah.
like, bitch, why would I submit? I
Girl,
don't even know you.
this
Like,
is why I
and
stopped
then
having
and then these
conversations with
niggas be
them.
on pop,
Yeah.
and this is why the clip of Melanie King. Melanie King being on that podcast and being like, you're
Child, hot
you're
garbage.
you're rebellious because you're not listening to me. And Melanie had barely met this woman, had barely known this woman,
Straight
and
mean
expected
girl.
this woman to listen based off of her base ba- just based off of the fact of, I guess, like, she was who she was. Like, it was a hot clip.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to pull it up.
But
And
that's that I don't know what it is by
the
us in our
way that
community.
Melanie was acting in this clip is the same way that a great amount of men act when it comes
Hmm.
to you not listening to
Mhm.
them, quote unquote listening to them right away when you first
Hmm.
start dating them. Okay, we've been on 2, 3 dates. That
But
doesn't mean you
Jane,
can control me or whatever the case is. Like this doesn't make sense.
but
And I
Jane, they
just want to,
require this from strangers on the internet. It is
correct.
fucking strange. You're
Right.
Work
requiring
From
compliance and
from
obedience from a
roughness
stranger.
at the family reunion, telling them what how this how you do the women. This is how you do it.
Jane,
See,
while you pulling that up, boo, I'm gonna drop down, okay? I need to finish sweeping this floor and I'm gonna get settled, but I'm gonna
I
be in
knew
the
she was
chat.
sleeping. I was
Shout
gonna
out to
ask
all y'all.
you.
Yeah, girl, I've been over here sweeping and talking, child. But I'm gonna drop down. I love y'all. Hey, peace to the chat, peace to everybody. Wes, you still a bitch ass nigga, and I'm petty like that. And I'm dropping down.
She's still
I'm not surprised that Melanie King was doing what you say she was doing because she was a Kevin Samuels apprentice,
Mm.
right? She was he was her mentor, so I'm not surprised.
right.
I'm not
She was
surprised at
actually
all.
who I used to confirm that he was
Dead. I
that he
remember.
was dead because she was, and I'm like her being alive and her being his friend. I was like, damn, this
Yeah.
must be true. So I finally went live and was like, okay, he dead. I didn't want to say it prematurely or whatever like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, she was who I used, but she can be kind of she can be kind of you know, it is what it
It's not,
is.
it's not really serving her because even when I think about like, these manosphere men, right, the black ones, and they have all this stuff that they're saying about if black women just do this, we'll do that, right? They want what we call the pick me's,
Yeah, that's
right? The
not
women
true.
that are going to do XYZ. You have these black women out here who are total pick me's, and
Mm-hmm.
these men don't, they still don't pick them. Melanie
Yes.
King, for example, I feel like Melanie King is a pretty woman, right? She's an attractive woman. I think she's fit. She meets the aesthetic, I think. And even with her being the pick me that she is, these niggas chose to platform that just Pearly, that white woman, instead of Melanie King. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't really serve her as a black woman to try to be on the side of these manosphere men and try to, I don't know if she's just doing it for the money. You know what I'm saying? Because she want the money, and then maybe later on in life she'll flip and be like, yeah, I never believed any of that stuff I was saying. I was just trying to make some money. But it's odd to me that a lot of these black men say if black women just do XYZ, they'll get XYZ. But then you have these black women, and Melanie King is not the only one. There's like a couple of other black women that I've seen on TikTok that pop up on these podcasts, spewing these manosphere points. But instead of platforming those black women to illustrate their point that, hey, black women, this is what you'll get if you give in to
Mm-hmm.
us, they chose to platform just Pearly, some random ass
Mm-hmm.
white woman. It's strange. It's very strange behavior. It's fatherless behavior. Let's call it what it is. It's fatherless behavior. That's why they were so in love with Kevin Samuels. These niggas is out here looking for daddies because they didn't grow up with one. They're out here looking for daddies. There was no daddy to teach them how to treat women, how to tie they tie, and none of that stuff. There's just a bunch of fatherless niggas, striving for control, and the only way they know how to do it is to try to, manipulate and get control of women when other, groups of men understand that real control comes from domination of other men, not
Mm-hmm.
women.
And I
Not
just want to
women.
interject something real quick, and I have to go because it's late where I am. So, earlier when you was mentioning about your brain versus your heart, it reminds me of a book I had read a couple of months back. It's by a man by the name of Gavin DeBecker, and I just want to leave you ladies with that. It's a really good book, and he's a
Can you say his name again? I'm sorry.
yes, ma'am, Gavin Gavin,
Okay.
DE, and then BECKER.
CKER. Okay, so
Yes,
Gavin
DeBecker.
Beck. Okay, okay,
DeBecker.
got you.
And he wrote a book called The Gift of Fear. And he is a, security specialist to like large corporations. And his book got me thinking as a woman because in the book he talks a lot about how fear is a gift for us, especially women. And a lot of times people will tell women to think with their hearts, but he used the scenario where you have like a gazelle out in the prairie or on the, they're grazing in the grass or they're, drinking water by the pond, and they hear a rustle in the bushes, and instinctually, animals know that when they hear that sound, that means to run. They don't stand there and think, well, it could be a lion or it could be a predator. Their instinct is to run. And so he was saying, why as humans, we keep thinking it could be anything other than what our gut is telling us it is. So as women, whenever your gut instinct tells you something, don't use your heart to override it and say, well, he may not be like that. Use your brain to say, okay, I'm seeing these signs. This is what it is. And something else he mentioned, he said that when men say no, it's understood that it's a no. But when a woman says no, that means it's time for a negotiation. And in my life as a woman, I have to say no plenty of times, where if I'm walking through the store, or, if I'm walking down the street and someone comes up to me and says, hey, would you like a ticket to this place or this place? And I'm like, no, thank you. That's not good enough. They're like, oh, well, you don't like this restaurant, or, oh, you don't like that. And I have to say, no, thank you. Because before I used to explain, but I had to realize I don't have to explain. It's not a time for negotiation. My no is a no. So I just want to leave you guys with that book. It helped me out as a woman to know, use my fear as a gift. So that's all I wanted to say. I got to go to sleep.
Oh my goodness.
Thank
That
you,
was
Brown
a
Ladybug.
very valuable point.
That was good. I always tell people all the time, no is a complete sentence.
Correct. Yes.
You don't
No
have to,
negotiation.
yeah, it's a complete sentence. You ain't got to put nothing else behind it. The answer is no.
Correct.
And your
See y'all
gut
later.
is actually a brain. People, that's your first brain, actually. I've been doing research when it comes to, healing with your body. And I learned that your gut is your first brain. And then,
It
of
is.
course, you have your heart, and then you have your brain. So a lot of people, when they say your gut health, and it starts with your gut, right? So she's right. I mean, that's one thing I would hear a lot growing up, that use your gut. You got that gut instinct right there. It's in your gut. And it's true. I mean, that's just for those who have been taught that way. But, there are a
It's when you
lot
have
of
that
things.
uneasy feeling about somebody, but you can't quite explain what it is, but something just don't
Yes,
feel. Mm-hmm.
you're right. And we got to get out of this. Well, what you don't know what you feel. Maybe, no. First off, we do be knowing. And if we're around friends that can help us tap in, that is even better, because you don't want to be around yes people who are just girl go just and then it's something you shouldn't even got involved in, right? I mean, just like she was saying earlier, and a point that you said too, Caramel, we have to get to where these games and these tactics, we have to speak up about them. We ain't gonna sit here and just keep on taking it no more, because this is what they want. It's the norm, and they love it, because they're like, oh, they ain't catching on yet. But no, we're done. We are so done, because all it is doing is creating the same cycle over and over. And then our children are watching it. They're learning this too. So it's a generational pattern they're picking up on. Why mama can't get a man that will love her? Why did daddy leave mom? Why is it that my daddy's not in my life? Because she was dating him, but why did he leave? He not stay. See what I'm saying? These are things that men don't list. They want to find a way to have an excuse. And it's an excuse after an excuse after an excuse. That's what I hear when it comes to dating. And I've just got to the point where I'm okay about me by myself continuing to heal, because I don't want to raise my children with hurt. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to raise them with healing, to where when they do go out to be in relationships, whether it be just friendships, anybody for that matter, they'll be aware, they'll be self-aware, and they'll be taught about how to communicate and how to accept communication from someone else, because that's what I see when it comes to just people in general. And how we are treated as Black women. It's like like you guys were saying, it's a type they want to treat us, and we are just we're supposed to accept that, and it's not that we don't want to stand up for it, but it's like we've gotten to where we're just quiet about it because we're like, man, I'm not going to use my energy to react to this no more, because this is what it's like, an agenda. They want you to be the angry Black woman about how you be accepted. Well, okay, now we're changing it up. We're just putting our energy back into ourselves where it's supposed to be, using everything to balance. You have to balance your gut and your heart and your mind now, because these people done turned it up a little, and they trying to find ways where they can get out of being accountable and responsible. So I'm not for it no more,
These
because I
men
don't
are
want to be
just
the dumb.
unsuitable for
Listen, I don't want to be
partnership.
the dumb bitch no more. There's a lot of men that look at me like, oh, you got 3 kids from this and that, but you don't have the right to sit here and come at me because I'm using everything. I'm using my brain, my gut, and my soul, my spirit, everything about me, because you intimidated now that I understand what I've done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's the part that I look at now. When it comes to me trying to date, there's a lot of men that have come at me like, well, you in your 40s, okay, you got your own thing, your credit score is on top, you're a brilliant mother, but I don't want you because uh you're damaged. What preferably is damaged supposed to be damaged? Like, well, Jane said to the guy, she said to Wes, right? Military man, I'm damaged, right? Well, then that would consider me damaged too. But that doesn't mean I stop, right? It doesn't mean I stop just because that's her opinion or way she feels. I have to respect her preference. I have to respect how she thinks. But I'm not going to use that to spew and threaten other people as to why I'm not dating. That's just childish, right? But what I am going to do, I'm going to go out here and listen, learn, do my research on what I need to do better to be accepted, not just looking for acceptance, but be able to be available and ready for that man or that person that is, going to wed me one day. You know what I'm saying? Even it might be a partner, but I get it now. I'm not sitting here going out here being desperate, and I'm not bending myself because I have to date a bus driver. No, I'm not doing that. And so that's just where I'm coming from. And I'm going to let y'all go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you know what? I think a lot of this boils down to is a lot of these men are just unfit for partnership, and they know that. And what they want to do is what they try to do is play mind games with women to see what is the highest caliber woman that they can get while being a low level nigga. That's all that this is. They know that they're unfit for partnership, and they're trying to
Ooh,
play
girl, you
games
just
with
spoke a
you.
word home.
They're trying to play
Wait
games
a
with you to see
minute.
if I can bag this bad bitch right here, then what do I really need to be better for? Because I can get this high quality of woman while being an ain't shit nigga. And that is what happens. And when Black women, like Jane was saying, Iyanla was telling us to use your heart and not your mind. That is how we end up in these situations with these men who were never suitable partners to begin with. And if you had just listened to your gut and stop trying to make excuses for something that you know is off. Like, I was in a relationship with a man for about 7-8 years. I met him when I was about to be 20, almost 22. And then by the time I left him, I was 30. And there were little things about him here and there. He was my first real relationship. There were little things about him here and there that I thought were off, but I just thought they were. Everybody got their little thing, okay, he got a little idiosyncrasy here, little thing. But over time, it turned into an abusive relationship. I realized he was insecure. He had went to college. He went to Grambling State, actually, and was a Sigma Phi Beta, blue and white, all of that stuff. But he also was National Guard but he was so lazy. I had never met a man with such a lack of ambition and just no call to action. He was bad with money. I found out he had a gambling addiction. During the relationship, I knew he smoked weed. He also used to pop pills. He got me into doing that. At a certain point in time, this man was also doing cocaine. Like, he just had a lot of issues. And now that I'm past it, we've been broken up for 7 years. We broke up, I moved, I'm in California now, and we're about 8 years post breakup. And now looking back on it, I realized when I was with him when I was 20, 21, 22, 23, all of that shit was signs. All of those things were signs. And I didn't recognize them then because I had never been with anybody that did that to me before. But now going forward, I know when something is not right with a man that I'm talking to. And I have a friend right now who is going through the same thing, and she's a couple of years older than me, and she is stuck in this marriage with this loser, a former felon. And when she tells me about a lot of the stuff that is going on in their relationship, and even like how she met him and how she started dating him, and me being like, well, what were the conversations y'all had about XYZ? And she would tell me, I'd be thinking to myself, bitch, you didn't think that shit was off? Like when she met him, he first of all was on he's on parole for he had drug charges, so he's out on that. He has 3 kids. 2 of them are adult boys that he had with a woman back home in Arkansas. And when he got locked up, she took the kids and she went to Washington. She was like, I'm not going to deal with this. I'm going to go raise my kids somewhere else. Good luck to you, sir. So he doesn't have any relationship with these 2 grown ones. Then when she met him, he had actually just came out of another relationship with a woman he met on a dating app. And that woman was pregnant with the baby for him. And my homegirl met him. And I don't know what this man said to her. I don't know what her mental state was, but she allowed this man to finesse the fuck out of her. And she ended up marrying him she got pregnant, and she married him like within 3-4 months of knowing him. And now she is in a fucking hellhole, and she's on this hamster wheel that she feel like she just cannot get off of. You know what I'm saying? She had a son prior to him, and she had a great job, her own car, like living her life. And she met this man, and this man has just drug her down to the pits of hell. And when she tells me these things, I just be like, babe, like, you didn't think that. Like, one of the things about him is he's super, in addition to being abusive, of course, that comes with being controlling. And I remember asking her, was there nothing about him that made you think? And she told me that he told her that, a lot of times people that I know will say that I might be controlling. And I remember asking her, well, what did you think that he meant by that? And she was like, well, friend, I just thought that, maybe it meant that he liked things a certain way. I said, ma'am, like, and that's somebody who had a controlling stepfather, and I had just gotten out of a controlling relationship myself. If a man tells me that I've been told that I'm controlling, that's the last date we're gonna have. There's nothing else to talk about. I'm not gonna try to interpret what your level of control is, because I know that you know what I'm saying. And so as much as men try to like that was going to bring me to my other point about what Brown Sugar was saying, I think, is that with men playing games and trying to seek out your weaknesses, there are also men who do the overly truthful technique, by trying to tell you everything, or you think they telling you everything. And it gets you in the mindset of, oh, this nigga a real nigga. He told me this and he didn't have to. He tells me this and he don't have to. And then it convinces women that they're with a truthful nigga. And this man has cheated on her. He just got out of jail for he got caught up in a police thing for prostitution. Like, it's all kinds of stuff. And I'm just like, has she just used her gut, and listened to her mother and her sister and her 2 other friends that, were there back home in Dallas when she was going through all of this? She would not be in this position, but she chose to lead with her heart for whatever this man was telling her. And now she's 2 kids in with this man. The kids are nonverbal. He don't offer no support. He's got court cases up the ass. She's the sole financial provider. It's awful. It's awful. And all because she chose to follow her heart with this man that she barely fucking knew. She lied about how she met him. She told people she met him at church, when in reality she met him on Tinder. She was concerned about what people would think about, where she met him at. So I look at her situation, and I think about, I've seen, this is the 3rd relationship that she's had since I met her. And one thing I've noticed about her is that her relationships have gone from shit to Shinola. Like, the one with her baby daddy was already bad. Then she got into another relationship with a man who turned out to be a cheater and was sleeping with trans women on the side, and didn't tell her that his preference was actually trans women, right? And I don't know if he was abusive or not. And now she's with this man, and it just keeps getting worse. And I always, without offending her, because she is my best friend, I always want to like sit down and have a real conversation with her about like what is going on in her mind, and like, are you using your mind? But it feels like she not, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like, has she used her common sense, especially being a woman in her 30s already with a kid, I always, ask myself, how did she get caught up with this other nigga? Because I feel like, for me, I left my ex when I was 30, and I've been good ever since. Like with her being older than me and having met him when she was 32, 33, I wonder how she could let a nigga finesse her like that after she'd already been through, the other relationships that she'd been through. And now she's stuck, y'all, and it feel like she feel like she can't get out of it, and it's really depressing. Her life is depressing. I mean, I thought my relationship was bad. Hers is worse. And she wanted to marry this man, and she wanted to ignore what her mother and her stepfather was saying. She wanted to ignore what her sister was saying and her other two best friends that she's known since she chose to like trust this man above everybody else that knows her and loves her. And it turned out to be the worst mistake she ever made. She don't even like the kid. I don't think she really like her kids. I know she love them, but sometimes the way she talk about them, I know she wishes that she had never had these two additional kids by him. You know what I'm saying? So
The
it's really.
The fact of the matter is, when somebody's into something like that, it's like there might be kids involved or a relationship involved, but when they're really into that situation or whatever, it's difficult to talk that person out of it.
Yeah,
it's difficult, and the person that's in it at that time, being a person that was quote unquote in it at that time, because I've been in abusive relationships, friends, family, everybody trying to talk me out of it, but people fail to realize the intensity that lies within the person that's in it. Abusive relationship, a relationship, excuse me, whether it's an abusive relationship, a relationship that's not conducive, or anything else, it's difficult to reach that. Hello, like you're trying to dial their phone number and reach them, and you can't get to them because they're into whatever's going on. It could be that abusive relationship or whatever relationship. It's hard. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's difficult to get.
There's been times, Jane, that she has called me because I found my way out of my own abusive relationship, that she has called me crying, ready to end it all, ready to walk away from him, and asking me, how did you do it? Like, where did you get, and I'm going to be honest with you, I've given all I could give. I don't know what else. There's nothing else I can say. Like, friend, I done told you everything I can tell you. I told you how I did it. I told you, what I had to dig deep within myself and realize in order for me to step out of that. But that's all I can give you. You got to find it, in yourself. And so I just, at this point, this was during quarantine. He got locked up during quarantine and, for domestic abuse. And, because the courts and everything was shut down. Everybody that, people were just in jail for like a year because the courts had shut down. Everything had shut down. And during that year that he was locked up, one of her kids actually started being more verbal, which is, another thing. I think that he's probably being abusive towards the kids, and she's just not at a place where she can protect her kids. But I went down there to visit her, something that I don't think he had been allowing her friends and family to come over to their house or nothing like that. But I've given her. So at this point, I think that I know for sure that her mom and her sister and her stepdad, they nobody really talks to her about the relationship anymore because I think that everybody is at the point where now they realize that she got to kind of leave it on her own.
Right.
And one of those friends that was there from the beginning actually stepped away from the friendship because it was too much for her.
And you know
She says it's too much.
Sometimes it can get to that point. I can say, like, for example, I've been that friend because I've been in an abusive relationship where I actually needed to stay at different friends' homes and things like that, right? Even though my shit still got vandalized by the person that I was dodging in the abusive relationship, but whatever. it's so difficult because I'm on both sides. I'm on the side of the person that's tired of the friend that has this abusive relationship, and the side of the person that actually has this abusive relationship. Both sides actually make sense. But I can understand a friend getting tired, because if you look at the data when it comes to an abusive relationship, and I hate to bring an abusive relationship into it, but it's just talking about a really problematic relationship, and this is the only data that I have that I know off the top of my head. An abusive relationship, a man and a woman, or just in general, it takes the woman 7 times to want or try to leave until she successfully does so. And I've been there. My abusive relationship, he vandalized my house, my mailbox, my car, everything. And I tried to leave a lot. And that was sometime before I actually successfully left, that I was like, your first couple attempts at trying to leave, you deal with retaliation from them. They're slashing your tires, or like whatever the case is. So it's not as easy to leave when they know where you live and where you work. It's not as easy to leave an abusive relationship. Like, it really just is not.
Yeah.
It's one of the most difficult things I've ever had to do in my life. And it took me a transparency moment. It took me getting fired from that job that I was at that time. And I'm glad I got fired, but I got fired because my mind was so fucked up from that relationship. Like, that relationship fucked my mind up so bad. And trying to leave it and everything. This was like 4 or 5 years ago. My mind was so fucked up that I couldn't even show up. Right. He started calling my job with like bullshit stories about. Let me put the icing on the cake and really like let y'all know what really happened. I lived in an apartment complex, and I also worked for the company that sold those apartments. So when it was easy for him to call in and make up lies about my conduct. And then when I showed up, I really wasn't in my right. And long story short, like, you know what? I'm glad I got fired. I needed that. I needed that. I sat without a job for 5 months on purpose because, listen, I always have a great amount of money stacked up in the event anything happens. So I had more than enough money stacked up until I got to my next job. But
I know it's a hard situation. I know it's hard. I had to pull myself together because the things I was doing in that relationship, I hate to have to quote R. Kelly on this, but as a kid, he came out with that song "When a Woman's Fed Up," and I never understood that moment until I was in that abusive relationship.
yes,
And there is
it's
a
a different type of rage.
Yeah.
It's a different type of rage. It's a different type of realization. It's a different type of everything. It's somebody in the comments that said it was a wake up call. Yeah, it was a wake up call, because I've never been the type where after I got through when I first moved out my mother's house and I was sleeping in my car, and my car was a little $600 car. It was a fucking 91 Honda Accord, but it was whatever. But hold on, let me put. What was the person said? Hold on. Oh,
it's like a moment of realization.
It's a moment. It's a moment of realization, and so I'm grateful. Okay, here's a comment I'm looking for. It was a wake up call, because it absolutely it was a wake up call for me. You got to think about it. If you're living your life and then you finally score a job, that gives you a free apartment, a free apartment, right? Which means you don't have to pay rent, but it takes time to get there. You've got to pass your mystery shop, and you've got to get a certain percentage or amount on your quote unquote mystery shop, right? Okay, I beat that mystery shop within the meaning I earned I earned my free apartment, right? But once you get in with the company, they feel like they got you by the balls, and they can just ask you to do any and every. Drive the cocky, drive to here, drive to. I'm not doing that. Like I'm not doing that, honestly. So I mean, it is what it is. I'm grateful for the job while I had it. I had it for a couple of years, and it was finally time for me to do something else and figure something else out in life. So again, like I said, I sat without a job for 5 months. I sat without a job for 5 months, but I had enough money saved up. I wouldn't say so much money, but I would say enough money saved up to the point where I'm like, I'm not the way I was when I first got out of high school and college, when I was sleeping in the car. Like, that's not the point that I was at when I was at the other point. And the reason why I got fired from my last job was because my mental health was so fucked up, because I just wanted to be in a relationship because I didn't want to be seen as single. He had good dick.
Yeah. I think that's a part of it for her too, is now that she's got 3 kids, but 2 are his. I think that just like I think that she's somebody who cares a lot about what people think. So just how I mentioned that she lied about how she met him. She didn't want people to know she was on a dating app. And mind you, she went to college. She's an AKA, very beautiful woman, very smart woman, but she just ended up in this position. And I think that there was something going on with her self-esteem. Something had to have been going on to allow, that kind of an energy to come in and dismantle her that way, because she is also somebody who was raised, from her parents are wealthy. She's got a mom, she's got a stepdad. She's on her stepdad since she was about 13 or 12 or 13. So she had a good example of what it was supposed to be like to have a solid family, and a man that is not abusive and takes care of his wife and his stepchildren and his other children. So she didn't grow up, like a lot of these people with a lot of issues, and that's how they end up in those relationships. But I think a lot of it has to do with, now that she's got 3 kids, I don't think she wants to be like a stereotype. Like, I'm a Black woman, I got these 3 kids. I mentioned to you that 2 of the kids, at least one of them for sure, I know is autistic. I work for a school district. I've been working for school districts for like six years now. So I work, I come into contact with a lot of SPED students, and I know for sure that the first child that she has with this new husband is definitely autistic. There's some speech issues going on, and we're not sure about the second baby that she has with him, but they both, these are her words, not mine, but she called me around the time of her 40th birthday, completely distraught, and was like, my friend, she called me, she's 40, she'll be 41 in a few months here, but last year she called me around her 40th birthday. It was like the day of or maybe the day after, and she just was in complete, disarray, and was saying that she wished she had never met this man. She wished she had never married him. She said she should have listened to everybody and she shouldn't have done this shit. And she was like, I'm 40 years old and I don't have anything to show it except for laying on my back to make some kids that can't even talk. Her words, not mine. And so I just, when you telling your story about your job and how you quit because of what was going on with, he made my friend quit her job. She used to work for like a really big trash company, and you know how like at the end of the day, like if you work for the bus depot or the trash company, the people that drive the trucks got to come and park the trucks in the depot area. And he found out that trash men, the garbage men, were coming there, and he didn't like that there were so many men in her environment, as if there weren't actually men in the office that she worked with. But she had that job for some years. She really loved it there, and he was so abusive and such a bully that he basically made her quit her job on the spot. Um, he didn't have a job at the time. I think he was selling drugs, back to selling drugs, which her mama told her. I don't think, her mother was a probation officer for like 40 years. And her mother told her mother clocked him right out the gate because he reminded her mom a lot of her father, who was abusive to, her biological father, who was abusive. And she just didn't want to listen. She felt like she loved this man. She felt like she wanted to give him a chance. She, and he's a finesser. He's a criminal. He's a scammer. He almost got her into some trouble using CPNs to get cars. Like, and it's like I feel like it's weird to me, Jane. I feel like she just trusts this man with everything that she got. And I'm just trying to understand how, she could do that when it's like she's not, it's almost as if she's not present in her own reality. She doesn't see just how far down, her life has spiraled. And I think that's because she's still in it. You know what I'm saying? And she just hasn't had her moment of realization. But, it happens for everybody differently. But seeing that she has 3 kids, I feel like it would have happened sooner for her. Like when she, realized that her kids were being affected. And this is somebody, when she had her first child, she wasn't sure whether she was going to keep him. She decided to keep him. And then after maybe like a couple years of having him, I remember her saying that she didn't think that she would want more kids. And when I asked her why, she said because to have more kids would mean that she would have to because she wasn't going to marry his father. So she's like, if I marry somebody else and then we have biological kids, I don't want my son here to feel different. I don't want him to feel like an outsider. I don't want him to, possibly feel like he's getting treated any differently than these other kids because he has a different father. And that she was strict about not having any more kids, very strict about it. And that's not what happened. She met this other man who, got her knocked up. She married him, and then she had another baby by him. And I don't think that it has kicked in for her the seriousness of not only the position she's in, but the safety of her children. And like I use myself, and I'm hard on myself all the time too for the way I allow myself to get wrapped up in an abusive relationship, seeing that things were off and choosing to ignore them, or making excuses for his behavior. Oh, if he can just get this, then he won't be doing this. And oh, he's just like this because this hasn't come through for him. I take accountability for myself, in that relationship. And so I just, I look at her and I just wonder when she gonna see it. Cause sis, like, you 41 years old. You know what I mean? And I thought, at this point, Jane, I can't see myself getting wrapped up with a man like this now that I'm aware of what the signs look like from my previous relationship. You know what I'm saying? And so I just, leading with your heart leads to stuff like that, and not thinking with your brain. That's where
right.
That's where it leads.
You're right. I agree. I can't disagree with the fact that like we gonna drop at some point. We young, we supple, but we're 30 something. For the people who are in their 30s, like, we're 30 something, but we don't have to lower our standards in order to have a good time within this bracket.
Yeah.
We don't have to lower our standards.
Yeah.
And I feel like we need to make that more realistic for people. Again, Iyanla asking Eboni, Eboni. What the fuck is it? Iyanla asking Eboni was Iyanla asking a millionaire would she date a bus driver, which is crazy to me. It's going to remain crazy to me. And the equivalent to her asking Eboni if she would date a bus driver is the equivalent of us asking if we would date a man who works at McDonald's. There are a lot of men who work at McDonald's who may have a good heart. Does that they have a good job, they love flipping them fries, and they love their mom. Does that mean that we have to date them?
It does not.
Is that what that means? Like, it doesn't make sense. So when we talk about this has become a gender bashing a gender bash excuse me a gender bashing whole like conversation, and that's not what this is. It's really more so about socioeconomics, and people don't understand that. Can I bring you and say, hey, I'm having dinner at 8 o'clock tonight with my colleagues, and not have to read you down a list of rules of how you should or shouldn't act at this place? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I've got to teach you how you need to act or be at this event or this function because I make a certain amount of money and I have a different social circle than you are used to. I gotta read that to you. I also have to pay all the bills, and then I gotta do all of this. And
yeah,
there's nothing wrong with them. I used to work there. I worked at McDonald's for 5 years. I worked at Chick-fil-A for 1 year. So total of 6 years. Like I was 16 and all that. I was a teenager, and however, I don't want to date a 35-year. Based on I'm not 35. I'm not even that old yet. But let's just say we talk about like my age, and a man that works at McDonald's. I don't want to date a guy that's my age that work at McDonald's. I don't, and that's not me coming down. That is not me coming down on the blue collar. That's not me coming down on the blue collar workers.
Yeah,
that's just me stating my preference. Period.
Yeah. I think from a financial point, though, I mean, if you even wanted to take your financial, there's still a point to be had, because if you're a woman that makes a certain amount of money and you give a man that works at McDonald's a chance, let's say things don't end up working for y'all. Now you got to go for him, for child support. He don't make enough money to even, and then you got to deal with him in the back and forth about how you taking all his money out his check and he don't make enough. You know what I'm saying? Like because you said something hours ago, very early in this thread about, thinking about like the people that you're having sex with, that you might, if you fucking, you might create a family, whether intentional or unintentional. And niggas at McDonald's just don't make enough to take care of
your ancestors are gonna be like, you shouldn't lay down with his ass, and which what does that do? You shouldn't have laid down with his ass. That ultimately says your thought process and what you're doing, and what they're picking apart your ability to properly vet a person. Like, why is that illegal to consider? Am I doing too much by articulating this? I could be. I don't know.
You tired now. That's what it is. You later than where I am. It's it's 3 a.m. where I am. I'm in LA, so it's late where you are. You should probably go.
I'm like, it's nothing wrong with what my grandparents were saying, and like old school reprimand. Is that the word? There's nothing wrong with like the way that in the old school, the way they reprimanded, but at this point, we so sensitive, we feel like
it's just, I think it's a lot of us, especially women, Black women, have realized that a lot of that stuff that the older Black women believed it did them more of a disservice than anything. And so now we're seeing, over the years, the damage that believing in some of those things has done to Black women. And so we're like, yeah, we're not going to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I think that that's kind of where it comes from. And somebody else said it earlier in the chat too, that Iyanla also, and a lot of women and men have to realize that not every woman wants to be married. Not every woman wants to have children. So like when you keep pushing that as the end all be all for women, you're always going to fail. You're always going to have pushback because not everybody wants that. I got a friend that I met my junior year of high school, and she was adamant when we were juniors in high school that she doesn't want kids. We're 38 years old now. She does not have kids. Although she loves kids, she doesn't mind babysitting, but she don't want to be responsible for kids of her own. It's just not for everybody. I don't think she really is hard up about being married either. Not everybody wants that. So, yeah. Yeah.
That's very different.
Yeah. A lot of that stuff that those older Black women believed in didn't necessarily create happiness for them. So it's 2023, not 1963. So
it's a different thing. Nonetheless, I do appreciate you calling in and listening per usual. I know that you are a regular listener of the show. I do appreciate you listening and giving us your viewpoints. Do you have any closing remarks?
No, I think this was a good chat. Like I said, I've been listening to you for a while, but I was previously working like 2 full-time job girls, and I finally let one of them go. So now I got a lot of free time on my hands, so I can, dip in and join some of these live calls from some of the people that I listen to. And I'm always looking for you to go live, so I can, jump into. I came in, I spoke on the one about the girl and the teacher, getting into the fight, and then the first time I spoke with you was about the Jonathan Majors thing.
Okay.
So yeah. So we've talked about 3 times now. It's always a good time. I like your fan base. I think your fan base is pretty cool. I don't see too much disrespect in the comments compared to a lot of other channels I follow. And
oh no, because I know
you're an Aquarius like me, girl. So you be on the facts. You be on the facts.
I am an Aquarius, and while I can't control the chat, look, if the typically if the chat is agreeing with the guest, then sometimes they're disagreeing with me. It depends. I haven't done a lot of interviews where I'm intentionally talking about somebody that disagrees with me. And while I'm open to interviews like that where they disagree with me, I'm open to that. I don't do a lot of interviews like that. So most of the interviews that I'm doing, for the most part, they agree with me. Yeah. So it's great that I guess a lot of the chat agrees with you, but nonetheless, I do appreciate you being I'm pretty sure you can't watch all of my videos, but you just being a subscriber and a supporter. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, girl. You get you some sleep. I'm finna roll over too.
I'm definitely gonna get me some sleep after this because I am tired. You don't even know. Like, I am so fucking tired. Being sleepy turns into delusion, and you start being a little like delusional. So I'm concerned about how delusional I may become with my partner, because my partner is dead sleep in the other room. And I'm that type of person. Unfortunately, I'm that type of person. My partner over there sleep, whatever. And I'm trying to wake them up so that they can engage with me, so that they can, and that's fucked up. It's wrong. I know that it's wrong, but I'm just like, hey, can you play with me? Can you talk to me? Can you talk? It's like poking something that's asleep, or it's fucked up. But that's what I'm about to do. That's exactly what I'm about to do.
Take you a sleeping aid. Drink you some chamomile tea.
I use
some cherry juice will put you out. Or if you have some bone broth at the house, that'll put you out, girl. To have you sleep in no time.
What you said? A certain tea?
Chamomile. It's like a calming tea. It'll help you get to sleep. Or if you drink cherry juice has a certain level of like melatonin or whatever in it. That'll help you get to sleep. And then I personally like bone broth. I drink bone broth like every night, and it helps like with sleep quality. So I feel like if you ever get to like where you want to wake your partner up when he sleeping. Just take you one of those and go to bed.
I'll try, but I'm about to go. I'm literally about to go get in trouble right now because I'm about to be like, hey, I'm woke. Hello, I'm woke. I got some energy. Hello, how are you?
Yeah.
And I really don't have the energy that I think that I have. I just think that I do. Oh God, it's horrible. But the fact that I know about it should mean that I should take a different approach, right? What should I do? What? Because I feel like waking your partner up for sex should be okay. It should just be. But sometimes they feel like it's still inappropriate in the way you wake them up, real abrupt, which is exactly what I would be about to do. Real abrupt. Like,
you don't just do the scooch method, like get in the bed and like put your booty on them and just like scooch and just keep booty bumping until they kind of like roll over and be like, all right,
they still kind of feel like you he he'd be like you think it's on your time, because my time is it's very random. I can't lie. Sometimes it's 3 a.m. Sometimes it's 8 p.m. Sometimes it's whatever. So it's so he can't predict it, and so sometimes
he got to get up for work in the morning.
No, it's the weekend, which is why
he can get back to sleep. He can get back to sleep, and I think it's fine. If it's like a day, if it's like during the week and we gotta, like get up early in the morning, then I might let it ride. But if we could do this and then we can just go right back to sleep afterwards, get up, wake on up.
And so when it don't work, I'm gonna come right back to you. Okay? I'm gonna come right back to you. When but no, honestly, I'm gonna try it. But sometimes I can get it because the reason why I can get it is because sometimes I'll call out for work on days where he doesn't know that I've called out and I've been sleeping in bed all day because I done called out, right? It'd be like, all right, I done called out and I'm in the bed, and it'd be like, typically when I call out, I'm almost kind of like sleep all day. And then I'll get to the point. I can't believe I'm telling y'all this. Outside of the paywall, I can't believe that I'm fucking telling y'all this. But I'll get to the point where, all right, cool, let me masturbate a little bit. All right, so I'll be like, let me masturbate. And so I'll get to the point where I'm masturbating. Bitch, the last time I did it, I got to the point I was masturbating. This motherfucker came home early. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I'm trying to like get my little, it's not the same. Like, I feel like the average person would be like, oh, you was about to masturbate, meaning you was about to try to just get him to do it. It's not the same. You can't like turn people on like that. People aren't machines. Right. I'm not a machine. He's not a machine. Like da 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 da. So I'm just like, fuck. Like, God damn, the fuck. Like I had my little porn up and everything. I'm like, God damn.
Oh my God.
And he motherfucking came home, and I'm like, shit. I never fucking told him, but like, that's what it was the other day. I think, what day was it? It was probably like, it was Thursday. It was Thursday. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this shit is not even fair. Like, and when I tell you I was about to get jiggy with it, baby, I was about to get jiggy with it. You hear what I'm saying?
Just Jola's son Kimmy trying to get us to get off the chat, child. He said this is a lack. He said me.
What she said?
He said just Jola's son Kimmy. He said this is a lack of accountability in the community. Caramel, get off the chat. He was trying to get us to get off.
No, I'm being serious. Sometimes we be having little fantasies and moments and situations, and we want to live those out. What the fuck? Ain't nothing wrong with that. Y'all think something wrong with that? In the chat, shout. I ain't even been looking at the chat. I really just been. I'm literally living my life. I'm being honest right now. But
it's the Aquarian energy. It's the air sign energy. It's flowing. It's flowing.
I'm like,
it's flowing. Listen. Are you a January Aquarius or February?
February 6th.
Good. Okay. Them January ones is too close to Capricorns for me.
Bro, I don't know nothing about none of that. I don't know nothing about none of that. I don't know nothing about none of that.
Really?
But no, I don't know. I'm not in astrology.
You're not really into it. Yeah.
I do understand that Aquarians have an element of, mystique, and we have the bare minimum about all the signs. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
But I do understand that we have a great element of mystique, but I don't.
It's a lot of intellectualism, and Aquarians are typically the sign of humanitarianism. Like they're about like the world and people and like world affairs and stuff like that. So yeah,
sure.
Which makes sense following your content. Like you talk about a lot of like righteous issues and world issues and things like that. It tracks. It's on brand. Like your channel is on brand for being an Aquarius. So
I try. I try, but
you don't even have to. It's just who you are. It tracks. So
I don't know. Aquarius stuff, I feel like it's bogus. But when I see the shit about Aquarius, I'm like, well, I can't say that that's not true.
Yeah.
I can't say that that's not true.
Yeah. Not everybody's into it. I'm heavy into it. So, but
Let me see with my homegirl. Let me make sure my homegirl ain't told me I'm doing too much. No, because if my homegirls tell me I'm doing too much, and I need to end the live.
Do you have any you should go take a shower, take like a hot shower. Do you have like any lavender? Like things that help you go to sleep? Like like lavender by sleepy time. Like how Bath and Body Works has that the aromatherapy line, and they have like that chamomile wash and lavender wash. Mm-hmm. That lavender stuff really helps to like calm your nerves and stuff. Like I use like a lot of oils and stuff, and I have a lavender spray for when I'm sleepy. So because I work late hours, so sometimes I come home and I'm sleepy, but like my body can't get my body hasn't calmed down from that, and so sometimes I take a hot shower, do some lavender stuff, and then like I'll be sleeping no time. So maybe you should do that when we get off now. You should go a hot shower. Like a hot shower.
Man, what is you saying?
You sleepy? I'm good. It's only 3:00 in the morning where I am. I'm good.
Girl, forget you.
I took
all right, but okay, all right, out in the live. It's clearly. Hold up though. Before I end the live, I do
want in the chat
to say a couple things. Let me go ahead and
get into this Black-owned business, Stickies. It's got things for inside your home, outside your home, and even on the go. JasmineMadeIt.com is your new destination for Black Girl Magic mugs, tumblers, and even wine glasses. You can even customize the tumblers and wine glasses. There's a lot going on for a low price over at JasmineMadeIt.com. And if you've been serious about wanting to support more Black-owned businesses, here's your chance. Let JasmineMadeIt.com handle all your problems for family and friends. You ever had a friend over and they just wasn't catching the hint or paying the rent?
Y'all asses all get to step in.
Yeah, tell them to get to stepping with this nostalgic Martin themed doormat and shop over a dozen different doormat designs over on JasmineMaida.com. All right, stickies, you know what time it is. It's time to put your money where your mouth is and shop black today. Make life easier for you and your household by taking your family's hot or cold beverages on the go with one of these unique tumblers. It's insulated to keep your beverage at temperature, and it comes with a few different reusable straws and even the specific brush that you need to wash it so you can keep it sanitized and germ-free. They've got all kinds of designs to match your mood or style. So grab something for your wife, the hubby, or even the kids over on JasmineMadeIt.com. That's JasmineMadeIt.com, and I'll see you over there.
So we're back. We're back.
Yes.
All right. I'll go ahead and I will I'll go to sleep. I'll go to sleep. I am sleeping. I can't even act like I have it in me to lie as if I'm sleepy. As if I'm not sleepy, because I am. Anyway. All right. It's time for me to go to bed. Do you have any last remarks pertaining to okay, so let me getting back to the title, right? Because I don't have any closing remarks pertaining to the title because I've done several videos on it. Iyanla VanZant, Eboni K. Williams, the bus driver thing, and what you expect out of a relationship in general. Should you lower that? Should you move that? Whatever. What are your thoughts about the situation?
I mean, I'm going to always say no. And I find that a lot of times when people when they lower their standards and give, people that don't meet those requirements a chance, it usually doesn't work out well for them.
Well, for who?
For like some people, okay, so for example, my home, for me, for example, one of my non-negotiables, like once I'm in a relationship, a non-negotiable for me would be cheating, right? I went through that in my last relationship. You know what I'm saying? So like going forward in any relationship, if I'm ever with a man and he cheats, like it's a wrap. You're not going to be able to convince me to, stay. Like that's a standard that I stick by because I went through that before. I know what cheating does to couples. I know what it does to women who are cheated on. And I also know that, sometimes the mental effect, and the effect that it can have on, the whole relationship. So I feel like if you have a standard, you need to keep to it because there's a reason why you have it, right? For most of us, there's a reason why we have a standard. It's not just something that for most of us, that we just pulled out of our ass, Oh, I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like keeping those standards where you want them to be is not 100% way, but I feel like it's a better way of being able to get, what you want out of a partner, especially if you're somebody who wants to get married and settle down, like for the long run. You got to make sure that the person that you're allowing into your space, meets certain things. Nobody checks off every single box. Like I would say, like a prime, like to me, an extreme example of somebody having a ridiculous list of demands. Do you remember when Chili had that dating show and she had all that unrealistic stuff on that list? And people were like, girl, like Chili's list was ridiculous. But, having whether it be a financial standard, whether it be, I know there are some people who have college degrees and they don't date people who don't have degrees. They just don't. They feel like there's that having a college degree puts you in a different kind of like intellectual bracket, if you will. And things like that. And I have a friend who she has a master's degree. She won't date anybody that doesn't have a college degree. So, and her experience is not gone well for her. Dating men who only have high school diplomas, there are certain things that they just don't understand. There are certain spaces that, like you were saying earlier, they're not able to navigate because they're not in them the way that she's in them. And then of course there's that resentment, especially if a woman is more educated or has more money than what the man is bringing to the table, there becomes some, oh, you think you better than me, and you ain't all that because you got a degree, and oh, I don't need your money, all of that type of stuff. So I think that whatever standard you have, keep it. There are millions and millions and millions of people in this world. You're not gonna be able to convince me that people can't find 80% of what they're looking for on that list. You know what I'm saying? Um, and even just with the Ebony K. Williams thing, and just with lists that I see from most of the women that talk about what they're looking for in relationships, it's basic shit like respect, don't cheat, take care of the kids, keep a job. You know what I'm saying? It's very basic stuff. Women are not out here demanding that we take 5 vacations to Jamaica per year. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's nothing outlandish. Most women don't have a crazy income requirement. Like, oh, he got to make 500K per year. Especially because we know that certain men and certain demographics on average aren't making anywhere near that. You know what I'm saying? But like, maybe your requirement is that you just keep a job, because we got to be able to pay the bills out here. We got kids to feed. We got car notes to make. So I think that whatever standard you have, as long as it's like a realistic standard, and it's something that's attainable, I feel like you should keep it. I feel like you should not lower it. Um, keep your standards high. Keep your standards high. And don't let, especially for women, and I'm going to say Black women because we're Black women, right? That's the community that we're in. That's the collective that we're a part of. Don't let the fact that men who are supposed to be our counterparts not rising to the occasion make us feel like we have to step down. You know what I'm saying? Because the truth of the matter is that given the privilege that they have in this country as being men, even though
the internet went away. Wait.
the degrees and the businesses and things like that. So I always tell Black women, keep your standards up, sis. Because the minute you try, what's the saying? You give them an inch, they take a mile. The minute you give them an inch, you take a mile. People like to use Sierra, as an example of a woman who dated down, right? She gave a nigga that had a bunch of kids by a bunch of different women a chance, and then he turned around and baby mamaed
See,
her,
yeah, baby.
and was
See,
yeah, and now you know what I'm saying, and now she got over that, and she's with somebody who, you know what I'm saying, she kept her standards high for the next time around, and now look at the relationship look at the marriage that she's in. So keep your standards high. There are millions of people out here. Don't let a few niggas who don't meet your requirements be mad because they can't get no coochie tell you that you'll never have what you want, because that's all that is. They just mad because you won't lay down with them, sis. You can find what you're looking for. Trust me. Keep your standards high. Keep them high as giraffe pussy, okay?
No, giraffe pussy, okay? Period, point blank. POP holding it down. It is, honestly. You've literally said a mouthful, but a mouthful that is beneficial to a lot of us, to be completely honest with you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I try to I learned a lot from my last relationship, and I'm gonna be honest with you. It takes some time to heal from something like that, and so I haven't been in a serious relationship, like committed relationship, since that guy. I've dated here and there. I currently have a guy that I see on and off. But I know what I'm looking for. When it comes time for me to settle down, there is something very particular that I'm looking for, and a lot of that stuff, because I went through it with my ex, I'm not willing to compromise on it, going into the future. So I just, and for men too, there's some men out here that are good men, and, they got their shit together, and, don't let big booty Keisha from around the corner distract you from your goals, King. You know what I'm saying? Keep your standards up. If she's not the kind of woman that you want to marry, leave her alone. Leave her alone and find somebody else to fool around with. You know what I'm saying? That's how y'all end up in a world of hurt, messing with women you ain't got no business messing with either. You know what I'm saying? Keep your standards high. Don't lure them from anybody. Millions of people in the world that you can connect with. I just refuse to believe that you got to lower your standards in order just to have a partner. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, partnership is not that serious, but for some other people, I guess it might be that they'd rather take a few things off their list if it means that they could have somebody with them. But that's so yeah. For me, keep them high. Keep them high. Go forth and prosper.
And that's all we can do. Thank you so much. I
You're
do appreciate you calling, and I appreciate your participation and your viewership of my channel in general. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate you having me tonight.
No problem. I hope you have an amazing weekend. I know I'm about to sleep real good and
Yeah.
get back to my 9 to 5 on Monday. But I just like, why I gotta go to work. I want to quit. I want to quit so bad and do content. Okay, it's not me trying to unload on you. Let me stop.
Oh no, you're fine.
But I'm like, Lord have mercy. I really want to quit. I always want to quit, but that's just because. Thanks for watching. Thanks for calling in. I'm gonna unload on you. So I'll let you go and have an amazing weekend. I hope you, wherever you are, I don't know where you are, but you might be experiencing a spring that's weird. This is a weird fucking spring.
I'm in
Like,
Los Angeles.
I'm over here in Baltimore. And so it's like, we weren't wearing coats 3 weeks ago. We was like, oh, we took our coats off. Then it got a little chilly last week, and it's just been chilly and rainy and
Yeah, the same. It's been super rainy out here, and LA is usually not like that. And
It's
it's been
strange.
raining since like December all the way at least through March. It had been raining here every week, at least 2 to 3 days a week, which is unusual for LA.
It's strange.
I took some time off and I took a vacation. I went to London for about a week. I came back and it was still raining. So
Yeah, it's extremely strange. I hope that spring finally shows up for good on a permanent basis. Like, for good. Like, spring, where you at? Like, where's the not so chilly, sunny, something that's not always cold and windy. The weather is really odd right now. But thanks for calling in.
Thanks,
I appreciate you. What's your name again?
My name is Misha.
Okay. Misha. So when I see Caramel Doll 85. Okay, got you. Misha. You have one of those classic usernames where it automatically indicates your age. Caramel Doll 85.
Born in 85, yeah.
You put your birth year in the what you call, and first of all, I was born in 1991, to be honest, and I've never put my year, but I do understand when you see an 85 or 89 or 92 and whatever, it is that person's birth year. So it's like it's interesting to see. So it's refreshing to know what era you're from. I was born in 91, 95. What, 6 years? Are you 6 years older than me? I don't know.
No, what did you say? You was born in 91?
Mm-hmm.
I'm about 6 years older than you.
Yeah, baby. Math thing. I don't got time for math. Right? I don't know. It's not my thing. But thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and I have to. I'm gonna end this live because I'm clearly just. I'm too loopy, but I do appreciate the relatability that we've been able to, gain or whatever. But I hope you have a great weekend. I hope you have a great week, and I appreciate your viewership and you calling in to the show and bringing your perspective. It honestly means a lot.
Thank you, ma'am.
No problem. Have a great week, and I'm gonna go ahead and wrap the show up, child.
All right, Jane. Have a good night.
All right, you too.
Bye.
Bye. All right, y'all. Where's my outro? People in the chat said, go to bed. All right, I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to go to bed. Baby, I can't even calculate a couple of little 5 or 6 years. Child, it's time for me to go to sleep. But let me read y'all comments first, because I... Mm-hmm. Go to bed, girl. Yeah, a lot of people getting a lot of rain right now. Mm-hmm. A lot of people getting a lot of rain right now, to be honest with you. And it's wow, like Baltimore getting a lot of rain, but also like just in general, it's wild out in these streets. All right. However, y'all can't hear me all the time. Y'all can't be having me the plainest Jane all the time. Let me see. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, okay. Let me see. Child, it's just too much going on in the world. Like for real. If
Anyway.
I felt who okay, stop playing with the queen. Stop playing with the first lady. But I'm ready and alive. Y'all don't even have to. Let me just.
It's time to face it, boo. Your product needs more exposure. If you want to see your ad here on my channel, be sure to shoot an email over to yt.theplainestjane@gmail.com and let's chat. But if you're new in my neighborhood here on YouTube, hey, I'm the Plainest Jane, and I provide coverage and commentary on trending stories, viral events, and Black culture. I definitely appreciate you stopping through and hitting that subscribe button if you'd like more of my particular brand of syrup.
It was a YouTuber, and shout out to her for this good detective work, honey. She's the one who went and was able to put 2 and 2 together. The Plainest Jane. That's the person's name, the Plainest Jane. I couldn't think of what their name was on the podcast, but I wanted to go ahead and shout them out. They're the ones who did the work. All right. So, like I said, shout out to Plainest Jane. She's the one who put that together. So Shekinah was not lying. So when Tiny came back on some, oh, she's making it up, sounded like Tiny's voice to me.
Y'all heard what Lovely T said. Y'all heard what Lovely T said. I almost want to apply some more lip gloss, but I feel like when the guy was up here and I applied more lip gloss, he was like, "Don't you put on the makeup before you begin this situation?" As if women aren't allowed to touch up their makeup in between. And really, all I was asking, sometimes for me, when I'm having a conversation and it gets a little heated, I'm just like, can we get 20, 30, 60 seconds of silence? It might be 20 seconds that I asked for. It might be 60. It might even be 2 minutes. But I'm just like, can we just get a small amount of silence so that I can refresh and make sure that I'm showing up to this conversation in a way that's not out of pocket. That's out of pocket, period. Right? At this point, I'm over explaining, which that's what some men who are determined to be agents of chaos, they intentionally want to cause chaos to your programming if whatever you're saying goes against what they believe in. And men's standards and women's standards are two totally different things. They're 198% totally different things. Somehow it's wrong for women to have standards, but it's right for men to have standards. Iyanla VanZant loves to coddle that situation. Nonetheless, let me go ahead and get off of here. I hope y'all have a great day. I'm ending this stream. And honestly, I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. Let's see, what will I talk to? Will I be talking to y'all tomorrow about Chris Brown and Usher? What is it? Chris Brown and Usher and had a little powwow. Like, what the fuck is going on? All I've been seeing today is Usher and Chris Brown done been fighting. And I'm like, huh? Like Usher and Chris, like for real? I'm not sure. I'm gonna go ahead and research it and see if it's a real occurrence. And I don't know. I saw it the first couple times and I'm like, this is a rumor, but it was happening. It was coming up way too much for me to act like it wasn't a real occurrence. So that's what that is. So that's that. Hold on. So we shall see. I love you all so much. I hope that you all have an amazing day. I wish I had the energy to give you all a sticky note, but understand the fact that I haven't even been able to give y'all the content that I want to give you as consistently as I want to give it to you. It's because I have to make sure that my own mental health is okay. And sometimes, listen, y'all, I be struggling with my mental health and my real job and my real life and everything that I do outside of YouTube. So I saw a piece of it wasn't even feedback. It was a piece of just something that somebody had said. It was like, she's not consistent. She's not like, and she's all over the place. And she, like, look, I'm trying to live my life just like everybody else. YouTube is not my priority. I would love for YouTube to be my priority, and I want to get to the point where YouTube is my priority. Although a lot of people would hate or have disparaging remarks or perspectives about YouTube being my priority, but YouTube is not my priority. I still have a real life that I live in, a 9-to-5 that I work outside of YouTube, and sometimes that, along with other things, affect my mental health and my ability to show up or not show up on YouTube. That's it. I shouldn't have to keep explaining how I'm so busy outside of it when people don't get as many videos as they want. I shouldn't have to keep explaining myself. I have a life outside of this bitch. This is not my life. This is some part-time shit, and I love it. I love it. But this is some part-time shit. And I shouldn't have to keep showing up and explaining that shit to people who feel like her reporting is all over the place. Well, my life isn't in one place. And so I can't do what Funky Geneva does and what other people who literally rely on and live off of their placement on YouTube and what they say and what they talk about and having the unpopular opinions that they have. I can't do with that. Do I have unpopular opinions? As many unpopular opinions as them? I absolutely do. But am I willing to quit my job and just jump into it? No, I'm not. So sometimes you might only see me once a week. If you feel like seeing me once a week is not enough for you, then sayonara, fucker. There's nothing more I can say to you because I can't risk my mental health and being present a bit more for you because ultimately it would negatively impact my mental health if I showed up more often than what you already see me as. I also don't like giving my audience mediocre shit. I come across a lot of information that I just feel like is not worthy of a video. So I save it and make it banter for another video to add into something else that's actually more worthy. I see Kevin Samuel in a comment. Hold on. No, Kevin Samuel. No, Kevin Samuels was clout chasing to the insecurities of men and the emotions of women. Long story short, when I don't show up to y'all and for y'all, understand I'm overwhelmed and I'm easily overwhelmed. If I have, like, as a matter of fact, like, I literally want to cry right now. I don't even have a reason. I just want to cry. But I'm not going to do that. So people send me emails and messages and all this. And sometimes when I see I have a lot in my inbox, it makes me extremely overwhelmed, like hella overwhelmed. A lot of people they probably don't even know or believe that sometimes I get nervous before I go live and do my live streams. sometimes I get nervous. Like that ass. I get nervous before I go live. I get it. Like I talk to people amazing, whatever, but I get nervous sometimes. But I know a lot of people would never want to believe that I get nervous before I hit my little button to go live. But it's probably time for me to end this live stream. I'm just like becoming a little transparent with you all. And my team is telling me to end live. I did get one Cash App. Hold on. Let's see. Thank you so much, Famecom Network, for sending $9.99. It says, drop the link, Princess of You funny. You are funny. Oh God, what an interesting live. It's been 6 hours and 27 minutes. And even when I hit end, this live was way too long. Way too long. Like, this is literally out of pocket. I cannot believe and even as I begin to hit end on this video and this sentiment, I still got more I want to say about the subject. There's still so much more that I feel like needs to be said, but you got to end things. Thank you so much, Famecom Network /AMK for sending the $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much. I hope that you listen. Y'all need to have a good weekend, nonetheless. Y'all need to have yourself an amazing
education, special education, psychiatric medication, juvenile incarceration, emotional frustration, and premature extermination.
It's the emotional frustration for me. I can't wait to use the term emotional frustration the next time I get into an argument. Emotional frustration and premature what? Ejaculation is what it sounds. Shit. We just talk about what it sounds.
But that's it. If you want to catch more of my commentary on Black culture or vital and trending information, be sure to subscribe by hitting that little circle in the middle of the screen, or I'll catch you in one of these rectangles to the right in another video. I'll see you there.